Hello, welcome back to the Best of Arsenal podcast. Again, we have 12 minutes late. I do apologise. 30 minutes late. Again, I do apologise. A minute ago, I was dead on 7. My my laptop decided to go up the wall. Decided it did not want to work. I've guests lined up. There's one particular guest I've got lined up. The link is meant to be sent to his WhatsApp. I have WhatsApp on here, set up on my laptop here. And it's been a pain in the arse. So I've been going mental for the last 10 minutes trying to sort that out. Still can't get it sorted out. And now I've now got to send him an email, send it over to him. So he will be joining us ASAP for half hour. It is James Rowe. Met up with him last night, as I mentioned in my vlog, for anyone who watched it earlier. Yeah, he's going to pop on for half hour at least, have a bit of a catch up, give his thoughts on the Douglas Luiz situation, if he believes it's going to happen, and this, that, and the other. We've got Russ lined up, got Joel lined up, we've got a few others lined up along the way. But this basically stream is literally the entire the rest of the window, basically just after the 11 o'clock deadline, basically, just in case we do sign Luiz or whoever. We've got something to talk about at the end. Touch wood. If not, it's 11 o'clock. It's done. I'm out of it. Bye. If you want to give your thoughts as well, do put them in the chat. If you want to pop on and give your thoughts as well during the stream, let me know, and I'll put a link in the chat, and you can join us. I've now currently got to send James the link. Bear with me a brief moment. But yeah, Douglas Luiz, that's come out. In terms of actual rumours and all that about who we've been after, we've been linked to him in the past in terms of, I think it's last year we were linked to him, last summer. Nothing really came of it. But now, out of nowhere, on deadline day, we've made 2 bids for the past. It scores a corner against us last night, direct corner, second in a row, in terms of 2 back-to-back games, for Villa. And suddenly, we've made, as I say, the first bid was £20 million. Wasn't officially publicly rejected, but clearly it was rejected because we then went back in a few hours ago with a new bid, believed to be 25 mil, turned out to be £23 million bid. So for us to go from 20 to 23, we must know we've left ourselves a bit of wiggle room to go back in with another bid, basically. But we must believe, surely we must believe that there's a deal to be done, basically, with Villa for Douglas. Right. Just bear with me again. I've got to couple this at one second because I'm copy and paste. That's another prayer. Please send. Yay. So that's now sent. Now we just got to sit back and relax. So James will be joining us any moment, basically, for half hour, for at least half hour. The first half hour of this stream, he'll be joining us. If you haven't already, do subscribe, do smash that like button as well. But yeah, we're going to get a bit of intake as well from his perspective on all things in Venezia as well. How things, obviously, their deadline day was yesterday, and they got a few players. Certain clubs got a few players over the line yesterday. One of them was now ex-Villa winger, Dutch international El Ghazi. I think, is it final he said he'd gone to? Final, I think he said, yeah. But yeah, I'd like to get his perspective on what's just come out of nowhere today in terms of Douglas Luiz. Again, when I got the people, when I think it's Russ, who's going to be popping on at some point during the stream, in the group chat was in this morning, I got a screenshot of it. I was like, you know what, it makes sense. Douglas Luiz does make sense in the sense of when going forward. Like this was this morning. Going forward, Douglas Luiz didn't necessarily rule out us going for Yuri Tillemans if we wanted to as well, because they're totally different players, and Douglas Luiz is more of a direct backup to, like, direct would play backup or competition for Thomas Partey when Partey's not made of biscuits and fucking constantly fucking injured. But that makes sense. He'll slot into where Partey would play normally and somewhat provide the same input, basically, output, what you want to call it. Whereas Tillemans is more of a direct replacement for Granit Xhaka in terms of how Granit plays, how Tillemans, but they're very, obviously more of an upgrade, but still, you know what I'm saying. So it didn't necessarily. It made sense, and I wasn't against it because it didn't mean we were gonna just we were going for Douglas Luiz. That means we're not going. Unlike other people online, I've had to go out in the last half hour. After all day, he did it the whole day. He survived, not making a fucking rant. It gets out that the second bid's been rejected of £23 million. He's lost his fucking mind. Oh, Edu out, Arteta out. If they can't get Luiz through the door, and I'm like, are you for real? Are you actually for real? And I've gone back and said, right, give your head a wobble. Literally said the words, give your head a wobble. We're being aggressive. We've made 2 offers today for the player in question, Douglas Luiz. Even though they've put it out to the sky and all that. No, Douglas Luiz ain't going nowhere. He's our player. We want him. Douglas Luiz wants to come to us, by the way. He's heard of the interest. He's making it perfectly clear he doesn't want to be a Villa. He wants to come. He's got 1 year left on his contract. So 20 to 25 million pound isn't to be sniffed at for a player who's got 1 year left on his contract. Villa are trying to price him out of the deal. Think about it, because it's now leaked out. They want the only way they'll consider is £40 million, but it's not for sale. But you would actually consider £40 million, but it's not for sale. So you're basically putting it out there that you're pricing him out of a move. You're willing to price him out of a move. We've got 1 year left on his contract. You're going to get nothing for him, and he'll come to us anyway in a year's time, like Tillemans will, in terms of Leicester, what they've been doing all summer with us. They'll both come to us in the summer for free, and us and the 2 players in question will get a better deal out of it. But we don't have to spend any money in terms of a transfer fee. All we got to do is a signing on fee, agents' fees, and the players' wages and all their bonuses and all that crap. If anything, you're doing us a favour here. Aston Villa and Leicester, you're doing us a massive favour here. Oh dear, gotta laugh. The Arsenal Misfits in the chat. We got the Arsenal Misfits says, afternoon and evening, Ryan. Everyone in the chat. Afternoon, Steve. How you doing? I saw your comment earlier, by the way, in the comments box for the vlog. I'll get onto that in a sec, but I'll come back to that. Who do you think we'll sign? I think it does seem like we're only going after Douglas Luiz. I think our priority today was to go to Douglas, and if we had time, even though Tillemans is starting tonight for Leicester, if we had time to get someone else in. Obviously, I think the whole day is now going to be consumed by this Douglas Luiz situation. It's what it is. Collins in the chat says, even if everyone top of the league, but remember not to celebrate too much. Oh yeah, don't celebrate. We can't celebrate. No, we're Arsenal. But Jurgen Klopp is Liverpool, who beat Newcastle by, what was it, an extra 2 minutes of injury time on top of the 5 minutes of injury time, or 3 minutes, whatever it was. He can go off and celebrate. Go every home game, by the way, no matter who the opponent is, newly promoted Fulham, newly promoted Bournemouth, or whoever, or even if it's Arsenal or Tottenham or whoever, no matter who it's against, nothing said. We celebrate on the touchline, in the dugout, in terms of players on the field, and us in the stands. We celebrate. The whole world comes to an end. And what are you doing? Why are you celebrating? It's Fulham. Fulham, who were undefeated by that point. London derby. Took the lead against us, against the one I played, but they took the lead against us. We came back and fought back and won. But no, let's not celebrate. No. Why can't we be happy and enjoy the moment? Fucking idiot. I celebrated whenever we win, regardless. Exactly. Exactly. It's again, their method and everyone. It's just a typical biased media, old school media as well. Dinosaurs that they are. They have this agenda against Arsenal, this hatred for Arsenal. Let them do it. I mean, it ain't stopping us. Since then, we've won another game. That's 5 wins in 5. Someone made a comment earlier. Even the invincible team, the great team that was in that 03-04 season, didn't do didn't win their first 5 games. They won the first 4 and they drew against the 5th one was at Pompey. Something ridiculous like that. And then the following season, we got the first 4, and the 5th game at home to Bolton. We should have won, but we drew. We beat Villa? I want to keep Villa. The following week, the 6th game was Villa, and we won that 3-1. Then went to bloody United, and we all know what happened there for the 50th. Bastards. Kind of saying we should hijack the Dendorka transfer. Oh, that's another thing. If he's not for sale, right? Taking out the equation, it's that they want. They're saying they'll take £40 million for him. Yeah, take that out of the equation for a second. Not for sale, but they're going after someone from Wolves, a rival, by the way, local rival in Wolves. Not local, but you know what I mean. They're going after a player that's not currently playing first team football to bring him in, not to play first team football. If Douglas Luiz is for sale, I guarantee the second Douglas Luiz passes his medical, if we go, obviously we assume we're going for another offer in the next few hours. If we do that, it will be accepted. It will go through. I guarantee it. Come back and bump me. Famous last words, by the way, but it'll come back and bump me now as you watch. Other than that, yeah, go and fucking piss them off. Really fucking rub salt in the wound. Even though I would prefer Douglas Luiz out of the two, but you know. The Arsenal Institute says Luiz would make me feel a lot easier about the party availability. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When this came, as I said earlier, when this came out, that's when I woke up this morning. I woke up really late, by the way, to this news about David. He's saying that today as well for some reason. Douglas Luiz. I wasn't against. I said in the group, in response to us in the group chat and all that, it made so much sense because, in terms of a midfielder player coming in, he is basically. It makes sense because he is literally. He'll do everything you want from Partey. In terms of getting the ball and progressing forward with it, he won't know he's injured as well. It looks like it might be a bit of a long one as well, by the looks of it. But he's not one who will get the ball and go sideways, backwards. He'll get the ball and he'll push forward. He's got a fucking shot on him as well from outside the box. Good when he wants to, anyway. He's young. He's 24 as well. He's got plenty of experience. It doesn't need time to settle in that sense. He'll be surrounded by fellow Brazilians as well. But basically, again, we're building a Brazil team for the World Cup, getting them prepared for their World Cup, basically. But it makes sense, and obviously, it didn't mean that we weren't going to go after Tillemans if we were going to go after him today. It didn't mean we were going. Luiz still didn't stop that because they're totally different players, and some people online didn't get that. And some people online, when a bid was rejected, lost their fucking mind and had to put them in their fucking place because I had enough of the fucking negative vibes. Oh, one little thing. Look at the players we fucking. I mean, a Saliba aside, because it is like a new signing because he's just come in and he's playing for us. Yeah, fantastic, great. We brought in Matty Turner officially this summer to back up to Ramsdale. Zinchenko, Premier League proven left back that can play left back, or he's a midfielder technically, but he can play left back, central midfield, left midfield. Versatility there. Premier League proven, won 4 League Cups, 4 league titles, and an FA Cup. Along with Jesus as well. Again, honour-wise, Jesus has won the exact same amount as Zinchenko for Man City. Both got a winning mentality. Brings that into the squad. Fabio Vieira, which we haven't seen yet. he's getting back from his injury, so he's getting built in. And I think we'll start seeing him on the next. I think we'll probably see him for the first time next Thursday in the Europa League. Get a run out there and sort of ease him in, and then bleed him into the Premier League, starts every here and there and everywhere. So that's Fabio Vieira. Marquinhos, a 19-year-old Marquinhos right winger, a player for the future, who, by the way, came in, played for the under-21s, impressed so much during the summer at under-21 level that Arteta decided, actually, you know what, we was thinking about loaning him out, but we decided not to. And in the last 3 Premier League match days, he's been on the bench. And basically, there was a possibility of him playing in one of the last 2 games as well, because of how things are playing out. And I think we're going to see a lot more Marquinhos throughout the season as well, especially in the League and League Cup early stages, and see how things develop from there. And yes, I know all we needed for the last month and a half or so, whatever it was a midfielder, at least one midfielder, and a winner. When the last hours of the transfer window, we are going after a midfielder. That makes perfect fucking sense for the situation. Yes, the bits have been, but it's not our fucking fault. And it pisses me off that people have this mentality of Arsenal made a bid, it's been rejected, somehow it's Arteta's fault, or somehow it's Eddie's fault, or somehow it's both their fault, and they've both got to go. How? And you sit back, look at the situation. Literally, black and white. They're saying to the sky, Luiz is not for sale. He ain't going nowhere. We've then since then made bids. It's then since before we made a second bid, it leaked out. Since making a second bid, it's been leaked out that they would consider a bid for £40 million for the player. So clearly, they're accepting their fate in terms of he wants out. He knows that we're interested. He wants to come to Arsenal. Be a step up, with all due respect to Villa. Don't like it for the fans. Don't care. And rather than losing for nothing, they're trying to get something out of it. But at this moment in time, they're very close, with a few hours to go now, of losing him for absolutely nothing. But as it stands, unless we go in for what's been leaked out, £40 million or whatever, unless we do that, it's stupid, by the way, if we do that, with a year left on his contract, don't care what anyone says. Aston Villa are currently pricing him out of a deal, of not just a deal, but out of a move that the player they've got really wants to happen. And as I said earlier, one way or the other, Douglas Luiz and Yuri Tillemans will be part of this club this time next year. If it ain't today, it will be. It will be either January or come the summer, the window opens, and they're both respectively free agents. It will happen then, and it works out better for us and for the player in that sense, because they'll get a signing-on fee plus all their bonuses and this, that, and the other. And all we've got to do as the respective club is pay said bonus, like the wages, this, that, and the other. Agree with that, and agent fees and all that. We haven't got to pay a transfer fee. So if anything, Villa and Leicester have done us a huge favour. If they dig their heels in and don't even sell their play, Douglas Luiz and Tillemans respectively to us, either now or in January, they're doing us a huge favour. They're saving us a lot of fucking money in terms of a transfer fee. So, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm not panicking. I'm not stressing over it in that sense. Just going back in the chat, so that's why I've gone quiet, because there's a lot of comments coming through the chat. Sorry. Got Alex in the chat. We got Alex. Hope you're keeping well. I need to get you back on, my friend. Need to find out what happened to James, by the way. I sent him a link. One sec. I need to reply back to James. Sorry, bear with me. Sorry. So 8 p.m. your time. So yeah, I've got James coming on for literally half hour, guys. Just sorting that out now. For God's sake. Oh dear. But yeah, pick up Fury as well in the chat. Staff ends in the chat. Enjoy the moment. Oh dear. But yeah, I'm keeping well. Apart from one particular person, and there was a few people on Twitter having a meltdown, but one particular person I know he's completely lost his shit in the last couple of hours over because the last bid got rejected in the last couple of hours. Oh, that's like going off. So they don't know fucking like that. Grow up, give your head a wobble, think logically. The guy's got, in terms of Douglas Luiz here, he's got 1 year left in his fucking contract. Why would Arsenal, the position that we're in now, the way we're operating, why would Arsenal go, he's got 1 year left in his contract. If we really want him, so we're going to pay what Villa want in terms of £40 million for pay. We've got 1 year left in his contract. £25 million in today's market for me, for a player that's got a year left in his contract, you should be fucking snapping your hand off. They're just trying to be greedy and fucking protect their asses. And we tried our best to keep him. It's out there now. It is out there that Douglas Luiz wants. He not only don't want out. He's heard that Arsenal are interested. We spoke to him. We've already agreed. The personal terms are agreed. They're not the issue. He wants to come. He's told Villa, I don't want to be here. I'm not going to sign a new contract. Let me go. At least then you'll get something that you can reinvest into the club, either in January or next summer. Instead of losing me for fuck all, absolutely zilch, and Arsenal get me anyway in what was it now? September? So what? 8 months' time when my contract's up, 9 months' time when my contract's up, they get me anyway for nothing. And all they've got to give me is a transfer fee, signing on fee, and whatever bonuses I'll get in my contract, etc., and my agent fees. That's all they've got to pay. Got Devon in the chat. Big up, Devon. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. Everton bringing back Dissa Gay. Yeah, for, what was it, £8 million as well. They sold him for a big fee as well. I swear they sold him for a decent fee as well. So that'll be interesting now. The thing is, though, Everton fans will remember him, and Sky sort of running it home with their own little stats and all that. They're going to remember him for what he did before he left. You've got to remember, this is a Frank Lampard team. This is going to be interesting how this pans out. Got nothing against the guy. I wanted it, to be honest. Before he went to PSG, I thought he'd do well at Arsenal. If he came to Arsenal, he'd do well at us. But it is what it is. Tillemans has no energy, slow pace, and doesn't work. Literally the last year, for the last 12 months, since he decided he wanted out of Leicester this time last year, he hasn't been. We could tell he wasn't the same Tillemans from the previous seasons and all that. That's because his heart wasn't in it. He doesn't want to be there. And he's known since January this year that we wanted him. He wants to come. We've been talking to the club, trying to sort of deal that. We initially offered the fucking bastard £25 million. They wanted fucking, what was it, 35, 40 million pound or whatever it was. But we initially offered, and they're going, oh, now we'll accept. In the last couple of days, we'll accept £25 million. Have a day off. You literally dropped the guy to the bench, going, his head's not right, but then proceeded to play him in that game, and then since then, no, you're just forcing it. You're fucking for Leicester, a club that's in financial, not ruin, but they're in some trouble because of the COVID pandemic and all that. It's caught up with them in that sense, apparently. You'd think they'll take something rather than, again, like Douglas Luiz, come next year, this time next year, he'll be on our books. We won't have to pay a fucking transfer fee. So again, you're doing Arsenal a massive favour. Why are these clubs not using their players? Again, one says I'm not complaining because of that, but I want these players now. I've said since January myself, in terms of going for this window, Tillemans will be my number one target. And clearly he was the number one target, but fucking Leicester, being Leicester, are trying to be difficult to negotiate with, even when they're struggling financially, clearly. And as annoying as it is that we couldn't, again, I respect Arsenal. I respect Ed and Arteta for not going, you know what, we're not showing that we're desperate. We're that desperate to have to play. We'll pay over the odds to play for what player got 1 year left on his contract. If you had if these players respectively had 2 years left, I'll be saying, just pay the £40 million, get in, get out. But both players got 1 year left, £25 million each for each player. Both clubs respectively should be snapping our hands off and just being grateful they've got something at the situation. But as it stands, they're both bound to get nothing for these players, and we're going to get everything coming in 12 months' time because they're going to come to us. They want to come to us, and we'll have the added bonus of being, touchwood, in Champions League if we don't fall for us. Oh, not you again. Why is it? You got a new name. It's just like my live chat, and I've seen your comment. I'm like, you're back again, but you're not a different name. But for fuck's sake, give it a break. Nemeth is saying, I love how the atmosphere is so good at the Emirates this season. Mate, I've been literally the last 2 games this week. Fulham was obviously what it was, and never obviously Richard Keele had a fucking massive meltdown over it, and backtracked on the fans, but then still dug out the club, as you were. But then last night, because of that situation, it ramped up even more. And as I say, that James Rowe's joining me, who's at both games, so he can back it up. How you doing, James?
Very well, thank you. First and foremost, your invite ended up in my spam folder, so I do apologise. The wonders of technology. For the viewers tuning in tonight, thank you very much. The wonders of the world. Ryan and I met up last night just before the Arsenal Villa game. I'm now back home in Amsterdam, so the wonders of modern life. But a good win last night, and I only caught the tail end of your point about backing something up, Ryan. I didn't quite catch it all.
No, I was just basically in terms of the atmosphere for the last 2 games. We both, because obviously you was at the Fulham game as well and last night's game as well. You're both, because obviously Nemeth is one of the subs in the chat was saying about the atmosphere this season at the Emirates. And it is not just one section in the clock end; it's the entire stadium now is absolutely buzzing for every game, going into it, during it, after it.
Absolutely, and I think it's a combination of different things. I think it's people waiting for such a long time to get. It's a combination of people waiting. Combination of things. People waiting to get back for such a long time. You see that I believe the Forest game has already gone to ticket exchange, and we were discussing yesterday about.
James is supposed to know iPhones, wasn't it?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, it's just frozen my screen for some reason.
Yeah, wonders of technology, eh? I think it's a combination of different things. I think it's people waiting such a long time to get back to games. I think it's as well, we spoke about Nottingham Forest going to ticket exchange already. And it just goes to show the demand for tickets. As you mentioned yesterday, there's been like a huge deluge of people wanting to come and taking your chances as well. I myself, very fortunate with the home games against Fulham and Aston Villa, and looking forward to Nottingham Forest at the end of October. I'm hopeful for Bodo Glimt and FC Zurich, but of course, living in the Netherlands, I shall be giving PSV at home a miss. But I will say to the viewers what I said to you last night. For people going to PSV, please be aware they're no angels. and also as well, they've recently been done for destruction of the Ajax stadium when they visited for the Super Cup game, where they were done for destruction of the seats and also anti-Semitic chants, where the Amsterdam City Council has barred them from the league game against Ajax in November of this year. So when Ajax play PSV in November this year in the Eredivisie, there will be no PSV fans. And for some that might know, Ajax final, that game has not been attended by both sets of supporters since August 2005. And I was at that one, and that was the last one. And it just goes to show how quickly time passes. But I would say to people going to Ajax PSV, just be keep your wits about you. And as I say, they have their moments, to put it politely. So be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, touching on the transfer window, obviously today, since you've got back to the Netherlands, it's obviously come out this morning that we made an offer for Douglas Luiz. 2 offers, obviously, both been rejected since. Do you think that's it now, or
night?
we're going to go back in?
Was that because of his corner last night?
I assume so.
Do you think his corner was that good? And they think, but it was a good. I was behind the goal.
It's either that or he's got Bell in his name.
Yeah, but it was a good hit. But as we've spoken many times before, Ryan, I don't know if there's anyone in the chat that can tell us who David Luiz played for before. I know who it is, and I know who he came through the youth setup with, and it's just in this transfer window, it's like one big massive episode of EastEnders. Did you hear this? She said that. He said this, and I must say, maybe I'm old-fashioned. I don't know. But I will say one thing, which is very important ahead of a short stint on your channel tonight. For everyone excited about transfer deadline day, spare a thought tonight for the young professional player that's just been released from the club he's been at for nigh on a decade. Spare a thought for the transfer not working out how they thought it would work out. Spare a thought for the player now being marginalised because the Razzmatazz big name signing has walked through the door, where the player will now have to go on to pastures new. In this food chain of football, you've got to think about the younger players. Many years ago, Ryan, I interviewed a guy called Billy Bingham, who played for Bromley Town, and he was telling me about his time at Crystal Palace, where one of the moments of his career was he was due to go into the office at Crystal Palace to find out if he was one of only 3 to get the scholarship at Crystal Palace, and he did. And he says he will never forget his dad's face when he was sitting with his dad and they managed to get the news about the scholarship. But I think the money involved, when you think of energy crisis, when you think of different problems that the world is now facing, clubs also have a responsibility. And the great thing about the game that we love, Ryan, you can have the most expensive team in the world. There's no guarantees. It's always 11 against 11, and there is always something that can happen. Like, for example, at Fulham, it looked as if we may well draw. Aston Villa, when they equalised last night. In football, as quite a few professionals have said to me through the years, and I'll make this point regarding the transfer window, you can't plan a career. You can have dreams and ambitions, but you can't plan a career. And I just think that in the current day, I think that clubs have a responsibility to just look at what they've got and try to work with what they've got. Buying is not the only solution. I mean, we brought a fantastic striker who's got a new lease of life and has given us a new lease of life. There's no doubt about that. But in terms of the youth setup and giving players a chance, there's opportunities there. And I think that clubs have just streamline it a little bit. Don't always go full pelt. Don't go wasting money. Because if you look at the top clubs, Ryan, and the clubs that do it properly, they can save themselves a lot of money by just taking a step back and just looking at what they've got and just making sure that they give the players a chance. I mean, Leicester fans watching tonight about Fars from the league, great defender. So it's a very, very good piece of business by Leicester to replace Fofana. Fofana played alongside St Etienne. They reached the cup finals together.
Yeah, James, I want to cut in. There seems to be a connection issue your end. There seems to be a sound issue your end. We've got buffering and Optimus Prime sounds coming from your end.
So log out and log back in again.
You can try to. That's okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was trying to let it pass, but then it started going up from Optimus Prime mode, and now I was like, that ain't good. Sorry about that. I'll try and get him back in, and hopefully it won't be an issue next time. Yeah, at least Chris in the chat's admitting to being a fucking Chelsea, not an Arsenal fan now. Fucking hell, it's taking long enough. Here we go. Try and see if we can pop back up 1 sec.
How's that? Any better?
A lot more clearer. Yeah, no. There's a bit of fuzziness, and it's just out of nowhere. You started going into like Optimus Prime robot voice mode. It's like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
That's my party trick. Sorry that you all had to find out like that now. I'm sorry. Was there any points that you wanted me to make again if it was going fuzzy?
No, that's that last point as you're touching on near the end before I popped in. As in, just before I interrupted, basically, just to reiterate what you just said there.
Yeah, no problem. I must say that. Tonight, people watching for the transfer window and for how exciting it may be, spare a thought for the young player that's just been released after 10 years with the club. Yeah. Spare a thought for the player having to now leave the club because Razzmatazz signing has just walked through the door. Spare a thought for the player that's now been marginalised, who was doing well, who's now not going to get a game anymore because they brought somebody else. Buying is not the only solution, Ryan. I've spoken to many players through the years where a transfer has made their career and broken their career. And in the current climate where things are becoming more and more expensive, where energy costs and money's tight for a lot of people, I think clubs have a responsibility to kind of scale back a little bit, take their time and identify talent. Like, for example, what Leicester have done with Wout Faes. He's a very, very good defender at him, and he'll do well at Leicester. He's a good defender. So Leicester have done very well. And Fofana played alongside Saliba at St Etienne when they reached the cup final. But it's as if clubs are looking to buy the next one in order to when they get big, to sell them again. You've also got to think about players' welfare. You've also got to think about how does the player develop, because a career is very, very short. There's been lots of news today in the Netherlands regarding Cody Gakpo. And I saw an interview with him in the early hours of this morning when they beat Volendam 7-1 at home last night.
Yeah. I think he had hat-trick, didn't he, as well? Hat-trick last night.
And he said that there was interest from England, there was interest from Leeds and Southampton, but he's arranged with PSV that he won't go unless everything fits in terms of being a good team for him, opportunity to develop, things like that. So I read the latest reports in the Netherlands is that he will stay up until the January transfer window. But even then, to move in January can be quite difficult. The reporter in question said to him, "Would you feel that it's a punishment to stay at PSV?" And he said, "Certainly not." He said, "PSV is my club. I want to be here." But I always he stated more than a year ago that he wanted to go. So it just goes to show that you can't plan a career. You can have dreams and ambitions, but you can't plan a career. And PSV wanted in excess of 50 million euros for Cody Gakpo, and he's still very, very young. To go abroad at such a young age, because people need to remember as well, Ryan, that when players go abroad for the first time, many of them are learning life skills. Many of them are learning how to cook, learning how to clean, learning how to look after themselves. And on a football podcast like tonight, people might think, oh, it's got nothing to do with football, but it's learning life skills. Because you imagine going abroad on your own. I mean, I've done it, but I wasn't a professional footballer. I didn't have a club, helping to guide me. I had myself and my employer, and you have to find out lots of different things. But, going abroad at such a young age, I mean, as CH went to Chelsea and there's talk of him returning. So you see the turnaround of players. I mean, years ago, players would go abroad and they would stay abroad. Now it's like a quick flurry and then they return home. So I think the dynamic has changed, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, was it the Indonesia, the transfer window closed for you guys last night, didn't it? So
yes.
How close was the going back to
it? I mean, obviously, if a bid comes in the next couple of hours from England, of course, but it's just in terms of domestic buying and things like that. But the Eredivisie as well, Fortuna Sittard sacked their manager after 3 games, and with the fallout of bad results from last season. Go ahead Eagles haven't had a good start. I think Heerenveen will have a good season. I think apart from the obvious, and I think that Feyenoord, I think PSV will have a decent season. But I think the team to watch out in the Eredivisie this year is Heerenveen. I think they've got a very good manager in Kees van Wonderen, and it will be very interesting to see how they fare.
How's the Ajax women's team by any chance? Just asking out of interest. No reason apart from being drawn against you.
They have their moments. They've got many internationals, and obviously Sherida Spitzer as well. That who was involved at the Dutch national team from the age of 16. When I interviewed her, she told me that Vida Powell brought her in at the age of 16, and she's been there ever since. And obviously, it's FC Twente are a team that's made great progress in recent years as well. But Ajax, even in the women's team, they want to make strides in Europe. They want to make an impression in Europe. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how it goes. Vivian Miedema returning home, obviously being a self-confessed Feyenoord fan, I think she'll look to inflict some punishment on Ajax from a personal point of view, and it will be very interesting to see what happens.
I mean, again, it's just so bizarre that literally we've been speaking on and off privately about obviously how long it's been since Arsenal in general played the Dutch team in Europe.
Yeah.
I begged for PSV Eindhoven last week. It happened.
And you got your wish.
And then we've got in the women's team we've got Ajax. It's like, you wait how many years and 2 come along at once?
Well, exactly. I mean, my first ever trip to this country was 2003 in the Champions League, and my football club changed my life. And I wanted to go abroad to watch my team play. Arsenal were drawn with Roma, Valencia, and Ajax, and my first wish was to go to Rome. Fate transpired. Don't ask me how, but I ended up with tickets for Ajax, Amsterdam, Arsenal, and I come for the game. Was so charmed by the city. I emigrated here 2 years later, and in November I celebrate 16 and a half years here in total. Time's gone by really, really quick. But it's not many people can say that your football club changes your life. But in the case of my one, it did, and it's nice to be in a privileged position, Ryan, to be able to live and work in Amsterdam and return for Arsenal games, because I'm aware it's not going to last forever. And with Fulham and Aston Villa last weekend was brilliant. Looking forward to Forest and a couple of others as well, and then look back with a smile on a fantastic. On a fantastic time supporting the club from afar. So be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, also, again, we did touch on this after the women's European final time when England won, and Serena Wegman, she brought it home for us. And there was big rumours at the time that obviously the person that took over from her was to be let go, which I think has happened since. But she was at the top of the list to be brought back and basically rebuild the Dutch team on the women's side again.
I wouldn't rule it out in the future, but at the moment I can't see it happening. And because Andries Jonker has just been announced as manager. So he managed them in a short time before, and now he's back again. He was at Arsenal, some might remember. But in terms of Mark Parsons, who took over from Serena Wegman, there was communication problems. He literally kind of didn't really stimulate much, and I think the players are now happy that he's now been moved on. But Selina Wiegman did a great job, as did Arjan Furing, her assistant. I think people need to give him a lot of credit as well, because he was the manager who managed the likes of Spitzer, Jackie Groen, and also Gio Roord. So he managed them on a daily basis at club level. And then he's the assistant he was the assistant to Selina Wiegman in the Netherlands and found them players again. And then with the English national team, it's fantastic for our country, and she did a great job, Selina. So I'm very pleased for her. But she's a very driven woman, and she knows what she wants.
No, exactly. That's to say that Joel popped in. How you doing, Joel? And
all good.
Yeah,
I see people having digs at me already, and I've only just got here.
I think you such digs at me as well here, so I'm sort of offended in one sense from Gary. Shame on you, Gary.
Honestly, he doesn't know anything about football. Don't worry about it.
He thinks USA bringing it home.
Nice to meet you, James, by the way.
So likewise, Joel. Likewise, Joel. Thanks. It's nice to be on. I was saying to Ryan, I'm originally from the UK, but I attend Arsenal matches from Amsterdam, where I live. And, I was back for Fulham and Aston Villa. I had a very early start this morning, so I can only do half an hour tonight, but we're almost halfway through. So looking forward to it, and it's great fun. Nice to be back on. Yeah,
no, you're a top guy. It's always a privilege to listen to you, and everything you have to say. Just nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Likewise.
Russ loves you though, James.
Yes, nice. Yes, as I say, I have scaled back. Some people might be wondering where I've gone, and it's not deliberate. But obviously, with my interviews with professional players and managers, I dealt with publishers such as World Football Index and the Single Footballer Publisher, and everything was all online. And I literally was badgered into, when are you going to come on YouTube? But I try to explain to people that when you interview Dutch players and managers in their mother tongue and Spanish players and managers in their mother tongue, it's not the same. And if I can give you an example, do you remember Sunday Olise, who played for Dortmund and Ajax in Nigeria?
Rings a bell, yeah.
I interviewed him, and he was telling me about a teammate of his who sadly passed on, called Rashid Yakini, and he was one of the best players he's ever played with. And he was just a fantastic gentleman and a real great teammate. And when I went away to write up that interview, I went out of my way to kind of put the clubs that he played for. He played for Gijón in Spain, and he scored many, many goals for them. And I thought to myself, by the same token, his loved ones could be reading that, his brother could be reading that, his sister, So you just go out of your way to make sure that you get all the information you need. Whereas in a YouTube sense, you know an awful lot, but you can't know everything. So you can't always recollect who played for whom many, many years ago. So I'm a little bit old-fashioned in that respect, but it served me well through the years, and we shall wait and see what the future will bring.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you stick with what works, don't you? And if that's your style of doing things and look where it's got you, hats off to you.
Thank you very much.
Everyone's got a different style, haven't they, of doing things, and mine's a bit of cheek and charm, and it seems to get me some places. But it's as you say, it's what works with people, isn't it? It's I have my own boxing channel. Sorry, Ryan, I'm not taking over. but it's that similar thing where I interview boxers from all over the world, and it's that same thing. It's how you approach people. They want something a bit different. That they don't just want to be asked the usual stuff. Otherwise, they're not. They like it when you ask personal things, because people just want to know the usual all the time. If you get to know people and to break down things, you get different responses, and that's when people actually want to watch and look at what you're doing, because it is something a bit different. So
absolutely.
Yeah. But Brian's gone all quiet.
No, I was just literally keeping an eye on things. Aston Villa have just announced that they're the signing of Ben Dorker from Wolverhampton Wanderers.
I thought that was the case, because it doesn't that allow that's potential to allow another move, isn't it? So
it could be a domino. It could be a domino effect that affects us. Yeah, if we go back in for another bid. Do
you think we will? Because what was the last bid? 23, wasn't it?
23. So it sort of allowed us. It's a £3 million upgrade on the first offer. So it's allowed us that wiggle room. So
I think with a year left, though, I think 23 million is quite. I think that's a really good bid for a guy that's got a year left on his contract, and he doesn't want to sign another deal. I don't know if you feel the same, James. It's if you're in that situation, you almost think, do we lose him on a free? And you know,
Apparently,
does he take 23?
Gary's just putting this in the chat. Says at Gunners.com on Twitter, Arsenal's final bid of £26 million plus add-ons for Douglas Luiz has been accepted by Aston Villa at Talk Sport.
Oh, wow.
Well, first and foremost, having spoken to many professionals through the years, Joel, you can't plan a career. You can have dreams and ambitions, but you can't plan a career. And as I was saying when I first come on tonight, you know, spare a thought for the young player that's getting released today, or spare a thought for the player that's now marginalised because the razzle dazzle signing has just walked through the door.
Yeah,
you know, there's you got to think about the mental health of players. You know, you imagine in any job, whether you're a carpenter, whether you're a solicitor, whether you're a warehouse order picker, whatever you might be. Can you imagine if you was in a job and you were bang on form, hitting all your targets, doing really well, really happy, and then you go into work and your boss says, "Oh, we've got somebody else now. We're sending you there," and you're like, well, "I don't want to go there."
And he's on £400 a week.
Yeah, but also as well, Joel, I remember speaking to one player who signed for a club, and he was saying, James, it wasn't bells and whistles. It wasn't Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich, but it just wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And particularly for the young players, you know, young players going abroad, many of them in the first time in their lives, they're learning life skills. They're learning how to cook. They're learning how to clean. They're learning how to look after themselves, which might not sound relevant to football, but it is relevant to football because when you go abroad for the first time, the club becomes your family. And if you're not looked after properly, things can go awry. And I think as well, with the managerial appointments, as one manager said to me, you can be the best manager in the world, but if you can't clearly get your message across, you got no chance. And I think that's also a massive part of it. Communication is a massive part of it. I see with Erik ten Hag, I see him translating from Dutch to English, and I think to myself, can I help you? Can you just give me a shout and can I come and help you? Because it's not to do it literally. He's not doing himself any favors, and he's not from Amsterdam, Rotterdam, or Eindhoven. He's from the east of the Netherlands, so he's not as often confronted with the international ways of speaking English, of course. But obviously English is the second language of the Netherlands. But you know, when you're going abroad, but also from his pay packet, Joel, you know, Erik ten Hag at Ajax was on €750,000 a year. So you go from €750,000 a year to £11.8 million. It's a bit of a jump, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd certainly, if there is anyone out there the same as James, and there is that sort of money kicking about, and there is a vacancy, I am more than happy to apply.
You are available for all the purposes provided.
But no, I totally get it. We don't see the side of, you know, and even if it's not even just going abroad, sometimes it's players just going further up north or, you know, away from family that, you know, they might be, the pitch might be the place where they can escape and do what they do. But if things aren't happy at home or they are struggling, you know, we had Torreira, didn't we, at Arsenal, and things just didn't work out. Great player, but it just didn't work out, you know, homesick. And I think if that's on your mind, you're so easy to drift, aren't you? And we saw this, that when he went to another club and it slowly didn't work out again, but then you find your place and that's where you are, aren't you? And as you say, it's not necessarily where you thought your career was going to go, but it's where your career does go. And
exactly. And
Eddie Nketiah is a perfect example because, you know, we looked at a player that's kind of, he went to Leeds. Leeds loved him, didn't they, Ryan? They were desperate to keep Eddie Nketiah because he was doing the job, and he does it for England. And something just wasn't sitting right. But that maturity and when that player, when Aubameyang wasn't really hitting it and Lacazette was struggling, and they said, "Right, Eddie, it's your time now," and he took it, and now his career is starting to go where he wanted it to go. But you've got to be patient, haven't you? You've got to work at things, and
absolutely as well. And I think the fans also, sometimes fans can get carried away. I mean, Arsenal fans they fell over themselves for Aubameyang. He's signing for Chelsea. So he's not one of ours forever. He'll probably sign for Chelsea, and he'll probably score against Arsenal, and he'll probably celebrate. But there are Arsenal fans that can be a little bit too precious. Yeah, but there are some Arsenal fans that can be a little bit too precious. Well, from my point of view, I like to kind of keep an eye on players that are not as well known for their career. Like there's a player playing for Rennes called Benjamin Boriscio. He's a brilliant footballer. I cannot understand for the life of me how he's not been picked up, but he's still at Rennes. And Leicester were linked with him for £8 million. I'm thinking £8 million for a player like that. I'd be like, where do I sign? But I think some clubs, they're more concerned with the price tag than the actual character of the player. Like, I mean, I still cannot believe for the life of me how Mark Albrighton's never been capped by England. I find it a complete and utter mystery how a player who was as important to Leicester in that FA Cup, Premier League and Charity Shield winning season, as important as Mahrez, has never been capped by England. If you look at those passes that he supplied for Vardy in that Championship winning season, they didn't just fall out of the sky. They were pinpoint crosses. They were pinpoint first-time passes. He's a brilliant footballer. And I think with the transfer window, I think a lot of like fanboys and a lot of people that follow football, they're more concerned with the breaking news element or becoming first. I mean, I've known years on end, guys, where players are going, but I've always kept my mouth shut. Always. I remember once dealing with Heerenveen in the Netherlands regarding speaking to a footballer, and they told me where he was going, but I didn't get on Twitter at the time or on LinkedIn or on Facebook and say, I know where he's going, I'm in the know. I thought, no, you're dealing with a professional football club. They have shown confidence in me to tell me I am going to keep my mouth shut. And I did. And for me, that's the most normal thing to do. But you see with people hijacking certain tweets and even languages they do not even understand. How on earth? You don't know in what context that language is written. You don't know what exactly has been said. I've done a lot of translation work in the past, and it's the experience of being here, which is meant being able to translate it properly, and all the day in, day out of what life is like here and what is said and how it's said and those kind of things, that you put that forward. And I just think the transfer window, I think some people have got carried away. You get some fans that only take certain journalists' words as gospel. Now, I'm without a publisher. I haven't got a publisher. But I like to think that any platform I go on, I will always tell the truth. I will never sit here and say, oh, this is this and this is this and this is... Because it's not about me. It's about the player or it's about the club and always trying to give people a clearer picture as to actually what is going on.
Yeah. No, definitely. Definitely. I think your honesty will only get you more work and more people, sharing more with you, because then you become reliable. You're a loyal person. That's how it works, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I remember Alan Smith. He's one of the finest strikers this club's ever had. And I said to him, you were Golden Boot winner twice in 3 seasons. Did nobody come in for you? He said, James, if they did, I never heard anything about it due to George Graham. He said, but I will tell you. He said, at the back end of my time at at Leicester City, there was rumours of Valencia coming in for me, and I really wanted to go. He said, I looked at Gary Lineker and how he was getting on in Barcelona, and I thought, I wouldn't mind some of that. And for some reason, it didn't materialise. And I went away from that interview thinking, imagine two of the biggest goals in the history of Arsenal Football Club in Anfield 89 and Copenhagen 94, how different it would have been if Alan Smith would have signed for Valencia.
Oh, yeah.
What if?
Indeed. Indeed. It's been a very early start for me tonight, guys. So it's only a half an hour from me, but I hope you both enjoyed it and everybody watching. And I look forward to speaking again soon. Ryan, we said about speaking ahead of Arsenal PSV on the 15th.
Yeah, definitely. We'll sort something out in the next couple of days, to get that in place.
Before I go, I'll just reiterate to some of the viewers, because I know there was a few technology problems when I first come on with some of the things they might have missed. Regarding PSV, I will say to fans watching tonight, they are no angels. They've recently been done for when they attended the game here in Amsterdam for the Dutch Super Cup at the end of July. They were done for destruction of the stadium, ripping out the seats, and also anti-Semitic chants, which meant they've now been banned from attending the Eredivisie game against Ajax in Amsterdam on the 6th of November. And fans following Dutch football might know that Feyenoord have been banned for nigh on 17 years. The last time that Ajax and Feyenoord took place with both fans in attendance was August 2005. So a long time ago now.
Yeah.
But just a quick heads up to people, anyone going to Arsenal PSV. Of course, there's good and bad. There's good and bad in every supporters group throughout world football. But I just, out of politeness and obviously living in the country of the Netherlands, I just wanted to pass on the latest news regarding PSV, and that they have been done. And it's actually the Amsterdam City Council which has taken the decision. It's not something which has happened, by the police, for example. Can you imagine that happening in London, for example, or Manchester? Like Manchester saying Liverpool fans are not allowed, and fans just going okay. But it's the different cultural differences in that respect. It's the Amsterdam City Council which has taken the decision that, in their words, PSV fans are not welcome in Amsterdam, and the case will be reviewed maybe next season. So we'll see how it goes. But I hope you've all enjoyed it tonight, and everybody watching, and we shall speak again very soon.
Yeah, privileged to meet you, James.
Thanks again, James. Appreciate that. Can I get some rest? You need it.
Yeah, sleep, mate. Sleep.
Cup of tea first. Take
care, mate.
Take care. And it's just me and
George. What a top bloke.
He's fantastic. From day one, since I set this channel up, he is, as you say, top bloke. Always reliable, and
just so reliable, and as you can see by his style, just he loves his football, doesn't he? He loves it, and you can see by the way he talks the passion he's got for the game, and the respect he's got, because he is that sort of loyal guy, and there's no bones about it, is there? He just he loves what he does, and he does his best, and really nice guy. But hello, Ryan. Hello. It's transfer deadline day. Yay!
We might sign someone, we might not. We don't know.
A strange one, isn't it? Because there's been some really weird links today. Let's be honest. It's just been weird.
We've got, as I say, Dendonka's then Leonardo Dendonka, his fucking name is signed from Wolves to Villa. We've got Billy Gilmore on a vertical going from Chelsea on a permanent deal to Brighton, the Champions League winner.
You know what? I just say? I have to say that is a signing. If that's a great signing. I really like Billy Gilmore. Proper little grafter, like a terrier in midfield.
Uber's in London. Uber is in London.
To be fair, he's going, isn't he? He's
literally just got. He's literally somewhere. I don't know where in London. They're not saying where. But
I'm not sure he ain't
basically, the cameras are there ready, waiting for him. He's got to have his taxi out near the nearest hotel where he's going in West London, I'm assuming. And,
I'm not. Are you massively bothered by it, Ryan?
Not really, because again, the second he's under contract, I said this how many times in the last few weeks since he's been heavily linked with the move to Chelsea. Since he signed that contract extension, he just performance-wise, he fell off a cliff during that lockdown and going into the last back at the first 6 months of last season.
You know, and James is probably right. He's probably going to score against us. It's probably going to happen, but
probably will. But the thing is, I think what the saving grace for Arsenal was his documentary in terms of timing wise, not just obviously to put the fans together in other aspects, but it actually showed Uber's personality in that moment when it came down to it. It comes that Arteta's got a file of facts, a massive file on incidences that have happened since he's under contract. Discipline issues. Not just a few pages, apparently a dossier basically. And this is the thing. Everyone was moaning at Arteta. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah,
and everyone's doing that. And then in that moment, while we're being shown that, the very next scene, he's in the car park in his car, flash car, and all that, talking to some man. We don't know who because we've never shown who. Talking to someone in the car park about what's gone on, and the club handed the olive branch out to him to go upstairs in the office, flash it out and get it all dealt with privately in house. And the person whoever he spoke to went, "Are you going to go up there and have a chat?" Then he went, "He just ripped his engine and drove off." So in that moment, you already knew he checked out.
Doesn't that tell you?
Yeah. So even then, with all that, Arsenal were willing to work with him to get the season out the way at the very least, and then if you wanted to move on, if you had that mindset, do it now.
Yeah.
But he is just, no, I'd rather not have that.
It was another player, and we've said it before, innit, mate? It was another player that thought he was bigger than the club, and unfortunately, you give him a massive bumper deal, and this is what happens. We've seen it before, haven't we?
We did it with Ozil. We panicked because of losing Sanchez. Gave you Ozil, and look what happened.
Yeah, and sadly, and I do genuinely mean sadly, because I was a fan of Uber, and I know you were as well. And the sad reality is, he just thought, "No, I've got the money," and that was the thing. Yeah. He knew his age was against him. You know, Arsenal were kind of thinking, "Oh, do we really want to fall in the trap again?" But we did, and now you can see.
And Tuchel's done the same thing.
But you can see what Arteta's now doing is buying young. He wants young, ambitious players that want to play for the club. And look what's happening, Ryan. Look what's happening. I'm not getting too far ahead of it. We've both said at the start of this season, it's game by game. Yeah, it's one of those. It's game by game, and it's great to watch, to see these lads, you know, going 1-1, like other channels have been saying. Usually we'd go 1-1, we'd go into panic mode and say, "Oh shit, it's 1-1. Oh no, they're coming back. They're coming back." Do you know what? Every time we've gone 1-1, or whatever the case is, every time the opposing team has scored, our fans have rallied behind the team and said, "Come on, boys, let's keep this going." Martinelli scoring 2-3 minutes later. Bang. For me, that's a new Arsenal.
Yeah.
100%.
And as you say, even when we're winning, we're conceding goals and we're going, "Hang on, you've scored, how dare you?" The fans have gone, "No way." It's like, da, da, da. And 2 minutes.
Sort it out, boys. You can do it. And
the mentality
Arteta is now creating. Arteta's creating his Arsenal, and this is what he talked about when he first started. I want the players I want in. Not, I'm going to get rid of the deadwood. He said that from day one. I'm clearing the deadwood out, and I'm getting in the team I want. And the board have backed that.
To change the mentality. That's the main thing. Was mentality. After he left, after he retired, so he then went to sit as a coach. He said, as an outsider, I remember an interview. As an outsider looking in, I finally saw what was happening at Arsenal as an outsider, and now I know that I can come in.
But look at his passion. Look at his passion. You know, you can see you can, and it's not just the Amazon documentary. That guy on the sideline is telling them play by play, where, you know, ball by ball, where he wants those players to be. He's barking at every single person. But the thing is, he said, I don't just want one captain. I want players who can make those decisions. He wants almost like a spine, doesn't he? That is front to back, and he's building that. And I think when you look at Douglas Luiz, I think Douglas Luiz is another great player to bring in the team. And I think if he is coming, I think what a signing that would be. I genuinely think what a great signing. Another one that we didn't really see coming.
No.
They've just worked their magic and done it. And hopefully it goes over the line. But there's all these big signings we've been linked with. And it's another one of like a Ben Zimmer, isn't it? Ryan.
Yeah.
You know, the Ben Zimmers of yesteryear, you know, where we thought, oh, yeah, we're getting him. But it's not those players. You know, Gabriel Jesus is one of the best signings we've had in years. There's no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah. No, I was saying, I've been saying as well.
What's going on, Ryan? You're distracted. What's going on?
No, Leicester 1-0 down. It was on the screen at 1-0 Leicester, but there's a correction. It may not have winning 1-0.
What's happening in transfer-wise? Is there anything else flagging coming through?
According to Gary, Gary's keeping an eye on Twitter. He says Arsenal Twitter has seen a black van in front of Douglas Luiz's house, and it's tracking its moving down the motorway as we speak. Only Arsenal fans can do this. If it's not a van, it's planes. If it's not planes, it's the clouds.
I'm only worried that there's a black van in front of his house.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh dear,
No,
indeed. But what do you think about these other? There's obviously been these other. We've been linked with these other players as well, like. Who was the other player we were linked with?
Tillemans we've been linked with all summer.
Tillemans, do you think it will happen?
In terms of tonight, I don't think it. I think if anything, if for Leicester to swallow their pride and get something, it's going to have to happen. It has to happen in January now, or as a club we're going to go, no, you know what, we're going to have a little private chat in the last 6 months of the season with him, with his people.
We'll see him in the summer.
Yeah. And we don't have to pay a transfer fee. All we could do is pay agent fees, signing on fee, and his wages. Yeah. And I mean, this is what I was saying before, not before you
came on. What is he, 25, 26?
Something like that, yeah. But this is what I was saying before, like Villa, and Leicester City, them not accepting our offers this summer is, in one sense, doing us a favour in terms of a transfer fee, because we're getting a place for nothing either way, because they're coming to us. They want to come to us.
Yeah.
Douglas Luiz all day has been saying, since he got wind of the interest, he's like, please let me go. I want to go to Arsenal.
Yeah, so therefore he's not going to play. He doesn't want to play.
He's not committed.
He's got a year left. He wants to go. Same as Tillemans. He's got a year left. He wants to go. Personally, I think if Arsenal, you know, have got that money available, I'd buy both. I would buy both. Tillemans is a fantastic player. Already, like, Premier League work, you know, he's quality, isn't he? He's already proven. And same with Douglas Luiz, you know, he's a good player. But I don't know. I think, as we say,
I think
he's such an arsehole. I love you, Russ. Happy birthday for the other day, Russ. I didn't realise you were greyer than me, mate. I've never seen you without a hat.
Yeah, because in the last lockdown we had back last year, literally when his hair was growing out because we couldn't go to get our hair cut and all that. He just wore baseball caps. Like,
yeah, that's all I saw was a baseball cap and headphones. Yeah. I thought that was genuinely what he was born with.
But yeah, Tillemans, I've been saying since January myself, this in terms of this summer, that would have been for me the number one target. Tillemans, get Tillemans in, bolster our midfield. And when Russ, because in the group chat that we were in this morning, put the screenshot of the news about Douglas Luiz, I was happy. It wasn't like, we'll go for Douglas Luiz, we're not go for Tillemans, even though it does look like that's going to be the case. But it wasn't like the end of the world. It wasn't, because Douglas Luiz and Tillemans are totally different players. Douglas Luiz is more of a backup, that's not backup or competition for Partey, whereas Tillemans would be the backup.
So Ryan, what you're saying is, if you're going to trump 23 million, possibly 26 million plus add-ons for Douglas Luiz, why don't we just go for Tillemans?
Go for both. I don't care. Both.
No, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like if we're going to trump that money up, Tillemans has made it clear he wants to come.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Leicester are more difficult to deal with than Aston Villa, aren't they? Leicester are.
They're notoriously known for that, yeah.
Yeah, they're a bit of a nightmare, aren't they? But I just think if a player says he wants to go, and this is where Arteta's very good, he will go, right, we'll go then. We don't want that mentality at the club. And that's where we've done really well. You know, Bellerin doesn't want to be there. I know they're battling. I don't think he's gone, has he? But he's on the verge of Barca, isn't he?
What's that?
Bellerin.
But Bellerin, no, he's on the verge. Basically, he's not been officially confirmed by Arsenal or anyone yet. But the only one person talked about it is Fabrizio. But apparently it hasn't been officially announced.
Maitland-Niles as well, isn't it? Maitland-Niles as well to Southampton.
That went through this morning. He's passed his medical this morning for a loan to Southampton with an option to buy.
See, I think that's a great. Hey!
Hey, Joe.
My favourite misery.
hey, listen, I'm not, bro, you know,
I know.
I'm not, I'm gassed right now. We're top of the league. Don't get me wrong. It probably won't last, but hell, I'm going to enjoy it for what it is. You know what I mean? So,
Colin, I can't stay too long, right? But what I have to ask you, right, is based on, I'm not going to go at him, Ryan. Don't look worried.
No. It's all good, man. It's all good. Go for it.
I love Colin. You know that deep down. I love Colin. I don't see him that often, so it's lovely. With the current transfer, you know, that we've been doing, that, you know, how we've been in the transfer market. What do you rate out of 10, mate?
I mean, you're putting me on the spot here a little bit.
Sorry, Ryan, you go first.
All right. Given how we've gotten the players that we've wanted in early and all that, and we've actually been prepared for the start of a season for once.
Yeah, timing's been key, isn't it?
Which is always a pleasant surprise. Literally, ask Ryan. I've been asking for this for years. Like, we all have, to be fair.
Yeah.
So based on that factor, based on that alone, right, and again, that's a key factor in that, I'd go 7 out of 10 because of everything surrounding it and how good the recruitment's been over the last, I guess it'd be close to 2 years now. What would make it better than a 7 is if we get Douglas Luiz or Tillemans. Right now, I'm siding towards Douglas Luiz because with Tillemans, like, we can wait on Tillemans because, like,
this is what me and Ryan were just saying.
Yeah, he's got a year left on his deal, right? So we can just go, right, cool. We'll wait till January and then we'll pounce on that. Douglas Luiz is more urgent because we know Thomas Partey is injury prone. I don't know what's going on because he never got an injury when he was at Atletico Madrid. Like, I really don't understand what's going on there.
This is what goes on about
this fan base, man. Like, Bro, this is stalker level shit, bro.
Can I just say, are we allowed to celebrate the fact we've seen a black van?
Depends who's in it.
Do you know what though? This is the fan base that just keeps on giving, because some of the stuff that comes through, Colin, is classic. It is classic.
Bro,
it's brilliant.
Literally, I've said this to so many people. You could put a comedy reel out with the amount of weird shit that Arsenal fans do, and it would be the most viewed comedy reel of all time. Legitimately.
If put it this way, if Arsenal All or Nothing goes to DVD, this is a bonus disc.
Yeah, bonus. But again,
actually, no. It's not a bonus disc, Joe. What it is extra features and behind the scenes.
To be fair, and it'd still probably have more content of celebrations and trophy wins than a Tottenham bloody box set. You know what I mean? It's just classic. Look at this, for crying out loud.
Only our fan base.
Oh shit! Something's come through about Douglas Luiz, boys. Something's come through. Aston Villa are considering Arsenal's latest offer of 23 million plus 2 million in add-ons for Luiz, and that's according to Sky Sports. It's not Talk Sport this time. Which, by the way, on that, what Gary saw was from a fake account. So,
Gary. This is what happens in America.
But yeah,
I'm with you, Colin. I have to say, I'm sort of sitting on that 7, 8 out of 10 for the because it has come down to preparation. It has come down to embedding those players at the right time, getting them in at the right time, and I think he's just had it spot on. And I think a Douglas Luiz is another very clever piece of work.
Mate, do you know what's funny, yeah? Because when this week especially, I've just been going through old Arsenal videos and stuff, things that's been around for ages, right? And my mind wandered to I think it was Leicester at the King Power in 2016, I think it was. We just played Liverpool at the Emirates, and I mean, I don't need to explain what that was. If you watch the game, everyone knows what that was. But back then, I'm just like, even then, I'd look back at it and I think we were really down bad during that period. Like, we had Giroud, Yaya Sanogo, and Akpom as our strikers. And I'm just like, what even is that?
Where's the statues?
What is that? Like, we went into a season with those three as our strikers. Like, all right, I like Giroud was good, but Sanogo and Akpom, I mean,
Sanogo was known for tripping over for his celebration, wasn't he? That is it.
He was, yeah.
That is Sanogo's legacy at Arsenal, and Akpom sadly didn't really get a look in. To be perfectly honest, he just didn't get a look in, and he was another lad that was kind of had come through, and they were saying he's got a really good chance here. This lad's got potential, almost like at the that sort of Eddie Nketiah style coming up sort of thing, because Eddie could easily have been sold up until now. Let's be honest. And it's down to Arteta again, probably saying, this is what you need to improve, this is what you need to do, and installing confidence in him. And look how he was at the back end of last season. He was brilliant. There is no doubt about it. He was given the chance and he took it. And he's got a new contract.
Even last night, Joe, even last night. Look how good he was last night.
Hard. He works so hard, and that's the thing. The moment he comes on, he's 100%. 100% committed, and I think that is the players that Arteta wants. He wants commitment. and that's what Nketiah has given him. So hats off to him.
I've got some
You know.
transfer updates for you. Outgoings. Miguel Aziz has been sent to Ibiza on loan for the season.
Oh,
On
glow
loan.
sticks included.
If you know, you know.
To be fair, that
Here's a
Aziz
question, actually. Here's a question for you. When are we putting Aziz in the category of Chuba Akpom now? Because
if he comes back
the guy's had a few loans, and all right, there's the whole Saliba argument. He's had a few loans in that, and look how good he is. But
I think that's different, though, Colin. That's different.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Joe. Yeah, the only reason why I wouldn't put Aziz in the Saliba category is because he's not really broken to the first team. Like, you would think if he was good enough, he would have been in there by now. And I'm just like, how many loans do you need to prove that you're good enough?
I think Saliba's very different in the fact that there was clearly other stuff going on, and it was more of a maturity thing. And Arteta was saying, "Look, you've got to learn your trade a bit more." I don't think there was a doubt of letting him go. I think it was a case of they just needed him to bed himself in. And now look at him; he's a different breed, isn't he? And they need to nail the contract down. That's the next big thing with Saliba, is sort that contract. And what is Russ going on about? I believe Emery was a better goal. Oh, here he goes.
Oh, here we go. Are we really still dwelling on this Emi Martinez shit? By the way, he was shit last night. He was shit last night. So there you go. And by the way, should have been booked. Should have been booked for what he did to Gabriel Jesus, where he's pulling him down the neck.
Yeah, true.
Like, I mean, the standard of officiating last night was horrendous. Like, we should have had, I could count in the first half 3 penalty shouts that we should have had.
Easily.
Like, 3 penalty shouts minimum, right? There's the one where Saka gets lifted up in the box by.
There was borderline red cards, Colin, in the first half.
Bro, it was embarrassing.
It was awful.
Like, bro, and it wasn't just in our game, by the way. It was in the Newcastle game as well. Like, Liverpool getting what? Like 3 more minutes of added on time because the goalkeeper had allegedly stayed down for a bit longer. Well, no, I'm sorry. There was 5 minutes added on time. He was literally back on his feet a few seconds after that. So, again, it's like, bro, what you doing?
Match fixing.
Russ, you're such an idiot. Anyway, lads, I better shoot. I've literally moved house yesterday and I got a new job today. So it's been mental these past few days.
Bloody hell.
But no, people have been really supportive and, really kind about everything. So, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this window goes. It's been a great window. I'm not going to lie. And like Colin, I'm absolutely loving it. But as me and Ryan were saying, it's game by game. We're just enjoying it. And it's just great to see good football, digging in when we need to and getting the results, and roll on Man United. That's all I'm going to say. I am buzzing for that game on Sunday. I think that's going to be a cracker. So, lads, it's lovely to see you. Colin, I don't see you enough, mate. I hope you're all right.
I'm good. Don't worry about me, bro.
I'm back on Facebook. Send me a friend request. And
I'm not on Facebook, bro. I'm not on there. I deleted that ages ago.
That's fine, mate. I'm just old, and I'm just out there trying to find friends.
Oh no,
it's really difficult. I've only got Ryan. Yeah. That's a backhanded compliment. But no, let's hope Douglas Luiz. That'd be a great signing, in my opinion. So let's see what happens. Arsenal have done it before, right on the wire. So let's just hope we don't get hurt with it.
Oh, are you working on Sunday?
I should be watching it at home, So
If you want to pop
yeah,
in,
hopefully I can jump on.
Yeah.
All right then, mate.
All right, anyways, yeah, cheers for that, and like James, get some rest, but it sounds like you need it.
Oh mate, yeah. Yeah, I know. I look it. That was subtle.
I'm just surprised that Rachel's not in the background going, "Get off your fat ass now, get in here."
No, she's downstairs watching the soaps. So
No Masked Singer tonight then.
what's that?
No Masked Singer tonight.
Oh god.
Take it off.
Take it off. Hopefully not just Masked Singer. Right. I'll see you later, lads.
I'll send it that later.
Man.
Take care. See you, mate.
Take care, mate. Oh dear. And there's two of us. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
This United team are awful, by the way. Seriously, if we're not
I've got the game. I've
battering
literally got Sky. I can't be bothered.
them, literally, mate. If we're not battering this United team, there's something wrong.
Let me guess. They've done what they did against Southampton. 1-0 up, and now sitting back trying to protect it
Pretty much.
against a poor Leicester team that hasn't got Fofana.
Yeah.
And very over the hill Vardy, who's been given a new contract, by the way, which is bizarre.
Yeah. The only good players in our team are
James.
the only players that are doing anything right now are Maddison, and then to be honest, Tillemans hasn't even been in the game. So
No. Nemeth said didn't see his mum. Yeah, no, not both his parents passed away in the first wave.
That was during was it the first few months
First
of COVID?
lockdown,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
The first wave of COVID back in 2020.
That more than likely had something to do with the loan because his head couldn't have been in it. Like, no chance. Like, I know if that happens to me, I'm in the fucking pits, bro.
Well, losing one parent is one thing, but to lose both, that can completely, especially you've then moved from your homeland to a new country, can completely screw you because you've got no family, no one there to support you mentally off the pitch. So obviously, it just took a bit longer to get him back into France. And yeah, as you say, it's done him wonders going to Nice for that half season in Marseille last year in terms of being around his family off the pitch and all that, and basically just getting that support he obviously would have needed. We've got 19 at the time, it's like 18, 19 at the time when that all happened as well. And people need to remember, he's come back, he's 5 games in, not fantastic and solid. He's gone for someone who's 21. He's gone through a lot in the last few years, like most of us have, because of COVID. But
Arteta hates Saliba apparently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He can't stand him, and Saliba can't stand him. Saliba hates Arteta as well. Saliba doesn't want to be at Arsenal. Looks like it.
Bro, seriously, I'm bored of the whole manager X, Y, and Z in out talk. I'm bored of it because it's like, do you know? See, when Wenger left, I kind of hoped that shit would go away because, like, even when Emery was here, it's like I'm bored of it. It's like I don't nah. Maybe it's down to this whole like social media era of football that we're living in right now. But
yes. Because in terms of what was said earlier, it's Cavett. Mr. Tillemans is not a centre back, right back. Doesn't know what his position is. He's the one saying on Sky.
Yeah.
But Arsenal are willing to make a third bid of 23 plus 2 million for Douglas Luiz, and with Aston Villa considering the offer. Look, we haven't made the bid. They're considering it. Let's just fucking make the bid if that's the case.
I think we'll get him, mate. I really do.
People are going. There's people on some of the group chats on Twitter going, "Oh, it's 2 hours. It's just shy of 2 hours left." And this,
bro, do they even realize that?
Look, because of the medical, they'll talk about the medical. If we agree to fee, all we got to do is then get the paperwork over to the FA and then go. We do the medical in the morning, but can we extend it to tomorrow so we can just get that medical done?
Exactly. There's a lot that goes into it, mate. Like, because if you've noticed, see with signings now. It used to be they like negotiate between clubs for a fee and then they talk about the personal terms after that. Yeah. Now it's personal terms agreed first, medical scheduled in if the clubs can agree a fee. Like, it's switched completely. Like, so
And if and it's a big if, guys, by the way, I'm not getting carried away with the fucking Twitter side of things, but if the van that everyone suddenly started to track on the fucking motorway is the van that was outside his house an hour or so ago, and that's heading towards London, there's sort of something in it. And we can do a partial medical tonight and then complete it tomorrow and just have him ready for, not for the United game, obviously, but for the following game after, like, following week, the Thursday, and all that, start bleeding him in then, because he won't obviously have enough time to train with his new teammates and all that before Sunday. Basically, tapping up with then Colin. All right, Chelsea started this. They started with Ashley Cole, and everyone has a.
Hey, listen, tapping up now is a part of the modern game. Don't get me wrong, I hate it, but let's be honest. There's no such thing as like not tapping up now. Like Liverpool tried to tap up Van Dijk when he was at Southampton. We're forgetting that now. Like every club does it. So it's like, well, if every club does it, why is it only, wrong when Arsenal do it?
Because Arsenal. I mean, it's only wrong, Colin, to celebrate when it's Arsenal, remember? So
do you know what, Ryan? I'm reminded of something Micah Richards said on Sky around the time that the game against Tottenham got called off because the club asked for it to be like rescheduled because of like missing players due to COVID. Like, we don't know what the situation was ultimately, but the game got rescheduled either way, right? Micah Richards on Sky went, I feel like when it's Arsenal, people just want to lump in. And you know what? He's not wrong at all. He's dead on. Like, and that's the thing. Because any club, right, at that time, any club would have done the exact same thing. Any club. And if they say that they wouldn't, then they're lying. Because, again, it's like, naturally, every team would want their first 11 fit. Say, for example, Haaland got COVID. I know it's not as much a thing anymore. But say, for example, Haaland got COVID. And then City had a couple more players get COVID that were key to their setup. You really think they wouldn't cancel a game until they're back?
No, exactly.
I can guarantee you they would.
Tom Laguna talk he's just tweeted saying, "Is this the Cavier Sky guy? Basically, his redemption story for 1 year after Tommy Asu debacle. Obviously, he's the one talking about bloody this latest offer that no one else is talking about. Because I just checked, and Fabrizio's gone dead quiet in the situation. But then Fabrizio, when it comes to Arsenal deadline day, does like to do the tap-ins on deadline day because he's the one that said, "Partey, no, that's not happening. Oh, it's happening. Oh, here we go." David
Thing is, he's
gone quiet as well.
He's smart the way he does it, though. No. Wait, I wouldn't know what Tom is saying because he blocked me months ago.
Yeah, he mentioned this. Yeah, because he unfollowed me because I hold my hands up now. But at the time after deadline day on January, I just lost my mind. Like, Kroenke's out, Edu out, Arteta out, fucking what's name Vinay, all need to piss off. They failed us again. Oh, my hands up now. I've obviously got it wrong, but he literally on that day, I put it out there. He unfollowed me. He's like, I don't need that negative energy and all that.
Bro, he said, honestly, mate, I'm not being funny yet, but see, was it the day he blocked me, right? It was off the back of a 5-0 hiding by Man City. And bearing in mind, almost every Arsenal fan on the planet was losing their shit at that time. So, again, I wasn't in the wrong for saying, Arteta out at that point, because I do believe that every Arsenal fan would have been saying the same thing. But also, when I said that Tomiyasu came across as a panic buy, which, to be fair, I wasn't wrong in that, because it did come across as that. So, and then he just shows me like heat maps and shit like that. And I'm like, I'm not interested in heat maps, to the point where I went on a rant on this very channel about the difference between using the eye test and the heat maps. Like, And then I just went and said, and then I just said, are the behind the team mob back out again? And he blocks me off the back of that. Now, granted, it was probably the wrong choice of words, but bearing in mind, at that time, I was in a pissed off mood with the club, man. Like, what? Again, I had every right to be pissed off at that time. Every fucking right in the world. But again, it's like, you know what? I thought we were a cobra. Apparently not. Apparently not. Whatever you want to do.
No. Gary says as well, joking, he says, Colin, I'll keep blocking you, but you keep getting through.
Yeah. You wish you would block me, Gary. You wish you would.
Yeah, Sky revamping this up now in terms of this this latest offer that's apparently about to be put in or has gone in, whatever. I don't know what the situation. I've got volume on my screen, but yeah, they really are ramping it up. James Binge, I don't know how close he is with the club and all that, but he's saying they're pessimistic with this in terms of it going. One sec. Until is that tweet a few minutes ago was until the window closes, these things can always change. But Arsenal sources pessimistic on getting the deal done for Douglas Luiz.
Mate, honestly,
I'm just getting going literally about people retweeting and all
that. I know, but most of what these journalists tweet is utter garbage, bro. You can't believe a word of it. Because what was it? All these journalists, right? And again, I'll use the Thomas Partey example because it's the best example we have, right? Every journalist under the sun was saying Thomas Partey is not happening. What happened?
No, exactly. That's what I said about Fabrizio earlier. When obviously deadline day came for that deal to come about, everyone's saying no, Arsenal signing no one. And he's putting, and obviously Fabrizio was putting it out at the time. It's a dead deal. It ain't happening. Arsenal are looking to Alwar, if anything, but it doesn't look like it's going to be done in time. But Partey, no. Was it 1:30 UK time? It leaked out that we've triggered the release clause.
Yeah,
and then it's a steamroll for them. And then even then, Fabrizio's like still denying it until literally you couldn't deny it anymore. That he was on the verge of coming out of his medical and all that.
Bro, this is why you can't take journalists seriously because, like, no, what Arteta and Edu have done very well is keep everything close to the chest.
Yeah.
No one knew about Fabio Vieira before it happened.
No, that came out completely nowhere.
Everyone thought that Marquinhos was in negotiations with Wolves before that happened.
Yeah.
The only one that we really knew about that could happen this summer was Gabriel Jesus because of the links between Arteta and himself from Man City.
And how much information had got out just before the season ended in terms of that deal being done and all that.
Exactly.
Zinchenko out of nowhere.
No one knew that was happening. I certainly didn't. Zinchenko caught me by surprise. I was like, what? Like,
before the season ended, last season, the left back that was linked with now playing for Brentford. Aaron Hickley. Or Hickey.
Yeah, it was Aaron Hickey. It was Hickey, yeah. We're meant to be getting... I mean, if you go off what these journalists say, right, we're meant to sign Aaron Hickey. We would have signed Jesus anyway, but that was happening regardless. We were meant to be signing... Well, Tillemans has been around for a while. I still think that's happening. Honestly, I do. Whether it's on a free or not, it's happening regardless.
Yeah.
Douglas Luiz, I think's happening.
Either
and honestly, I think it's happening tonight, bro. I really do. Well,
because we've got people tracking their van, for God's sake.
Bro, Arsenal fans do this all the time. Like, what was it? Around January last year, right? Everyone thought we were going to buy Isaac in January. Everyone.
And they tracked the bloody number plate.
They tracked a car with the nameplate Isaac on the back, thinking he was coming. And I was sat in this chair at the time laughing because it was the most hilarious shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, all right. You know when I said you could make a comedy reel of all the weird shit Arsenal fans do, and that would be the most viewed comedy reel of all time? You think I'm joking? I ain't fucking joking about that. I ain't fucking joking about that. I'm being dead serious. Like that. It's mad. Like even with Aubameyang, mate. Even with Aubameyang, we tracked his fucking plane. Like. We tracked his goddamn plane, bro. That's how mad that was.
When we signed Gabriel.
No, mate, I was about to start work that day, and I looked at my phone, and I'm like, this can't be real. Like, it was... Again, it's mad. Like, it really is mad. Holy shit.
What was it when we signed Gabriel, Aussie from Lille, the defender?
Yeah.
Fans were clocking onto the clouds, for fuck's sake. That cloud's English. How do you know?
Mate.
The green of that bush in the background.
You never see this at any other club. I'm sorry, but you don't. You don't.
They try. They do try, but they'll never succeed like we do.
No. You don't see this at Man City, mate.
No. But the fact that we've got
I don't think you'll ever see it. I don't think you'll ever see it at Man City because those Man City fans they trust their owners, and that's been proven over many years. So
the fact that we have some people in our fan base that are hacking into
they're obsessed.
But they're hacking into a camera system that's on the motorway to track a fucking van. They're coming from the Midlands to London.
Mate, I'm pretty sure some Arsenal fans have broken the law over time.
Oh, of course. This is the latest one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's mad.
Oh my days! Look, as I say, if they are tracking the van that was outside his house, that is in, he's actually it was his house, and it's him in the van gone on his way to London, have a quick medical or whatever. I don't give a shit. Because we do, I'll be honest, of all jokes aside, we do need someone in that midfield to deputise when fucking Partey's made of biscuits and goes into fucking injury mode.
Yeah. And
I don't get where this has come from with Partey, because as you say, even brother who watched the La Liga religiously, not Atletico especially, when Partey was there, he never got injured this much.
No.
Comes to England, he made the biscuits. As Lee Dixon was saying.
The way I see it, I think he's just maybe he's accumulated injuries over the years when he was at Atletico, and maybe that's just caught up to him. Because some players they do play through injuries, mate.
Yeah, seen it. Yeah, seen it.
They do, because I guess the elite footballers will think, "Oh, I want to help my team out," but I'm a bit I'm not feeling proper at it. But if we get over the line, if I do this, then I'll get the team over the line. It will help us, and it will help us going forward. Maybe Thomas Partey is like that. Maybe he's the type of guy that wants to help his team regardless whether he's hurt or not.
Possibly, but just breaking now officially. Southampton signed Ainsley Maitland-Niles on loan from Arsenal. He's had to fight. He's got to fight on all that and Sky and everything. So again, we've let go of Aziz to Ibiza, the Spanish second division team there. We're letting Ainsley go out on loan again. We've got to be doing something. Got to be.
Yeah, we're
why would we make the mistakes of January and weaken our midfield even more? We've got injuries into a possibly long term with El Neni. We don't know about Partey. Zinchenko is hopefully not as long either, but we don't know that the extension of that either. So surely we must be doing something. And it's not.
We are doing something.
When Russ mentioned this in the group chat and WhatsApp, Douglas Luiz, for me, it made sense because he is as close as we're going to get in terms of a Premier League proven player as well. to someone that can do what Partey does in terms of be progressive, not do what, with all due respect, what Elneny would do and get the ball and go side and backwards. He's progressive, and he isn't afraid to have a shot either. He's physical. He's everything. He's a perfect sort of backup, basically, but he can provide competition as well. He can keep Arteta on his toes, knowing that someone behind him really take his spot if he keeps getting injured all the time.
Yeah.
And
Our DM options, in my opinion, right? Because I don't class Elneny as a DM. My man's not a DM. My man is not a DM. Elneny. He's a very. I don't even know how to put it. Like that's how. I still don't understand why he's here, because I remember us buying him for 2 million, thinking we've got a gem here, and I'm thinking, nah.
5 million. It was in the end. Elneny.
Oh yeah, with add-ons, isn't it?
Yeah.
But right now, our midfield options, and as far as a DM goes, Partey, if we get Luiz, great, and Lokonga, because Lokonga's shown the other night he can do it, bro.
Yeah, that's enough for me. I put a little video out last night. Eventually landed early hours this morning, but I literally took 4 hours to fucking upload for a 25-minute fucking video because I had to check cop things and all to make sure it's all no copyright claims and all that, because there's certain bits of audio from inside the stadium. But I was saying, in terms of before I put the clips in and all, uploading into the actual, giving my thoughts on the game, I was actually, in terms of Sambi, hats off to him. He proved that when he's on it, when he can just when he's calm, relaxed, he isn't overdoing it. He's got an experienced player alongside him, either Partey or Xhaka.
Do you know what it was, mate?
He's a good player. He can show what he's made of.
Do you know what it was, mate? When he first came in, like he was like, I mean, I suppose you could draw comparisons between him and Nuno Tavares. They were both raw when they first came in. Just from a new country in a new league, like that's not. You can't just go from playing week in, week out in the Belgian league to starting week in, week out for Arsenal in the Premier League. It just doesn't work like that, bro. It doesn't work like that. Nuno, he started well, but again, the inexperience rears its ugly head, and he tends to, make mistakes, which will happen. What he's done at Marseille so far this season, and I've watched a few of his performances, not all of them, but a few of them, he's done very well in a wing-back role.
Yeah.
Maybe he's more suited to going further forward than he is defensively. So maybe he'd be deployed as a left winger for Arsenal going forward. I don't know. But last season, he was a bit raw. And everything Benfica fans warned us about him not being great defensively. They were right, because we've seen that with our own eyes last year. But again, he's a raw talent. He's got something there. We know he does. It's just a case of him maturing. Leicester could be fuck.
Messed up.
United are shit, mate. Honestly, they are shit. I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to say this now. If you want to come on Sunday, by the way, Phil, let me know and I'll send you a link on Sunday.
I wish I could, right? But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, yeah. I've organized something for this weekend where I'm going to my parents' house to watch the game.
Oh, God.
Right? So...
Oh, God, this could be a bloodbath either way.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath, all right? Old family tradition.
If we cannot, with the high that we're on in terms of 5 wins and 5, showing we can come back from adversity either by a setback, either getting paid back to 1-1 or going 1-0 down in the last few couple of games and all that, what we've done this season so far. If we cannot, on the high that we're on, no matter what happens to the result tonight with Man United, if we cannot go to Manchester United for once and for all, just do what they used to do to us when we were at our lowest and pump the life out of them. If we drop points, if our first drop points to Manchester United, I will not be impressed. I'll be livid.
I will be angry beyond belief. All right. Oh, Jesus, Madison. Woo.
One sec. Mems, by the way, big up Mems. He tweeted out exactly what I said, literally. The fact we've let Aziz go, Ainsley go on loan, respectively to the respective clubs that have gone to, we must be doing something.
Bro, I'm telling you, something's going to happen. Arsenal did this last time, right?
Yeah.
They did this it wasn't even that long ago, literally a year ago, bro, a year ago. Yeah. And everyone was thinking, oh, they're not doing anything. They were letting all these players go. Yeah. They're not doing anything. They're leaving us short again. Guess what happened?
Yeah.
So, again.
Apparently, Aubameyang turned up late for his medical.
Did he? Did he actually, or is that a fucking?
That's what someone's saying on someone's saying on one of the group chats on Twitter, that apparently he turned up late for his medical.
Yeah, that's probably a piss take, mate.
Justin Kluivert now in Valencia to sign on loan with a £50 million from Roma. So he's left Roma to go on loan, basically to Valencia. I think there's some sort of option or something. I don't know, but yeah, Patrick Kluivert's son is now in La Liga, but not for Barcelona, obviously, like his dad was. Valencia.
To be fair, Ryan, like, I mean,
I know he's not going to be nowhere near his dad.
Players like Justin Kluivert, right? They don't really suit Jose Mourinho because for fuck's sake, Leicester.
Who's fucking about now?
I mean, let's see here. Harvey Barnes, what is that? Beautiful ball.
Fabrizio on his Twitch, apparently. Someone's quoted something from Fabrizio Romano's Twitch stream some point today.
Yeah, he said there's something big coming out.
No, Douglas Luiz, Arsenal are pushing, Arsenal are trying. Let's see until the end. No agreement yet.
Mate, I'm telling you, there's something.
Medical, you can do a partial medical. And literally just have that in place.
Russ I'm telling you, there's something happening, bro.
Russ has just said it here. Russ has just said apparently Villa have changed their stance. What a coincidence. I get Din Dawkins, I think their stance changes.
Bro, I'm telling you, there's something going on. This is why I don't react anymore. Because I know I'm going to look like a fucking idiot a few minutes later.
I miss the old school deadline days though, when the reporters were outside the stadiums and the fans were there. Like, when we signed,
I remember seeing it also. Like everyone was going mad. Like, yo, we just signed this fucking Don from Real Madrid, and people going nuts.
Yeah, literally. We've just beaten Tottenham, by the way, the day before.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah.
That was the year. That was the season. That's obviously just let go about that day as well.
Was that the season we bought Yaya Sanogo?
For free? I'm trying to think now.
So I know we brought Flamini in that season, but I didn't know about like.
Yeah, Flamini came back for free. Sanogo for free as well from Toulon or wherever it was in France, Toulouse, whatever, in France. It was some French lower league until at the time, for free. So it was, and at that point, I mean that was. I'm trying to think now. Then we brought in. I think.
We brought Flamini in. We brought Sanogo in.
It was the year we won the FA Cup. We ended our 9-year drought, the 13-14 season.
Yeah, it was. It was.
So we brought in Santi Cazorla as well. Podolski arrived as well.
Was that Santi? No. Santi Cazorla was.
Was it the year before?
That would have been the year before because what was it? We bought Santi in the 12-13 season, and Flamini and Sanogo came in 13-14.
Might have been.
I think he was because Santi Cazorla was on FIFA 13.
Oh,
yeah.
Because a year later, I remember, because literally, that 13-foot going into the 13-14 pre-season, he'd been run all over the place because he was playing for Spain at the time, weren't he? he just got back from international duty because he lost 3-1 to opening day to Villa. And literally, I remember, was it Chris on AFTV, the infamous interview where
Bro, that was the first. That was the
Venezuela.
Bro, that was the first video I ever saw from AFTV.
Yeah,
I hadn't watched them like.
The same thing. Yeah, literally,
I had not watched them before. Like, and I'm like, whoa. Like, and bearing in mind, right? I was.
So I've just seen Gary's comment here. I've just seen Gary's comment. Fellas, I dropped my Smarties on the floor. Now I see a picture of Luiz. He's coming.
Oh, Gary, bro, what are you doing?
Oh, my days. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I saw that and I had to have a laugh at that.
Yeah.
What do you thought about Bellerin, though? All summer, he's saying, Batiste, let me go. We're about to terminate his contract. No, he's not been made official yet. But about to terminate his contract. And he's going to Barcelona for a year.
Do you know what's funny about that? Right? And I know you'll remember this as well, right? Around 16, 17, right? When he signed that new deal, everyone was celebrating. And around the same time, we could have got 50 million for him from the same club.
Yeah. And we could have kept Sanchez and convinced him.
The man is like, when I look at him, right? Someone pointed this out to me. Like, they told me that he's 27 years old. I looked at that one picture that Fabrizio put up of him, and I'm like, he's 27. He looks older. Maybe it's like the 80s stash he's got going on. I don't know, but he looks older, bro. He does. He looks.
He's been around forever as well. You got to remember, he's been around since bloody. He filled in for Debuchy. We brought him in. He got injured, and he just filled in from there on in, didn't he? But he's been around forever as well. So it seems like he's been around even he's older and all that because of how long he's been around for us. But yeah, it's a bit aggravating again. Literally,
mate, it's just one of these players that never lived up to his potential. He had something.
Once he was settled, he got too cocksure. Thought he had no competition. Cocksure of himself. Didn't know, and he didn't have to defend. And this is a thing.
Mate, we've seen it with our own eyes. Like you know how Liverpool fans talk about how good Trent is. And I don't really want to compare Trent to Bellerin because they're two completely different. I believe Trent is a better defender than Bellerin is.
Yeah.
Without question. I don't even think that's up for debate. But there are similarities in some sense with Trent and Bellerin. Liverpool found Trent from their own academy instead of going out and buying a player. We did the same with Bellerin pretty much. And unfortunately, Bellerin just never lived up to that hype. Never. And again, it's like you got off the back of coming in for Debuchy, who, by the way, wasn't that good before he got injured anyway. Like if you watch the games around that time when Debuchy got injured, he wasn't that good. Like, because there'd be games where I would see him get beat for pace by a lot of wingers, like around that time. But to be fair, he had positional awareness, something Bellerin's never had in his life, bro. I
think that's why Debuchy was brought in to obviously replace Sanogo, who left to not Sanogo, Sanya, sorry, to City. Because of his he obviously had experience in the league, his awareness, as you say, his positional awareness more than anything. So he knew how to defend. He could get someone Wenger could rely on defensively.
Exactly. And while Debuchy was one of the better defenders in a shit Newcastle team at the time, like that wasn't really that difficult because the other three in that defense was Colaccini, who was past it. You had Stephen Taylor, who was past it. You had Mike Williamson, who was championship standard at best. You had Haidara, I think, as well, who was okay going forward, but not amazing defensively.
Mm.
You had, I think they had Santon as well. Like, when you're listing off them names, that's not a good defense.
No.
Like, it's championship standard at best. Like, and that's about it. And that's where they were.
Mm.
But Debussy, like, we needed a replacement for Sagna, who, at least in my opinion, one of the better defenders we've had over the years.
Yeah.
Like, from a right back perspective.
Especially in the Emirates era as well, moving from the Emirates and all that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Sagna's our best defender. Not
No.
Our best defender that we've had.
Yeah.
No.
Between getting Sagna and Lauren leaving before
but again, bro, right? See the bar for right backs, right, that we've had, right, over the years is so low that Sagna's near the top by default because we've not had good right backs in the Emirates era. We've not, bro.
I say Tomiyasu has, but then he's got his injuries and all. But injuries aside,
I would still say
Tomiyasu.
Bro, Tomiyasu is better than most of the right backs we've signed during the Emirates era.
Yeah. Well, without doubt. There's no doubt about that. He's come in for someone that's like 6 foot something as well and isn't a right back, by the way. Not bad right back.
Although Ben White's a good right back.
No, he's not done too bad. Obviously, 45 games. He's started all the games. He ain't done too bad. Kept Zaha in his pocket as well. Match day 1, opening night.
There's this narrative that he hasn't done well at right back, which is complete bollocks, mate. He's done fantastic.
If he doesn't do well, period, at right back in his 5 games that he's played, started in at right back, we don't win 5 wins out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And that's not saying, oh, if it's gone through Benham and he's been the shining knight in defence. No, when I say that, I mean in terms of if he wasn't on it for the entire 5 games, if he switched off once, we would have dropped halves and literally lost points basically where we shouldn't have lost points. But we haven't. As a unit, we are playing and defending as one.
Bro, this is what I mean. Like the defense we've got, right? And maybe United can take a lesson in this as well. That's a penalty, right?
Is it being checked?
God. No, it hasn't. What a shocker. Man United, clear penalty for Leicester, nothing given. I'm not shocked. Bro, the refereeing, right? Especially the last
what was it Saturday afternoon. Southampton.
Not even Saturday, bro. Not even Saturday, yeah. The last 2 nights, yesterday as well as tonight, like, we've seen what? A minimum of 4 penalty shouts in the last 2 days.
Yeah, 3 of them at Arsenal.
3 of them at Arsenal. And the one I just seen with Leicester, right? Nothing given. Are you taking the piss? Like,
no corruption,
bro. Nah.
Then you add into the equation the Liverpool thing that happened last night with the injury time situation.
Oh that as well.
Getting the winner there to make sure they won and didn't drop any more points. God forbid losing more ground on Arsenal at the moment. God forbid that happens. Yeah, McTominay playing literally juggling the ball in the penalty box on Saturday. Nothing given. Went to VAR. It's okay. Move on. And I'm just like, are you? And with all that, Manchester United versus Arsenal at Old Trafford, you'd think, find officials that you've got that are not Manchester-based anywhere near.
Bro,
we've got a referee that's from Manchester.
It doesn't matter who you get, right? Because the majority of the officials in this, well, not even just in the league, across the country, really,
are from Manchester, from the north.
They're terrible. They are. Like, and are you joking? The ref, that's a clear foul on Maddison. Are you taking that again, bro? Fucking hell!
You've got a transfer deadline and a bit of a watch on as well.
honestly, this ref is taking the piss, man.
Who's the ref tonight, anyway?
No idea.
Obviously,
Again,
all shit, but still.
McTominay tried to drag him out. Oh, Madison, that's a foul from Varane, surely, man. Yeah. McTominay in the midfielder, bro. Not even close. I would know. All right, I would know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Chris in the chat, aka Cheddars, even he said, "Yeah, refs are great, giving us time to we need."
Hey, listen, do you know what the funny thing is? I don't actually blame Chris for enjoying that because anyone would do that in similar situations. I get it, but the standard is appalling. Like, it really is. Like, and again, when everyone says, "Oh, VAR is the problem," no, it's not VAR that's the problem. It's the people that are fucking using it.
Yep.
Like,
Ornstein in the last hour has tweeted, Hector has signed a 1-year contract with Barcelona and the deal has been sent to the league for approval. 27 back to on a free.
do you reckon it will happen? Because weren't Barcelona in the shits a few weeks ago?
After a decade at Arsenal, AFC retained 25% sell-on clause.
Huh?
He signed a 1-year deal. There's no option of a further year. I don't know, but we retain a 25% sell-on clause on Bellerin.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that it'll go through in a sense of how can I put this? It'll be like the others, basically, where they have them to train with, but they can't register them legally to play.
Yeah.
Like they've had done for the last year. And they have to then sell parts, shares here, this, that, and the other, offload somewhere along the line to be able to bring him in to play officially, basically. It's going to be one of them where he's just there training, basically, for a year. If he's lucky. Because it makes more sense. Again, the Vil Batiste thing, sorry. The connection with his dad and the Batiste. He's been crying all summer. That's no matter what. That's where he wants to go. He's now got the opportunity. He's gone running to Barca. It made more sense on so many levels to just go to Batiste. So you're wanted. The fans love you. You've got the connection there via your dad and all that because of who he supports and all that. Just go there, and then if Barcelona sort of shit out, you want to go there need a further down in your career. Hope they have you hope they have their shit sorted out, and you just move on and get on with it. At that time, until then, just find somewhere that's sustainable and reliable in terms of an income.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, mate. Bellerin is. I mean, I use this phrase a lot, but the guy's a shithead. Like the very definition of a shithead, bro. Like, I know it would have sounded mental at the time, but we really fucked up not taking the 50 million.
It seems like, well,
I know it's like hindsight and shit, but like, I mean, if Barcelona came to, although to be fair, at that point, I was saying,
would you be able to trust Barcelona to be able to claim that 50 million over? No, that's the thing.
What, back then?
Yeah, because it weren't far off, but it wasn't that far off.
Oh yeah, right enough. They bought Coutinho like a year after that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I don't think. Do you know what? I don't know. I really don't know. Like, when I say that we fucked up, right, bear in mind, I'm remembering the Hector Bellerin throughout his whole time at Arsenal. I'm not just picturing a single solitary season. I'm thinking about how it started and ultimately how he fell off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. As Arsenal fans, you tend to not remember the form that Hector Bellerin was in at that time, because he was doing quite well at the time. Like, I don't know.
The Arsenal trackers have made it on Sports Bible.
Oh my life! Seriously, Arsenal fans need to get a life, bro.
The same Craig, the same old Arsenal podcast. He's just he's tweeted out. He's got a screenshot from I think it's on Facebook or whatever. It's Sports Bible. And it's literally what I was showing earlier. He literally, his words are, "We are unrivaled," while pissing himself laughing. Because it's literally just saying that the article says, "Track the car down on the motorway cameras. Arsenal fans are a different breed when it comes to potential signings." And he just puts, "We are unrivaled." So we've made it on Sports Bible now, for God's sake, our fan base. Jesus Christ. Was it Gary's going back to earlier? Leicester City calling for 1,000. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe there was nothing, but it is for anyway. United anyway. The Arsenal Misfit says, "I gave up on officials after the hair-pulling incident at Chelsea. The team needs to win the games with their play because the officials are a joke." Yep, we need to get back to that mentality, that place where no matter how good, and again, refs, and obviously you were watching them with me as well. Even in our great days of the double winning teams and the invincible team of 03-04 as well, the refs were poor. Let's be honest, they were piss poor. And that's without VAR. But we had such a good squad. We didn't let it affect us, especially in that season itself. The invincible season itself. Obviously, if we went unbeaten, we just cracked on. We got to a point where we thought, "Fuck it, you know what? We're going to do our thing and then see what happens." And obviously, we did what we did. No one's come close.
Do you know what, mate? I'll never forget Mike Riley's refereeing performance against Man United at Old Trafford. I will never forget that.
What makes that worse, though, is that in the last couple of years, the players that are in that game, the Rio Ferdinand, the Neville brothers, and all that, they all joke about it now. They all laugh. Yeah, we knew what we had to do, and we made a point on that day. And when we were arriving, we bumped into the ref for getting in his ear, getting in on his good side, to make sure that obviously everything we do, we can get away with a bit of leniency and all that. And it's like you fucking for real. So not only did you do it, but you're now bragging about because you got away with it. You know, obviously, even then, if you brag about it afterwards, there'll be no retrospective action because you've done it, done and dusted. Then the result, it doesn't.
It's been put out there publicly that from ex-referees as well that referees that are employed by the FA favor like certain teams on purpose. Like that quote exists. Like it does. Like you just have to look hard enough and you'll find it. Like that's what's embarrassing. Like if it's out there publicly, then why are we like, bitching and moaning about it when we know they're shit and we know they favor other teams? Like,
I mean, last night, I mean, Jesus Christ, that ref. That ref was last night, wasn't it? Who was it? Robert Jones, our ref for last night. He was fucking awful. Anything we did, we even breathed on the player. The ref literally straight away pocket booking. What was the breaking news? 1 second, following Man City. 1 sec. Southampton signed Sam Hidozi. I don't know who that is, but okay. From Man City. So Southampton's on another player.
It's one of their youth, one of their academy products. Man City have a good youth academy though.
Just don't use it for themselves apart from Foden, by the looks of it.
To be fair though, I mean, when you're playing for Man City, like you got to reach the level of like, where they are now. Like, and that's impossible for a young player to do. Like, once in a blue moon, you'll get like a talent like Phil Foden, like, but not every young player is going to be like a Phil Foden, like.
No.
So.
No, of course not. And what was I saying before? Yeah, the referee last night, and literally, they were kicking lumps out of us. Like, literally, what was it? Oh, not Ramsey, the other guy. I can't remember his name now. Let me have a look one sec. Again, squad number 44. Kamara for Villa. He was throwing our players. He got booked eventually. And he continued to throw our players all over the place. And the referee just let it go on and on and on and on. And I'm just like, but literally, Odegaard makes a challenge, wins the ball, but a bit of haste to it, but he wins the ball anyway. A foul's given, he gets booked. Fucking Martinez grabbed Jesus around their head in a headlock.
Yep.
Ran him to the floor, and then 2 seconds later, throws himself to the floor, making that he got touched by Jesus going down. And then, but the ref's like, oh, no worries. Saka literally got manhandled by Tyrone Mings at the start of the game, to the point he was in the air through to the floor. Nothing.
If that happens anywhere else on the pitch, mate, it's a foul.
Exactly. Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, as I say, we breathe on a fucking player, we get booked. It's fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculous last night. It was so frustrating, but yet again, kudos to the players. They just got their heads down and thought, you know what, we'll just do our talking on the pitch, or we'll just do what we have to do.
And you know what? That's one of the things I like about this team now. Like that is genuine. Like, because you know, Ryan, like you've seen me over the years, like just break down like mentally over the years with this team, right? I've not seen us do what we're doing now.
No.
In years, legitimately. Like our heads don't drop after we concede. When has that ever happened in recent years?
It hasn't. That's the thing. That's the scary thing. It hasn't happened to this point.
Exactly. We fight for every ball, whereas we never used to do that. In fact, we're going back years when the last time we did that. Probably since, the Invincible squad, if I'm being brutally honest. But also, like, we stay switched on for 90 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, when have we done that? When have we done, like, how many times over the years I've said if we stayed switched on for 90 minutes would be a fucking good team. I cannot count the amount of times I've said that because it would be borderline insanity.
Yeah.
And we're getting that now. So I don't, again, when people want to complain, I'm just like, listen, at this point, all those memes about, if we won the league, people would still find a way to piss and moan. You know what? Those aren't memes anymore. That's a real thing,
Yeah. Mr. Bungle's in the chat says, real talk, seen in the Codfather. Luiz has been seen in the Codfather chip shop 5 minutes ago. And so it begins with an hour and a half to go. Oh dear. Gary then pipes in and says, I should know Mr. Bungle. He asked me for some malt vinegar chips.
Oh. Who likes vinegar on their chips?
Big fight outside the chippy. Two God got battered. Oh dear. Here's the one for you, Colin, from Gary. It says, Colin, if Arsenal are clinical, 20-30 minutes to start, they'd have 2 to 3 goal leads. We should have done that last night, yeah. Then we can stress for the remaining 60 minutes.
Do you know what's funny about that? I just legit don't stress anymore. How mad is that?
I was there. I was in the obviously that when they scored that when Douglas Luiz has that corner, it goes in. I'm up there, I'm in block 4 in the North Bank, and I'm like, did that just go in from a corner? But I'm not going, oh, for fuck's sake, sort yourselves out, lose my mind over it. I'm just like,
No.
okay, dust ourselves down, we go again and getting behind the team, and then literally we've got 3-4 minutes later, we're 2-1 up, and we're fucking it's delirium again. And I'm seeing banners taking digs at Richard Keys.
Yeah. I mean, you were there last night, yeah. Like, just from me watching the games on TV, right? I can tell that the atmosphere is different. Being there, like, is it different from your perspective? Because from mine, it certainly
100%.
seems like it is.
10,000 times different than what it has been since we even moved to the Emirates in terms of, you know, when these sort of games come about, these so with all due respect, the lesser teams come to town. It's always been like very quiet. Every now and then we have a bit of a thing, like a chant, but nothing to this level. Like, it's non-stop now. It's not just like the clock end lot or the Esperton Army. It's literally the entire stadium is invested. It is non-stop singing, chanting. Then every 2 to 3 minutes, it's just non-stop. If someone starts something up, it's infectious. And then when the goals are going in, especially like the last couple of games I've been to, like Fulham on Saturday and last night with Martinelli for his winning goal, it feels like the roof could come off at any point because it is so. The togetherness and the relief, and it's like the connection between the fans and the players again is something we haven't had in years. Period. Let alone in an Emirates era, like collectively, like to the point where fans are staying behind at the final whistle. No one's breaking their neck with 15 minutes to go to get out of the stadium. People are literally staying until the bitter end of games. And this includes people who have got to travel, God knows, here, there, and everywhere to get home, like with certain trains and all that. They are making arrangements where it doesn't affect like missing a train link won't affect them. And the fans we are there like 10 minutes after the final whistle. We're still there singing and dancing and chanting and just giving our all and staying behind and thanking the players, and players are thanking us back. And it continues into the concourse, outside into the outside of the stadium and all that. It's so much better. It's not just put in perspective. Atmospheres for North London derbies and the Chelsea games, like the big guns when they come to town. It seems to be a consistent thing there. It's not just for them sort of games. It's for every game. Our fans are turning up and we're giving our all, and it's so much better. And I think part of that might be down to obviously the COVID and being out of the stadium for a year. But we're now two seasons, was now in the second season back with fans in, and it's getting better. And I think obviously the timing of the documentary as coming out on Amazon has actually benefited the club. It's brought the togetherness even closer and quicker. Yeah. No one could believe. And I enjoy going to the games. I can actually say, as an Arsenal fan, no matter who we play, I can actually say I enjoy the day out now because of what you get from the day itself. It's not just, we turn up, hope for the win and all that. We actually think we can believe we can win now against anyone. But there's not that fear factor. It's not that stress about the day itself.
No,
we're not just going there for the sake of it. It doesn't feel like people are just going there for the sake of it, or just sitting there in dead silence for 90 minutes. Fans, as I say, are vamping it up from half hour before kickoff in the concourse. It feeds food into when they get to take their seats in the actual stadium side of things.
Yeah,
fans are literally in terms of the warm up. Like the warm up happens when the lineups come out, about 10, 15 minutes later. Fans are actually standing in their seated area. It's like 15 minutes before, 10 minutes before players go in and go to get themselves changed for coming out. The whole lower tier is pretty much full. The upper tier, fans are literally getting in as early as possible. They're not literally coming in late or nothing nowadays. Like you saw, people would come in. There'd be spots here, then everywhere at the stadium where fans are still coming in. Now fans are making a point of getting there as early as possible because they don't want to miss a second. They want to get behind the team. And again, people don't like it. Apparently, Richard Keys, Mr. Dinosaur himself, and his mate Andy Gray don't like it, but they didn't like it on Saturday anyway.
Do you know what,
Right.
mate? Some of our fans don't like it, and that's the sad thing.
What's that?
Some of our fans don't like it,
Oh, good.
and
There
that's the
there
sad.
wouldn't be people that are still Arteta outwards, would they?
That's the sad thing. Like, I mean, I've noticed the difference at the stadium. 100%, I've noticed it. Like, and I'm not even there.
And Russ is happy to see you, by the way.
I know.
Colin, me old Mark, I haven't seen you in. Colin, I haven't seen you in ages. I'm really happy to be here with you.
Oh, joy.
Just come to wind you up.
Did you know? Lovely.
How are we all? Are we good? Have we signed anyone yet? I haven't been watching at all.
No, not yet.
Oh, yeah. We've got Sky, got Mr. Tomiyasu, State Tomiyasu last year. He's saying there's a deal in place in terms of we've gone in for a third offer of £32 million. No, not 32, sorry, £23 million plus £2 million add-ons. And at Villa are now considering it. And everyone else has gone dead quiet. Rich just saying on his Twitch stream, basically, it could be done, it might not be done, we don't know. Arsenal are working at it, basically, working away until the bitter end. Keep an eye out for things. And
30 million
and
is
you've got
too
our fan
much.
base, you've got our beloved fan base, people in our fan base, tracking a fucking van from the Midlands down the motorway to London.
Oh, I saw that. As I said, I think the 30 million is too much, I think.
Yeah.
For a player that's literally got less than a year left on his deal, like, nah.
One sec, Mems has retweeted something. Just I'll let my phone have a look. I'll see now. Put one sec. Oh, we talks. Is it actual Talk Sport? One sec. Yeah, it's actual Talk Sport. Right. Arsenal weighing up a third offer for Douglas Luiz, but Aston Villa adamant it's not for sale. So it's contradicting reports from everyone, basically. People saying that they're considering it, and there's other people now saying no, they're going to start. But it's just signed in Dorker, bear with me. So yeah, I'll be back in a sec. One sec.
Do you know what I think will happen? It's my master plan in my head.
Go on, then.
Up here. I think that we'll sign Douglas Luiz tonight. We'll either sign that Danilo or whatever his name is. We'll either sign him in January or the summer, and I reckon Partey will go in the summer. That's what I think. Because I just can't. Partey is just too injury prone, in my opinion. I think they'll look to sell him in the summer.
Well, do you know what? That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Because
But that's in my head, and that's the way I can see things going. I mean, how old is Partey anyway? Is he nearly 30, is he?
Well, we signed him when he was 27, so yeah, we're coming up to 30, I think.
He's 29 now, yeah. So it'll be 30. I think that we'll probably look to move him on in the summer. That's what I think. Don't take that as gospel. That's just me in my head.
No.
Because that Danilo will be available, I reckon, in January, because I think the Brazilian league finishes then, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you know what I think? Well, this is just my head, right? But I reckon, like you, Russ, I reckon we sign Douglas Luiz tonight because there's too much noise surrounding it. The noise that's being made right now, that doesn't get floated about if nothing's going to happen. So I do think that's going to go down. I think we'll sign Tillemans for free in the summer because he's made it clear that he doesn't want to renew his contract at Leicester. And just watching them tonight, I could see why they're utter garbage. And we could sign Danilo once the
January. We're looking at that one, yeah.
Yeah, we could sign Danilo in January as well. So by the end of it, and bear in mind, like, there is the World Cup to talk about here.
Mm-hmm.
So not many players are going to want to move club if they're not going to get guaranteed games with the World Cup coming up.
Apparently, Danilo's not part of the Brazilian manager's plans. That's what I heard earlier, anyway.
Yeah, but again, you can't take journalists seriously. These are the same people that said Partey wasn't happening. These are the same people that saying Pepe wasn't happening. So again, it's like, it's who do you believe, really?
This is the same people that said, well, some of the same people that said Tommy Asu wasn't a right back, centre back. He signed first last year.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Ryan? I think Partey will go in the summer.
I reckon so. If we get David Luiz in tonight, and he obviously
David Luiz. Well, God.
No, you're rolling back
as well. He's on free transfer.
You're rolling back the years now. Oh man,
things aren't that bad, Ryan. We're top of the league.
Yeah, you seen Willian going to Fulham, Russ?
Yeah, I saw that. He had a good game against them though when he played for us. That was his only good game.
Yeah.
First game he played for us, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He got 3 assists in that game, I think.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then he put his feet up.
I meant Douglas.
I know. To be fair, I keep saying David Luiz.
You're talking about Luiz, right? Got us talking about the other fizzy-haired twat in Willian.
Yeah, that's bizarre as well. How he's gone to Fulham today. A year ago, he's he's paying off his own contract at Arsenal. Go back to Corinthians, homeland, and all that. In terms of being close to his dad and all that. A year later, he's turned that contract and come back to Premier League to go to Fulham.
Apparently, it's hard to find good waiters, so he's gone to work in his restaurant.
I don't
on the Fulham Road.
He doesn't start for Fulham. Let's be honest. He's a rotation option.
Yeah, he's an inexperienced head, basically.
Yeah, but Fulham haven't had a bad start, have they? They've done quite well.
No. He's not starting for Fulham. Absolutely not.
But then he'll know loads of people in London anyway. That's probably why he's come back.
Do you think David Luiz would go to Fulham just so that they could link up with the restaurant thing?
Just for banter, that'd be so funny. I think David Luiz he was all right. I mean, whenever people say his name, you think, some people think, oh my God, but I think he wasn't that bad.
No.
I mean, he's not Mustafi, put it that way.
No, I mean, he had good games. He had more good games than bad games, put it that way.
Yeah. And he did. There was you knew when we signed him, he was going to have the odd moment of madness. You knew it was going to happen, because that's the type of player he is. But we needed a centre back at that time because, like we normally do, we fumble around. Oh my God, what the fuck was that?
Missed chance or goal?
Missed chance by a fucking. You know when John Terry skied the penalty, blazing it over the bar, right? That is essentially what I've just seen from Leicester, only it's not a penalty. It's from, it's inside the box. What is he doing? I mean, if he played rugby, the kid, that'd be a fucking good try there.
Well, 3 points, not a try, but 3 points.
Well, you know what I mean, man.
I know what you mean. I'm taking the.
You know what I mean. I don't need to fucking debate semantics with it.
Idrissa Gueye's gone to Everton. I would have signed him. I'd have had him at Arsenal.
Did he join PSG from Everton? I'm pretty sure he did.
Gone back. He's gone back there. I would have had him. I was obviously trying to sign him today. He's a good player.
I'd rather Decore, if I'm honest.
But this is just the thing that happens with Arsenal, isn't it? It's like whenever we go in for a player, it's like, it's Arsenal. Instead of giving them 20 million, we want 30. And that's what it is. It's just because we're Arsenal.
Yeah.
If any other club goes in for Douglas Luiz today, they get him for 20 million.
Yeah.
Yep. Man United suffer from the same thing. It's like they went in for Anthony earlier in the window, and that looked like it could happen. They fumbled around, and Ajax know the situation where they're panicking, and they go, 100 million euros. That's it. It's big club tax, mate. Big club tax.
Oh, David Ornstein, one sec.
Oh, what's that? Oh, he's got
Oh,
it.
no.
It's off. It's off. Is it on? Off.
Arsenal understood to have made Arsenal understood to have made a third offer to Douglas Luiz. Latest proposal
23 million plus £1.
It's said to be £25 million. Aston Villa adamant he's not leaving. 24-year-old Aston Villa recovery session today has been in Birmingham this evening. AFC still pushing in the Athletic and deadline day.
It's happening then.
I'm holding you responsible now. Them and the people fucking tracking that fucking car. I'm holding them responsible, actually.
No, mate. I swear, right? Do you know how okay, I'm not saying I know this is happening, but it definitely is happening, right? And you know what? Harry's just said this as well, and he actually...
Harry Simi, tweet.
He sums it up perfectly, right? To reject a 25 million offer for a player whose contract runs out in June and has only played 108 minutes in the league makes no sense. No sense at all.
That's it. And also, sorry about that. Also, why, if he's adamant he's not for sale, no one's coming tonight, why are you then buying someone that's basically a backup to him? A like for like player in Dendorka. If there's no chance he wants to go or you want to get rid of him, why are you making a last minute ditch bid for someone from Wolves in Dundalk and getting that in? That's what I'm saying tonight. Is we've got David Ornstein saying that now. Like Villa, no, adamant it's going nowhere. You've got Sky saying Villa are considering the offer. It's like, is that until the deadline comes like this, we pass the 11 o'clock deadline, we ain't going to know. But the longer this tails on, you're going to think people going mental on fucking Twitter like they fucking always do, and overreact. Oh, they're underprepared.
Mate, this is why I don't react anymore. This is why I don't react, right? Because you'll get some idiots on social media that think they know everything when in reality they don't know shit, bro. Legit, they don't. Like, the only criticism I'm gonna put on the on Edu in that is that we've waited this long to get a centre midfielder. That's the only thing I could put on him that he may have fucked up on. But again, I don't know what they're working on. So they could have been working on getting the Tillemans deal worked ahead of time for him to come in January, and now they're working on Douglas Luiz because it's taken all this time to get the Tillemans shit done.
Yeah.
They might have done this all behind the scenes. We don't know.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, both Leicester and Aston Villa are going to look for the same amount of money.
Exactly. So it's like negotiations will drag on. Like, everyone just thinks that it's a simple case of, paying the money, you get the player. No, it's not that simple. Negotiations will drag. Like, it's just, that's what it is. Like, in the rare cases, you'll have deals that get done almost immediately, but those don't happen very often. It's very much a case of agreeing a deal between clubs, agreeing personal terms, setting up the medical, and all the other shit that goes on in between it. So again, there's so much that goes into these things. You just don't know. You don't. Like, I don't get it anymore. I really don't.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, mate. It's Leicester are bugger to deal with. They don't like, but at the end of the day, as I think the thing is with Leicester, Brendan Rodgers is probably fearful that he's going to get the bullet, and I think Steven Gerrard's probably the same. They probably like Brendan Rodgers more probably wants to keep, because Tillemans is probably their best player.
Oh yeah, he is
One of them anyway. But
Well, him and Madison,
The only
yeah.
chance they've got of staying up really is to keep their best players, and Tillemans is one of their best players. That's the only reason I can think of that they're not sort of more willing to sort of let him go.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think Leicester will struck a deal where they keep him for this season, but he goes to Arsenal next season. Because
Well, we can start.
they're having to, because Brendan talked about it before the game, where the upper brass at Leicester are tightening the purse strings for like the more long term, and you could see it in his face. He was visibly frustrated at the fact that he couldn't spend money, because look, fighting a relegation battle with Leicester, that's not what he wants to do. He wants to challenge the top six. Like, he has ambitions of more than just staying up. But obviously, those owners have done a lot for Leicester, so they'll know what's better in the long term. And Brendan Rodgers is the kind of guy who's not going to, go against. He's not going to do what Scott Parker did and go against the owners. So
I think Brendan Rodgers is fairly ambitious. I think you got to give him that.
yes. Yeah,
but it's like you say. But I think I've said it before that Leicester have the highest wages against their income by quite a long way in the Premier League. I think that's why they can't actually buy anyone. That's why they do need to sell, but they're not going to say that they need to sell, but they do.
No. Yeah, I mean, they're caught they're in a pickle really, because they need to sell, but equally they don't want to lose their best players in one window.
Yeah, exactly. They've already lost the player to Chelsea, haven't they?
They've lost Fofana to Chelsea. They don't want to lose Tillemans in the same window.
No.
Like, especially
Jamie Vardy's not getting any younger.
No. Even though he's got a new contract, but yeah.
Jamie Vardy's been shocking this season in the first 5 games, by the way. He's not been at it at all. Like, maybe it's probably just a case of him on the decline. I mean, they've got Pats and Daka there. I don't know why they don't give him more of a run.
Well, he needed that new contract to pay his wife's legal bills, didn't he?
No, BX going to say Villa want 25. No, that's not the thing. They're not saying anything. Actually, no. What leaked out, they want 40 million for.
They want 40 million, which is no way.
We've
no
offered,
chance. I'll be pissed off at 30 million.
million.
You can't pay more than 30 for like a
No,
player in the last year of the contract.
We've offered 25 million. They're telling us apparently, but then Sky is saying we've offered 23 plus 2 million in add-ons, so 25, and they're considering it. There's conflicting reports, BX. You've got to. It's a waiting game.
Like,
it's the next hour now. The last hour of this window is a waiting game. All we've got to do is agree.
Seriously, this is why I'm convinced that Douglas Luiz is happening. This is why I'm convinced of it. Because you've got different... It's like what Ryan said. Like, you've got different reports coming from all different angles. Sky are saying that Villa are considering 23 million plus 2 million add-ons. Fabrizio is saying that Arsenal are pushing and will continue to do so until they can't, physically get him. And then you've got other people saying it's not happening, definitely not happening. Then you've got other people saying they've rejected a third bid of 25. None of it makes sense. None of it.
Melo's just joined Liverpool. That's another player we wanted.
I don't think we did.
I think they did. I think they did want him.
No, mate. There was links in that, but nothing concrete about it. I'll be back in a minute, lads. All right.
Cool.
We've now got an account called Football Transfers, at Transfer Zone, whatever. Arsenal's third bid for Douglas Luiz, worth £25 million, has been rejected via Jack Rosher. Who is this? Football reporter for the Sun. Take no notice of that, then. Thank you very much. He's a Sun for calling it now. Do your fucking research, guys.
Ainsley, Maitland, Niles. So that's got to be a thing as well. If he's gone,
What's up? Same with Louis. Miguel Aziz, he's gone out to Spanish second division team in Ibiza this evening. Sorry, we've got Ainsley gone out on loan to Southampton. Surely, not, again, I said this earlier. Surely we're not going to make the same mistakes again that we did in January this weekend on midfield. We're not bringing no one in. That's just stupid.
it was like last season, wasn't it? When we needed a striker. No.
Mr. Bungle, yes, Scott, the Red Cannon. I spoke to him recently as well. He does want to make a comeback. He's got a few bits and pieces up his end, but once things settled down where he is, he doesn't want to make his comeback basically.
Oh, Scott, yeah.
So keep an eye out basically. I
haven't seen him for yonks.
So I was speaking to him a couple of days ago, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's got a few things going on at his end, but once things settle down, he does want to come back and start things back up again properly.
Where's Gary? Are we getting Gary on for a bit or not?
Or put the link in the chat earlier. Gary never came, so. I thought Arsenal was offered on the 2 year. That was back in January, 2 year loan with a £30 million buy option or whatever it was. Liverpool just got him on a 1 year loan, but yeah, 6 months on going. They're probably that desperate, just thinking, "Fuck it," was just. You know, that desperate to get him off the books in some capacity, some helping with the wages. They're just thinking, "Fuck it, off you go," sort of thing. We'll take what we got. Where they didn't do it with us. GB UK 25 million for Luiz is ridiculous. We have been doing. What have we been doing since Zinchenko? Well, they say that's ridiculous. I think that £25 million is the bare minimum, really, for one.
Yeah, that's a going rate, I would imagine. 30 million is probably more excessive.
We knew we needed that, but again, we don't know how long they're working on this.
Alba's at Chelsea.
We don't know how long we'll be working on this deal or the team is doing all things like that. Maybe we thought we'll initially, as Colin said before, put this on the back burner initially till we got Tillemans in, but it's turned out Tillemans ain't gonna be a no-go for this, at least this window, because that's been a pain in the arses. We've gone out of way to get Douglas. Again, a similar situation. Again, a player that has been telling Villa all day, "Let me go. I want to go. I don't want to be here." So they're going to have someone on the. They want to. They actually. I know these owners at Villa are billionaires or whatever. Yeah. But do they seriously? Are they seriously that stubborn that they'd rather get nothing for the player in a year's time? He'll come to us anyway. Just for sake of £25 million, it could be dealt with now. Are they that stubborn?
Exactly. I think if we do get him, I think we should change the name from Arsenal to Brazil or something. You know, because we just get all these Brazilians in. It's just like
they've all got Gabriel in their names as well.
Yeah, they've all got Gabriel in their names. Yeah, every Brazilian has Gabriel in their name. Breaking news.
Even that's not been announced yet. Talk about it now, but it's not been announced yet.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure it'll be fine, and it would be a double deal for Chelsea on this deadline day, because they have also agreed a loan deal with Juventus for the midfielder Dennis Zakaria. He only joined Juve from Borussia Mönchengladbach back in January this year.
Oh dear. So yeah, 54 minutes left of this window. We just need fucking Villa to get their head out of us. Just accept the offer, then medicals and all that can be done afterwards. We just need
Yeah, exactly. As
the
long as
acceptance.
paperwork signed is fine.
Yeah, that's
As
all
long
we
as
need to do.
you basically state your intent
Yeah.
to the FA.
Yes, and again, we know what's GB UK talking about what we needed. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we do know that. And again, we don't know how long behind the scenes. I mean, what was it after Palace? Sorry, after Bournemouth, after Palace and Leicester and Bournemouth and all that. Going back to Palace first because that's day one. Arteta's gone on national TV on Sky in the UK and gone, yeah, we ain't done in the market. We've got a few things we're working on. We're trying to get them done. This could be one of them, but they're trying to. This might have been down the line, not planned for this time. Whereas maybe a Tillemans or something like that, and whoever else they're looking at as well, they're sort of hoping to get in a bit earlier as well. But it hasn't worked out that way, and now it obviously seems like this is because it's come out of the blue like it has. But people forget we were linked to David Luiz last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Saying it, fuck's sake, Douglas Luiz. God's sake.
It's quite annoying, isn't it? But as you say, they have been tracking him for quite a while. As I say, if a player says, "Look, I want to leave," if he was at Arsenal saying, "I want to leave," they'd go on, then off you go. Arsenal give him away for free, probably.
Yeah. Gary said I was scheduled to be on another show. Sorry, I was working when I was listening to your show, Ryan. Well, it's still on now. Go on.
Scheduled to be on another show. He was, so you're not now.
At what point do we have to turn in our registered players? I think it's after this weekend. Once this weekend's out of the way, officially we have to get everything in order in terms of new squad numbers and who's up in the league squad list and all that. After this weekend. So even though the window closes tonight, we get the whole weekend to get everything in order.
Speaking of which, Scott's just done a thing on Twitter.
Oh, let me guess, complaining about something.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Typical Arsenal. Leave a to the lastminute.com.
He's so funny.
That's what's going on now.
Do it sort of thing. So it's a good move to have him to have that together because it's not been good at Aston Villa. The start hasn't been good.
Just annoyed that we didn't go for a winger, really.
Those players, but yeah, squad's way to record. But in fact, they did it pre-season as well, so we scored 3 times.
Everyone was saying like all these transfers are hard. Like most deals on transfer deadline day are hard, I would imagine. It leaves you very little time to get a replacement. But obviously Villa have got a replacement.
Hang on. Sue Smith, by the way, has just said £25 million wouldn't be enough for Villa to even look for a replacement. They've got a replacement. They've got Dendorkin in. They've just got Dendorkin for £13 million.
Are they getting Bednarek as well or something, I heard?
I think so, yeah. But Dendorkin it does seem like he is like the ideal replacement. Like he's brought in to replace the void of what Luiz would be leaving behind.
Maybe we should go for him. We still have to pay $30 million for him.
That was for £13 million. Well, they're going, £25 million Arsenal offered isn't enough. Piss off for a year left in his contract. I'm not offering any more than that.
All you do is pay their wages for the year, basically, and probably double it.
The Arsenal Misfit says, it's a good thing David Luiz isn't watching, otherwise he might turn out to training tomorrow.
I wouldn't be disappointed if he did. I think he'll probably be a good coach, actually, I reckon. If he ever wanted to go down that route.
They've still got Zinchenko. Even though you think you look and you don't have Party and he's missing out Nenny, Zinchenko can go into midfield. You've seen him do that for his national team. You've got Tilly that can go to left back. So I still think they've bought quite well, but obviously getting someone like Douglas Luiz and look who really went last night. That's really what. So they have got. But Douglas Luiz would have been a good side.
That's weird though, because I say like they've got a replacement for him already, and this guy's like, oh,
I probably only signed for you because I thought, mate, you was going.
Mm.
That means I'm not going to get, well, probably won't get much game time if Douglas Luiz stays, but
This is the thing. He's then gone. He's then made the point of moving from Wolves. It's not far, but it's not the point. Where he's not playing a lot at the moment, but he's got more chance of playing than he is at Villa if Luiz stays. Oh well. Colin's back, everyone. Yeah, Colin.
We're back.
what did you have for tea?
I'm not telling you that. Fuck off.
Deep fried Mars bar, yeah, I know what you like.
Mate, they're disgusting. Shut up with that.
How comes your transfer window finishes at 12? Why is that all about?
Don't know.
It's weird, isn't it?
No.
We're in
Nah,
the same-
Scotland just do what they want. That's the mentality over here. We just do.
Yeah, but the
what
thing
they
is, no
want.
one buys anyone apart from Rangers and Celtic. So it's like, well, why do you need an extra hour for?
It's mostly loans that happen. It's not like it's not buys, it's loans. They might as well call it the loan window on deadline day, to be honest.
Oh dear.
Dendonka. He's a decent player, actually. I'm not going to be playing every week. That's what he said in his interview.
Well, why do you make the move then? If you're not going to be playing every week, then why make the move?
Exactly. They must have given him some sort of assurances. Unless they want to play a double pivot or something. I don't know. I suppose Gerrard's probably willing to try anything to get a win. Either that, or I just thought of something. They're either going to get rid of Gerrard, and whoever they've been talking to behind the scenes, I want to keep him.
Possibly. Fabrizio, about 27 minutes ago, Fabrizio tweeted out, and Arsenal will try until the end, as the players camp pushing, also with Aston Villa. But Aston Villa is still fighting to keep Douglas Luiz, one to follow until the end. And that's 27 minutes ago.
This will go right to. This will be given the extra hour, like after the deadline.
This isn't Andre Arshavin who couldn't get there because
In the
there was
snow.
snow on the bloody. Couldn't get there. There was ice on Heathrow runway.
You watch me. They'll accept around 10:30, and there'll be a scramble.
A snowstorm. That's what we want.
Pretty much.
On the M40, a snowstorm. Oh, so it's stuck in traffic.
Last couple of minutes, he has tweeted Memphis Depay saying, "I have decided to stay at Barca, fully committed to contribute to the club's sporting."
Memphis Depay staying at Barcelona.
Yeah, no one
Just
wanted
tweeted
him,
out
that's
in the last few minutes he's staying put. Apparently, I'm willing and wanting to achieve what I can, everything that Barca want to achieve. Basically, fucking 44 minutes to go. Just get this. I said before he was off, Colin. All we need to do is get Villa to fucking agree the fee. Then we can put all that paperwork over.
Yeah,
and then put an extension in where we can get a medical in first thing in the morning.
Mate, it's like this is why I'm not panicking. Like I've seen the meltdown on Twitter and stuff.
Oh, I know.
Well, it's like we've got 45 minutes. Like, all right, okay. Like I said earlier, I get the frustration of it, like being left so late. Fine, but again, it's like Douglas Luiz is happening, right? If it doesn't, then they fucked up because, like, the only reason I'm like kind of I put January down as being not so bad is because, I mean, what would it have been? 70 million for Isaac in January?
Yeah.
Then if you do that, then you don't get Gabriel Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
So I kind of put it down. I kind of let January go just based off of that. If they don't get Douglas Luiz in, there's no excuses. None.
Yeah.
But you
Again,
can't do what we did in January again. Like everyone will probably look at it. Will look at January now in the sense that it helped us get Gabriel Jesus, but there's no excuses with this one.
No.
Sorry, but there ain't.
And sorry, Jedda's in the chat saying Dendorka must be his replacement, surely.
Must be, yeah. Has to be.
He follows up saying, I reckon Villa are holding out for more money.
That's what they're just. All that's going to happen, right, is that they'll agree or feel like anywhere between now and quarter two, right? We'll get that done, paperwork mailed over, and it'll all go down like that.
Yeah.
Like, because here's the thing: if Villa reveal their full hand now, like, does everyone not get how weak that makes them look? If they reveal their hand, like, because that's what clubs do now in the transfer window. It's all about being in the position of power. Clubs don't reveal how much money they've got to spend, because if they did that, then they're not in a position of power. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for instance, with Manchester United, right? The reason that they're spending so much money is because they were negotiating from a position of weakness rather than a position of power. Because clubs around the world would have seen that Manchester United got beat by Brighton, that they got battered by Brentford. So really, they were in a horrible negotiating position. That's why they paid, like, was it between 85 and 90 million pounds for Anthony? It's why they've spent money on, well, it's why they've brought Dubravka in. It's why they brought Casemiro in. Again, it's like, it's panic buying because they're negotiating from a position of weakness. It's all about power, mate. We should know more than anyone. We used to do it.
Yeah.
We used to negotiate from a position of weakness all the time.
Yeah.
If anyone knows what that looks like, it's Arsenal fans.
No, exactly. And what was it? Chris again pops in and says Forest have now signed 23 players.
Yeah, but they had to.
Yeah.
Their squad was mostly championship quality, so they've had to reimburse the squad with more. So,
Most of that squad from last season were players on loan that have gone back to their respective clubs or been sold to other clubs.
Exactly. So they had to do that. Like, it's not like they were coming up with a squad that they had assembled themselves because of players that they bought. It's because they've had players on loan, and the players that they do have or that are on their books are not Premier League standard. So they've had to reimburse the squad, which, again, I don't blame Forest for doing that. They're taking action. It might keep them up. It might not. But ultimately, they're taking that gamble, and fair play to them.
Yeah, definitely. And like, I think Kevin Campbell.
Oh, Jesus! This weekend's going to be mad. Everton, Liverpool, AC Milan, and Inter. Fucking hell!
Arsenal v Arsenal.
Lazio and Napoli. Fuck me.
A lot of bloodbaths this weekend.
Oh man. Although Milan they did loan Sergino Dest from Barcelona, which has a 20 million loan clause in there if they want to buy him.
Yeah.
So Milan are doing a bit. Milan have been good with right backs though. They got Dalot playing, for Christ's sake. I'm not saying that as a diss at Delot, by the way. He's actually a good fullback if you can get out of him.
Oh dear.
Seriously, if we lose on Sunday, I'm going to be fuming, mate. I really am. Because Ryan, you know what this game means to me.
Especially
You
if we
know-
will be on Sunday.
You know what this game means to me, right? Like, for a lot of Arsenal fans, right? Tottenham's like the more, I guess, the main rival, right? But to me, it's Man United. I don't care what Tottenham are doing. Tottenham are irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
Like, in fact, they're almost irrelevant to everybody. Let's just call a spade a spade. They're irrelevant. Like, but again, it's like Manchester United has and always will be our biggest rival. For like, Tottenham's like a local rival.
Yeah.
But Man United has been our biggest rival for over 20 years. So again, like, for me, the main rival has and always will be Man United.
Yeah. I was just reading some tweets. One sec. Yeah, someone tweeted out an Arsenal. This is an Arsenal, by the way. He tweeted out just a note which makes this all strange. As obviously the guy in Sky Caviar, I won't even pronounce his fucking name, confirms Douglas Luiz has started only one game with Jordan. Has been charged, but also told Luiz's agent they would accept a bid around £20 million, and they're now not doing that. And they bought a replacement, by the way, but they're still not doing it. And they were open to selling him, but this all changed after last night's game.
Again, mate, you know when I tell you it's about being in the position of power. That is what this is. Like, Villa are just holding out for more money. Once they get what they want, they'll jack it in.
Well, you signed for the club, you're not even at the game. You actually stayed in a hotel and watched it from a hotel room. You idiot. Sorry, that's talking about Anthony and all that. He's tweeted on his Twitter account basically, sorry, that he's in basically a photo of him taking a photo of the TV of the Leicester game tonight. This is bizarre for me as well. Dubravka going from me number 2 at Newcastle to number 2 at Man United.
Yeah. Someone's just comfortable with being number 2, mate.
What's the state of Newcastle? If you're going to be this will come in to be number 1 at United, sorry. Then what's the point of fucking moving from one place to the other? Might as well stay put. It's a loan as well. It's not like it's a loan as well, which is bizarre.
Well, to be honest, mate, Man United's approach to transfers this window has been scattergun approach. It's the same at Chelsea. Like, I look at that United team. I mean, they're getting wins, but they're not convincing wins. Like, if anything, it's like us in Arteta's first full season, because if you remember, we were getting wins, but they weren't convincing wins. Like, and we did well against Fulham, but it was Fulham. What's his name now?
20 past 6 minutes ago. Bid rejected, and sounds like Arsenal pursuit of Aston Villa midfielder Douglas Luiz is over.
Then it's happening. Then
I swear to God. I'm going to come to Scotland, Colin.
Hey, listen, I'm not claiming to know anything, all right? But
But then Fabrizio, again, it's contradicting. Everyone's contradicting themselves. Fabrizio.
Nothing makes sense, mate. I'm telling you now.
Aston Villa have rejected one more proposal from Arsenal for Douglas Luiz. Arsenal have still not left negotiations. This is 9 minutes ago he tweeted this. But it looks very complicated with Aston Villa.
Mate, you know when I tell you it doesn't make sense? Right? Ornstein has literally tweeted that it's done.
Yeah.
Right? While Fabrizio from 9 minutes ago is saying it's not done. So you don't know who to believe now.
This is doing my head in. I just want to fucking know.
I'll tell you what I want. I want this shit to be done so I can go to bed.
Same here.
I'm tired. Let me sleep.
I'll stay up for the Scottish window though, surely.
No, I don't watch Scottish football. Like
who does?
Mate, the last time I watched a game in in the Scottish League, right? Was in 2010, and that's because I got free tickets to a St. Johnstone game. That's how long ago it was.
Probably out of a cereal packet.
Well, no, I got gifted it by a mate. But again, okay, this is how far back this goes. 2010. Oh, who was in the league at that point? Do you know what? I genuinely can't remember. Like, that's how long ago it was. Like,
have you ever known a team like buy 23 players like Forest have? That's ridiculous. No. That's like
it is, but they've had to reimburse their squad because it was like full of loans and championship level players last year.
And then like Bournemouth don't spend any money at all.
And sack the manager for saying so.
He was angling for that though, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Again, one of the group chats on Twitter, someone just said Luiz deal might not be totally dead. Maybe another Ramsdale. He downs tools, whatever.
You would have thought that he would have done that at lunchtime.
But what we've been told, he's been literally begging them. But after they rejected the second bid, he should have forced the issue and gone, all right, I'm now handed in a transfer request. Ramp it home. But literally, like, go. Oh, I don't want to be here. Let me go. To the point, obviously, he puts a transfer request in, covering a position where if they keep him, the fans aren't going to be on his side from the next home game. They're going to be on his back because they know now he doesn't want to be here. But hey, it is what it is. Colin's having a meltdown up top.
You would have thought so.
No. I'm just watching a comedy gig and I'm laughing.
It's laughing at Man United spending 90 million.
To be fair, that is a joke. Like, it just is. It's not.
You know they'll beat us at the weekend. You know that, don't you?
They won't beat us, mate. We'll spank them.
They always show up against us. No matter how bad United are.
Mate, they're terrible. Like, literally, they are us in Mikel Arteta's first full season. Legitimately, that's what they are. Like, they're not. The thing is, they're getting wins, but they're not convincing. They'll get found out against better teams, mate. I'm telling you this now.
A late twist in the Bamba Dieng.
Oh, for God's sake. I don't care about Bamba Dieng, what his fucking name is.
Oh, yeah, I just heard that.
You're going from, I'm going to Leeds, I'm going to Leeds, I'm going to Leeds, I'm going to Leeds. Make your fucking mind up, man. Piss off.
He's got, well, they're saying on the TV that he's failed a medical. And then it's just, I don't know.
I'll just suffer. If I was him, I'd have a complete meltdown.
Do you reckon Alba will be getting the same money?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know where Chelsea are getting all his money from.
Things like, well, maybe now it's Egypt first that far. Or the really good news, the 4,000 estate agents are going to go bust.
Time is running out. There's no news yet. But there is.
Oh, this is dragging now. Sorry, guys, everyone that's watching this, three guys sitting in silence.
Oh my god!
We've got fucking journos contradicting each other online. We don't know where to come or go.
No.
Sky is saying it's dead in the water. Sky basically doing the David Ornstein thing. Dead in all. They've moved up, done and dusted. It ain't gonna happen. Fucking for British, watch the Sky Italy.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on?
I'll tell you what, they don't know a thing between the pair of them.
Oh my leg.
God knows what's happening.
At least I didn't do an all day of this. That's almost taken out. If nothing happens, at least like I said, I didn't watch the whole day on here, sitting here hoping. Oh dear. I'd laugh my head off. If a Aubameyang fails his medical, I'll piss myself. I think he'll flop anyway. I don't think they won't get. The thing is, Chelsea will get a little 2 or 3 games of a new team hype up bounce or whatever, and then he'll settle back into his old ways like he was before he left the Premier League.
Mate, that team, right? That Chelsea team, right? They keep banging on about a striker, but
they've got no creativity.
There's another problem that they haven't addressed, and it's the midfield. They've not signed a midfielder since they signed Jorginho, bro. So again, it's like the way I look at Chelsea, right? Even if they have Aubameyang, they're not making top 4. They're not. I'll look at that Chelsea side now. They don't have enough goals in that team, mate.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Neither do Man United. So if anything, we may get into the top 4 simply by default because Man United and Chelsea don't have enough goals in the team.
Colonel's asking, so if Luiz comes in, does he come in permanently to replace Partey? I mean, he comes in permanently at the start because obviously Partey's injured. Depends how well he does and how well Partey then recovers.
I already told you my master plan.
It depends how Luiz performs because you can start out as a squad player, but then you can make yourself invaluable.
The main man. Yeah.
Like in the case of, I mean, I know we were talking about earlier, and I know it's not the same position, but in the case of Bellerin and Debussy, like Bellerin wasn't even considered to be the main option at the start of the 14-15 season. Debussy was. But Bellerin makes himself invaluable to the team. Debussy's injured, he's out on the side, and then Bellerin just takes a spot like that. So things happen, mate. Things happen.
Oh dear.
I don't know why we didn't put a sell-on clause in the Aubameyang's contract.
We couldn't. We terminated his deal.
Oh yeah. We shouldn't have. Anything. You can still.
Are you still dwelling on that, Ross? Are you still
No, hang
dwelling
on.
that?
No, because they were saying, weren't they, in the documentary, they was open dialogue with Barcelona. So even though it's effectively terminated his contract, they could still, because they were speaking to him, weren't they?
Yeah,
Well,
but Barca weren't willing to pay the money. That's the thing. That's why the reason why.
Effectively, what Aubameyang done, right, which we've all seen by now, got on a plane without the club's permission. At that point, you're dead in the water, bruv.
I'm sure they were talking to him before that, though. They must have been dialogue before that, yeah.
They would have done, but Arteta didn't want him. Eddie wanted to bring him back in, but Arteta didn't want him. And ultimately, you got to back your manager.
But haven't we just done the same thing with Bellerin?
No, because Bellerin's been utter shit for years.
If we've terminated his contract, effectively.
Well, yeah, because we can't shift him on because his wages are too high, though.
But where did I see it? I thought they said that they some sort of clause.
No, I think what forced the issue with Aubameyang termination of his contract was him flying to Barcelona on deadline day in the winter, where he was meant to be at training, and I just thought, you know what, we're sick of this now. We can see what Arteta's on about now. We're sick of it. Leave it at Barcelona. If they really want him, they'll contact us again, and we'll try and sort something out. And they did, obviously, and then they sorted that out. But him going to Barcelona, when he did on that deadline day, he forced the issue of that enough's enough now. You've got to go. Even if it means you don't get anything for you, because we can't have that behaviour.
Yeah, so this is it basically, right? Bellerin has signed a one-year contract at Barcelona, but there is understood to be a 25% sell-on clause. So even though we've terminated his contract, there's still a sell-on clause at Barcelona if they sell him.
Yeah.
So why couldn't we do that with Alba?
That would have been in before we terminated it.
Yeah, but as I said in the documentary, they were talking to Barcelona prior. Why couldn't they have had the same sort of thing?
Barcelona weren't bending the knee. That's the thing. We're up to this point. They wanted him for nothing. They didn't want to pay a penny, and in the end, we just had to bend the knee to them.
Yeah, but basically,
we made all these offers. They just weren't having it.
And we're just fucking giving players away for fucking nothing. This is just bad. It's just the way this club has been managed for the past God knows how many years.
Well, that's the thing, Russ. Like, we know we've been mismanaged financially for years. Like, this goes back to, I mean, the latter years of Wenger, if we're being brutally honest. I mean, we're offering players like Mustafi, like 100+ K a week. We're offering players like Kolasinac 100+ K a week. We're offering like Jenkinson 45. We're offering Danny Welbeck 100. Like, seriously, these are bang average footballers that we're giving champagne wages to.
As I say, we're more sort of reactionary more than proactive. That was the issue.
Yeah.
Obviously, back in those days, obviously before the Kroenkes had full control, they weren't going to spend any money, were they? Even though they were the majority shareholder, they weren't going to invest. So we've had to keep paying these bloody players too much money because we weren't in a position to really go out and buy better ones, I guess.
Seriously, whoever scouted the players that we bought before needs. I mean, fucking hell. How they even have jobs is baffling to me.
I think most of the problem was that Wenger was doing it by himself, really, wasn't he? He wasn't taking anyone's advice or anything like that.
No.
But then, like last year, we got rid of all the scouts, didn't we? So.
Although we've had them scouts since we moved to the Emirates, really. So they were probably like out of touch with reality anyway. No, seriously, we had the same scout that scouted says Fabregas.
Yeah.
At the club when Wenger left. Like, how long ago was that? What, 2003, 4?
But that's the thing, though, isn't it? He was just a wanted yes man. Which was a problem because no one challenged him on anything.
No.
Not even the owners, really.
Yeah, I just remember how bad it got towards the end. Like, because what was it? I think, because usually with me, right, especially about them, there wouldn't be a time where I wouldn't not like watch an Arsenal game, even if I had to watch it on backwatch, right? And there was a game against Newcastle at St James's, which we lost 2-1, and I'm like, do you know what? I would much rather do hoovering around the house than watch that shite. Legitimately, I'm choosing housework over Arsenal at that point. Like, bruh.
So who starts in midfield then against United?
Lakonga, Xhaka.
I think I'm on Lakonga. I'm still not totally sold on him.
Maybe not, but he was pretty good against Villa, wasn't he?
Yeah. But as I say, he had a good start last season, and then he just sort of fell out of favour. He had a couple of bad matches, and then
Thing is, though, like it'll be more. I guess he'll be like more mature now. You know, he's had a year in the he's had a year in the side now, so he'll probably, I guess, be a bit more in tune with everybody else, if that makes sense.
we're not doing it, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Should have just got a play from Spain. Just pay the sellout, their buyout clause. There you go, done.
It's not blind loyalty, by the way. What I'm doing, it's not. I have zero loyalty to anyone.
It's all gone quiet, even Twitter. Nothing being said.
No. Edu out's trending. What a surprise! Right on cue.
I don't think it's his fault. Everyone has a price, but then it's a sort of Wenger way of thinking, oh, I'm not going to spend the extra money.
I mean, if Villa were asking for too much, like if Villa were asking for 30 million for Douglas Luiz when he's only got a year left, I mean,
30 is the absolute maximum.
I know, it would be mad anyway. Like, and besides that, for all we know, Douglas Luiz is wrapped up now.
Oh yeah, it could be. It could be at the Emirates. Yeah.
For all we know. I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is. By the way, I'm just saying, like, you know, for all we know, he could be down at Coney now doing his medical.
Who's that? Dan James. Who was Dan James?
I think he's gone to Bournemouth, I think. No. Wait, is it Bournemouth or is it Southampton? I can't remember which.
I didn't think he's all that anyway. Oh, Fulham.
No, it was a Fulham.
Yeah.
I thought it was Southampton. Oh,
Yeah, he's going on loan. Passed a medical earlier today.
Zinchenko was just asking Romano about Luiz.
Oh God, I'm not getting
I
anything.
love
No one's saying.
Zinchenko, man.
It's
I love Zinchenko, man.
certainly bought into it, isn't he?
Mm. He was in the crowd on the weekend.
So do you reckon Tillemans? Do you reckon they'll look to sign him in January or?
January, we'll do the deal in January, but he'll arrive in the summer next season. Why spend money to get him earlier when you can get him for nothing?
I mean, you could probably say the same about Douglas Luiz, effectively.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter because ultimately it's win-win for us.
Mm. Yeah. So it's just a shame that Party, well, El Neni's, I know that was a bit unforeseen, really. I wouldn't really want El Neni as a backup first choice anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Elneny still was an embarrassment in and of itself.
Well, no, I don't know about that. I think he's quite. Well, it's just an easy sign up for another year, wasn't it? Really.
I know, but do you know what, mate? I still because in my head, he's still part of that. He's part of that era that we'd rather just forget about. So, personally, I'd rather see the back of him.
No, so Xhaka, though, effectively.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, Xhaka at least has something. Elneny is just literally the definition of a sideways footballer.
Which is fine in matches you can get away with that.
Yeah, but you can't get
So
away with that.
Yeah, but you don't want him to be like a backup against the United, or City, or Chelsea. You don't want him to be shit.
I'd rather
Partey's
put
out,
the Congo in those games.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, United have their own version of El Neni, really, and Scott McTominay. Seriously, he's of the same nationality as me, and I don't rate him. Bruh.
He is a pretty. Every time I've seen him play, he's just like.
He's a centre back posing as a midfielder, mate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never been a fan of him. No. When are we playing? Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday.
The afternoon kickoff, is it?
Yeah, 4 yeah. Do you know what's mad about this, right? Literally a few weeks ago, everyone was praising the work that Arteta and Edu were doing. Now it's Edu out.
I don't understand that. That's not really a reason for doing it. But obviously they should have. I mean, they should have addressed this a while ago, really.
Yeah, you can criticize them. But I'm not saying they're above criticism. No. But let's be honest. Just a few weeks ago, everyone was praising them and everyone was buzzing that we're top of the league. So it's you can't go from that to the other side of the fence, what I'm on about this is Arsenal fans were discussing. They're like, fucking hell, they swings. It goes swings and roundabouts every week with us, doesn't it? Like
But you think that Arsenal hadn't bought a striker in like 4 or 5 years.
I know.
Up until this summer, and that's
what was it too? What was it like when we bought Lacazette? It's like, oh yes, we bought Lacazette. Now it's like he's dog shit.
6 months later, we bought Aubameyang, so it's like, well,
I know, it's like mad, isn't it?
It just don't make sense.
We bought 2 strikers, man. We literally had no idea what to do with them.
Yeah.
Well,
Albert did all right. Albert did all right for the first.
I'm not saying
No. Yeah.
I'm not saying Oba wasn't good, mate. I'm saying the club literally bought 2 strikers and had no idea how to use them.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why we bought Lacazette in the first place.
I mean, but Aubameyang's gonna at that point. Aubameyang was gonna get you goals regardless because he was that good. Like it didn't really take a genius to figure that out, but you spend 50 million on Lacazette in the summer, and then in the same season in January you spend 60 on Aubameyang.
Mm.
Like, bro, what you doing?
Sorry about that, guys. Oh.
Toilet.
I had to get the closing from the outside. It's like raining.
You had them outside. It's been raining all day.
Not all day.
Most of the day.
Not really. Not here.
You only live a couple of miles away from you.
Yeah. Literally had a 10-second spill this morning, and that was it. No, I've lost my film.
Lost your what?
So, are we giving up now?
I have. Colin.
I haven't.
For God's sake.
I haven't. I'm sorry, but no. You can call me delusional if you want, but I mean, I'm not with this whole ideology of everyone praising the ownership literally just a few weeks ago, and now, oh well, Arteta and Edu have done a crap job.
That I can get on board with.
You can criticize them, certainly. Like, you can, I guess, pull them up on things that they've not done like quick enough. Like, you know, why are we leaving it to the end of the window to bring in a midfielder? That you can definitely criticize them on. But I don't think that should overshadow the good work that they've done. Because let's be honest, they have done good for us this summer.
Mm.
But hey, that's what Arsenal fans for you.
Just going to get a drink. 5 minutes left.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Wasn't Vinicius the guy that was on loan at Tottenham a couple of years back?
Carlos Vinicius, yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to follow him.
I don't know why, but for some reason I thought Tottenham had Vinicius Jr. on loan. I don't know why. I thought Carlos Vinicius, is that Vinicius Jr.? I have no idea.
Still no new tweets on Fabrizio on his situation.
No. Bamba Diang's failed his medical at Nice.
Yeah, I've been listening to that. It's brilliant. In one thing, just because of the karma. You're committed to one club, and then at the last minute, another club's committed. Actually, the country I'm currently in, I go to them because of a bit more money.
Shit, 5 million, man. That's mad.
Phone, what on my phone?
Liverpool can sign off Arthur Melo permanent next summer for like 37.5 million if they want.
Mm.
How old is Mello anyway?
That wouldn't be that old. I think 27 or something like that.
26. He's a decent player. I just don't know why Juventus feel that they don't need him. And they've obviously been trying to offer him for quite a while.
Well, they bought him, like, Allegri wasn't the manager when they bought him.
Mm.
So maybe Allegri just doesn't fancy him.
As I said, it's an opportunity to kickstart his career. I'm surprised by not bring another striker, or less if there's something happening now, because we've lost Mope. We played without Welbeck. The left him at the starting 11 last night as well. You feel as if maybe another striker there. So I'm sure Brighton fans will maybe look for another striker to come in, but Billy Gilmour's an excellent addition for them, and someone who I think will suit into that style of play. We know how.
Well, we're what, 2 minutes away? Get up, you cunts. I don't use that term lightly either.
And Leicester. Oh, so Villa have signed Bednarek on loan.
But they've also got Dendorka on a permanent deal. So it makes no sense why they keep rejecting our fucking offer. Last week, apparently, someone said on Twitter about 20 minutes ago, last week they're saying they'd accept an offer of £20 million. They told his agents, these people, if an offer of £20 million or more came in, we'd accept it. No matter what. It's coming today, and they've rejected it, even though they were getting someone in anyway. Yeah, again, like Tillemans, the player's been priced out of a move, so a club he wants to go to, and now they've got to wait a year.
Do you know what? I don't want to go off my head because I don't feel it.
Sorry, that wasn't a dig at Arsenal. That's a dig at fucking Wolves and Leicester for being idiots.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about that right now. But do you know what? For all the good work that Edu's done, because he has done good work, there are times when he does leave it too late. He's done this twice. Like, maybe that's a fault in him as, I guess, technical director trying to get a better deal in this and that. But, he should look at what we need. All right, okay. We're fine until January, realistically.
Yeah.
If we're being brutally honest, because Partey is only out for 2-3 weeks. He'll be back. And we don't even... The Zinchenko injury, we don't even know how long that's for. Like, that might be for just a few days or like a week or two. We don't know. Like, maybe the fact that they've not gone for it, maybe it's not as bad as they thought. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know, by the way. I'm just I'm speculating here. But it just feels like something's gone on where, like, either the injuries aren't as bad as they thought, or they're waiting until January to get him for free because it makes more sense for them.
Yeah. Either way, it just means the respective clubs get less money from us. That's all. If we're offering 20 to 23, 25 million pounds for these players now, they're not going to get. They'll be lucky if they get anywhere near 15 from us.
Yeah, they're only going to get not much
With
more
6
than
months to
half
go.
that amount, are they?
They're idiots. At the end of the day, they're idiots. They've got two, especially now today, what's going on with Douglas in terms of him publicly. It's been put out there, one way or the other. It's been put out there. He wanted out. He wanted out anyway. Arsenal came along. He wanted to come to Arsenal. Today, he was begging the owners just to accept the offer. 3 offers came in from us. We showed our intent in terms of making the offers. We've clearly been talking to them to make the offer.
Do you know what they're going to have now? They're going to have an unsettled dressing room now.
Yeah.
They're going to have
an unsettled dressing room. That is on them. And he had someone on Sky earlier going, Well, Shay Gibbons, sorry, going, well, they don't have to accept anything. They're both multi-billionaires. And they're still run a club like they normally would, billionaires or not.
Yeah, you still want to. No one, obviously, no one gets
Well,
into
players
football.
need to-
No owner
football
gets
to be
into
there.
football to make money because it's more or less impossible. But 20 million, 25 million, still 25 million for a player that you've already bought a replacement for
Oh, we must. We look.
for
We must.
cheaper.
I mean, from an Arsenal perspective, they must have believed they could get it over the line. They must have believed it because we let Aziz go. We've let Ainsley, I know Ainsley has been playing, but we've let him go as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We
Yeah.
can our midfield, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Something's gone on Villa's side of it where they have literally said, no, we're not letting you go. Well, like, and
They've
I
gone
wouldn't
back on
even
their
look
word.
at
They told them
I
they
wouldn't
would.
I wouldn't even look at it from Arsenal or Villa's perspective. I look at it from Douglas Luiz's perspective. Like, he's got to be looking at it thinking, well, I've only played one game. I'm not getting regular minutes here at Villa. And with the World Cup coming up, he's got to be thinking, well, they've essentially fucked me over for the World Cup then.
Yeah.
Like, he might not be favoured by the Brazil manager. He might not be, but ultimately Villa fucked him over for, like, to prove the guy wrong. So, like, to be honest, I don't even look at it from an Arsenal perspective or a Villa perspective. I look at it more so from the player's standpoint. Because if he doesn't get called up for the Brazil squad, then, like, that, all that's going to do is leave dissent in the dressing room, because what's happened now is you've got an unhappy player who does not want to be there. Same with Tillemans at Leicester. And now, like, that'll spread across the dressing room. It will. It only takes one player to have a massive problem at a football club for the whole thing to fold like a pack of cards.
Yeah, like Ozil with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Arsenal Misfits are saying in the chat, I would love to know who our fans are, who's in that black van that the fans are tracking.
I mean,
it could be him. It could be him still. It might be. Maybe even he thought something was in the end. He needed to get down to London without being noticed. But you never know. Either way, as you say, it's going to leave such a stain in that club now, Gerrard there or not. Because
that's why I said to you earlier, mate. I don't think Gerrard's going to be there that much longer.
But it's out there. It's out there that the club, the owners, promised that Douglas Luiz's agents and representatives that because he wanted to go, if an offer of 20 mil or more came in between now and deadline day, they'll accept. With deadline day today, we made the £20 million bid. They rejected it. He then made noises. No, I want to go to Arsenal. Can you let me go, please? We're coming with a second bid. They rejected it. We've come in with a third bid. And they've gone back on their word. And that, not just on Douglas Luiz now, that's going to ring round the entire club now in terms of the personnel, players. Because they'll be like, well, we've done that to him. What's to say you won't do that to me? But if I ever want to leave, or an offer comes in for me, even if I don't want to leave, but an offer comes in that makes me turn my head, maybe. How can I trust you, basically? That's going to cause a ripple effect now.
What if Leon Bailey wants to leave? Let's just say, for example, that in January, right? Because Leon Bailey is too good for Aston Villa.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, but Leon Bailey is too good for Aston Villa. All right, like he should be. Like, if you ask me, Leon Bailey is good enough to play for a top 6 side, without question. Right? If Leon Bailey, let's just say, for example, Tottenham came in for Leon Bailey, for example.
Yeah.
Right? Are those Villa owners going to say to Leon Bailey, no? Because I'll tell you what will happen. Leon Bailey will go to his agent and say, these fuckers aren't letting me move. push something through.
Hmm.
Because ultimately, right, club owners, right, they don't have as much power as they would like to believe, because players can quite easily get onto the phone with. They can quite easily phone their agent and say, "By the way, I want to leave," and their agent will start putting shit out there in the press and in other outlets, and they're going, "By the way, such and such isn't happy here." Yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Mino Raiola did the same thing with Pogba.
Yeah.
Pogba wanted to leave Manchester United years ago, and Mino Raiola would put shit in the press after Champions League exits and go, "Yeah, Pogba wants to leave United," and this and that. Like, the clubs have zero power when it comes to players moving now. Zero.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be. It used to be the club, didn't it? But then back in those days, you didn't really have agents as such, did you? You used to take your dad or your uncle with you and sign a contract, basically. You just needed someone, just someone who was in, like, who you trusted, basically.
Yeah.
And
you,
from
you
your family or
watch,
friends.
You watch
but yeah,
Douglas
not these
Luiz's
guys
agent.
that they're paying all these agents mega money to.
Bro, I'd be stunned if Douglas Luiz wasn't on the phone to his agent right now.
Probably get rid of his agent. What can you get this done?
Wow.
Well, as I say, I think it again, from what we're being led to believe on both sides of the mixed stories we're getting, the agents from Douglas Luiz, they're trying to force the issue. It says Villa would not, for whatever reason today, of all days, even though they got Dendorka, they're going for Dendorka and they got him in, even when they got him in, they wouldn't budge. Suddenly, this is a change of stance all of a sudden. And as I say,
Bro, this is what I mean. Because was it? In some ways, I kind of respect Villa for taking a stand against his agent. In some ways, because agents have far too much power in the game anyway. Because I remember when, like, was it Willian, David Luiz, and that were at the club, right? And they were leaking shit to Kia Jarabshin, and Kia Jarabshin would put that shit in the press because he was trying to openly get a move for them to, and it was getting like to the point of just stupidness, and then and we got rid of them two off the back of that. Like, so in some ways, I respect Villa for standing up to his agent, because you can't have agents running a club. Like, we've seen what that's done to clubs over the years. I remember, like, João Mario at Inter Milan. Like, Kia Jarabshin got the interim manager at the time, who ironically is the AC Milan manager now, sacked from Inter because he wouldn't play João Mario. And unfortunately, that's what agents can do. Like, you know.
Do you think he'll get his head down now and play for him?
No,
because obviously, like, his World Cup position is there effectively.
He's not getting game time anyway.
Well, if he's not getting games, Ross, then he's not going to the World Cup, is he?
But this is what my thinking is. That's why I think that Gerrard will be gone soon. And the chairman of Villa are already talking to other candidates, and they'll probably say, "Oh yeah, they may be saying that, yeah, Douglas Luiz is in my plans. He will get game time."
Well, if he's not sacked in the next few days or so, he is definitely getting sacked after the weekend because they're playing Man City.
Arsenal tweeted out about Bellerin, and they've now officially put it out there that he is no longer part of the club.
Good.
For 3 FA Cups, 239 appearances, for the dedicated support for our local community, gay Gooners, and so much more, for understanding what it means to be a Gooner. Thank you, Hector. And then obviously got a little video of Hector, little clips of Hector going.
No. I'm not having that. No.
I always liked Hector. I always liked him.
No. Like,
he was another one, just got injured and it completely fucked him over.
No, that's not. That's
last
not what
injury
it was. That's not what it was, right? Bellerin was a shithead during his final months as an Arsenal player. A shithead. All right? So, again, like, he's been part of he was part of the problem for years, right? I still remember, what was it, when Jose was at Tottenham, right? When he let Son run free and he doesn't look behind him. Bro, you're meant to be a defender. You don't defend, bruv. If anything, you're a false defender. You know what I mean?
Basically, like Tavares.
No, Tavares is raw. Bellerin's experience.
Tavares is scoring more than anything else at the moment, isn't he? I always said he's a winger. He's not a defender. He's not a left back. He's a winger.
No. I think when he comes back, he'll be redeployed as a winger, mate. I've got.
I reckon we'll sell him. I reckon we'll get about 25, 30 million for him.
Well, to be fair, we didn't buy him for that much. So either way, we make a profit.
Exactly. We're going to make money on it. I mean, it's a stupid transfer, really. We don't usually make transfers like that.
No, and just yeah. But yeah, this is going to have major reports. I keep saying about the Villa thing. Again, the skills about saying we're not overreacting in terms of we're not digging out Arsenal, we're not digging out Arteta and Eddie or nothing.
Well, I think we ought
They've
to.
done everything they can today, by all accounts, to get Douglas Luiz in a circumstance. They've done everything they could. And for once, again, you talk about respect to Villa, stand up to the agents and all that in that respect. I was more respect for Arsenal today for not bend, because it did leak out that if we'd offered £40 million, they would accept no matter what. So they're basically just chasing money. They tried to get as much money as they could out of us, and we just went, no. He's got a year left. We had 2 years in it. I said this at the start of the stream. I can miss that one second.
Barcelona re-signed Hector Bellerin. Breaking news. There you go.
It's not really a surprise, is it? My man looks older than he does. Do you know why?
No.
He's got the 80s porn stash.
I wish I could grow one, mate.
You've seen it. Come on. He looks like it as well. Fucking hell.
So my mic keeps disconnecting now all of a sudden. No, I was saying literally, if the fact that Arsenal didn't bend the knee and just go, okay, we're desperate, we'll give you the money. For players, if he had 2 years left in his contract, I can understand.
Arsenal never do that. Like, Arsenal never bend
No, but for
the knee,
once we did today. For once we actually went, no, like before, we're not panic buying now. We're just going, you know what? This is how we value him. He's got a year left in his contract. He wants to come to us. You have no stronghold in this situation. One way or the other, he's coming to us, even now or later on down the line. You can take some money or nothing at all.
Yeah.
Tell him to put some money in his electric meter. Keeps going.
Probably just the mic, to be honest.
Put another £1 in it.
To be fair, though, like, we're not getting bent over backwards like we used to.
Bloody
I mean, but it's like Ryan was saying. It's just like Arsenal never pay the extra money. We've never done that. We haven't done that for years.
But, but my point was, we're not going to do it for someone who's got a year left in his contract.
No,
but we have gotten fleeced before, so that's a nice change.
And that's what I'm saying. For once, we're standing our ground, not just to Aston Villa today, but to Leicester's own Tillemans. We've stood our ground all summer of the Tillemans situation. We offered 25 minutes, and people going, "Oh, give them they want 25." No, we offered it in the first place. They're the ones going, "Oh, we want 35 to 40 mil." For a player doesn't want to be there. A year left on his contract. Go away. This is what the situation is. Don't like it, lump it. They're coming to us either way. And apparently, Uber's still not gone through it, by the way.
Going on the back of that, you know when Alexis was coming to the end of his deal, and everyone was saying, no, you have to keep him. Selfishly, I kind of wanted him sold. because, and I know that sounds mental, but like, all right, on video, right, I said, like, selfishly, I'd rather us keep him because obviously, like, I'm thinking from a fan's perspective in the sense that, you know, obviously you want to keep your best players and this and that. But in my head, I'm thinking, no, we should have just let him go to City because his heart was clearly set on a move to Man City in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, and you've seen Alexis's form that season, bro. Like, he wasn't good that season. He wasn't.
No.
Like, he had his heart set on a move to City, and then, you know, he moved in January anyway. But like, I know he moved to United instead of City, but he wanted out. It was obvious. Like, and I'm not saying Villa should just kowtow to the demands of a single player, but I don't think it makes much sense keeping a player that doesn't want to be there around, regardless of whether the manager changes or not. Because look, even if Gerrard is sacked, and I believe he will, because
he will.
like he'll be sacked because I mean, listen, Haaland's like on fire. The man scored 9 goals in 5 games. Like, he's clearly scoring another hat trick against Villa. The man's a freak. Like, he's essentially a cheat code right now. Like, people were talking about him, you know, not hitting 15 goals. My man will hit 15 goals by November. In fact, no, he'll hit 15 goals before October, more than likely. Like, that's how good the guy is right now. And Villa are in trouble because they've got a manager who, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the stats, boys. Like, his win percentage, like, I don't know what it is now, but last time I looked, it was on par with Gary Neville at Valencia. That's not a good look, bruv.
It's got to a point now. He's got a worse record than Gary Neville now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got a worse record, yeah.
Yeah, not a good look. Not a good look. Gerrard gets sacked, but ultimately, whoever they bring in, right, they're going to have to deal with a player that doesn't want to be there. But at that point, you're on a hiding to nothing before you even start.
In terms of the record, going back to the record of Steven Gerrard, it's been worse now than Gary Neville at Valencia. Yet, we're seeing Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard getting all these big jobs, not really having to find their way into top jobs, either here or in Scotland, respectively, or in the Championship.
To be fair, Lampard
but Sol Campbell, he's interviewed for jobs. He's having to scrape, with all due respect to the Football League, scrape the barrel of the Football League to sort of get any sort of chance of being hired. That was a couple of years back.
To be fair to Lampard,
obviously,
Ryan, I will stick up for Lampard here, right? He did do well at Derby.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he did do well at Derby. He went
Then he got ahead of himself.
He had loads of Chelsea players on loan as well.
Ultimately, he fell at the final hurdle, yes, but like, because I went to one Derby, I went to one game when he was manager at Derby. I think it was Rotherham United that they were playing. Yes, they battered them 6-1 as they should. Rotherham were bottom of the league at the time, but they were playing some good stuff at that time. And bear in mind, the Championship's not a league where, like, it's ninja hard to get out of because the majority of the teams just play like Route 1 crap aside from the few, right? Lampard did very well at Derby. I mean, at least from my point of view anyway, I believe Rooney did a better job at Derby considering the circumstances.
Yeah, considering the shit they're in, yeah.
But ultimately, Lampard at least has done it in a league that's somewhat challenging, right? I'm not undermining what Gerrard did at Rangers. I'm not doing that at all. But, I mean, all right, you went invincible with Rangers in the Scottish League. That's great. Yes, you did it in Europe. Fantastic. And you could have won a European trophy. fine. But you don't go from the Scottish League to the Premier League. It doesn't happen. Like if Gerrard had taken like a championship club, for instance, and then he taken the step up, then you could sit there and go. Then you could sit there and go, you know what? He's earned his stripes a little bit because he's actually proven himself in a tougher league. Like, because bearing in mind, winding back the years now, Owen Coyle was doing well at St Johnstone for a while, right? And people were suggesting Owen Coyle for the Arsenal job. I'm not saying it was serious.
That, yeah.
I'm not saying it was serious, but there was genuine people out there that were suggesting him because he did a good job at St Johnstone. He then goes to Bolton. What happens? Fumbles.
Yeah.
Fumbles. So it's not always easy. It's not always easy going from the Scottish League to like a bigger league in England. It's not. The only ones that have managed to navigate that successfully, from my point of view, are Frank Lampard and, to a degree, Wayne Rooney.
Oh, what, from top club level players to managers? Saying.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's just like, okay, we'll take down Pollock's situation. And in terms of Gerrard, as you say, his first job was Rangers, and it's still regarded as a big job because of what Rangers are. He hasn't had to work for it, but literally, if you say Sol Campbell or Joey Barton's of this world, I mean, Joey Barton, so he doesn't help himself. But my point is, there's certain ex-players that, especially like Sol Campbell, that have to literally work their backside off at the lower league clubs to get to this point where they might eventually get noticed. Whereas there's players of Gerrard's ilk that just get given the big job straight away. They do well, and obviously he did well in Scotland. Don't get me wrong, with Rangers. Gets pretty big bollocks about it all, and then went running to Villa, thinking he was a big I am. Before he started running before he could walk, thinking I could get the Liverpool job even quicker than I thought. Let's prove myself in the Premier League at Villa. It's backfired now.
Yeah. I mean,
it also says about the mentality between Arsenal and Aston Villa is if we got a bad player in our ranks, we just get rid of him. And say if a player wants to leave Arsenal, we say, okay, sort out a contract, we'll sort out a fee, we're not bothered, you can go. Because Arteta will not want a player disrupting the harmony in the squad. Obviously, Aston Villa and Leicester are quite happy to retain these players for the last year of their contract, possibly knowing that they're just going to down tools regardless. So they're not helping themselves in that respect, but that's their problem. It's not ours.
No, we'll get them for nothing anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting
on the manager thing though. It's like on the manager thing though, right? Like, you know, this whole appointing ex-player strategy, yeah? There's very few instances where it's worked.
Yeah.
Like, very few. Like, Lampard got the Chelsea job off the back of what he did for Derby. He started well, but okay, he did get, to be fair to him, he did get top four and he got into an FA Cup final.
Yeah, he's played all the young players because in fact they had a transfer embargo, didn't he? As well.
Yeah, exactly.
So he had to navigate that.
He's done more than what Gerrard's done. Now, let's be frank. Let's be fair here.
He brought the youngsters through. He got the sack, and then they won the Champions League. They brought Tuchel in, exactly the same players, won the Champions League. So, you know, it's not like his squad was bad anyway.
No. What I'm saying with Lampard is he at least did something like, you know, good somewhat. Like he did get top four.
I'm not disputing that at all.
He did get top four. He did get to an FA Cup final. Granted, didn't win it, But considering a lot of people were piping that Chelsea team to finish 6th in the league, and bearing in mind this was off the back of them losing Hazard as well, he did well to manage that minefield to a degree. Gerrard has literally gone from doing the Invincibles with Rangers, which, bearing in mind, that's not hard to do because there's only one. Realistically, there's
Celtic. It's Celtic is the challenge. That's it.
There's one competitor there, and it's Celtic. That's it. Nobody else. Your Aberdeens, your St Johnstones, your Motherwells, whatever, don't really care. Like, they're not challengers. You've got one competitor. You've got one challenger, and that's it. All right?
Yep.
And let's be honest, the manager that they had at that time, I mean, you can take it or leave it with Ronnie Delia, man. The guy's shite. But, and then also you've got the other example, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Now, that brought him in on what? An interim basis? And then they give him the job full time. The main...
Yeah. You've muted yourself, Colin. Colin, you've muted yourself. Can you hear us?
I can hear him swearing. I can see him swearing.
Oh, that's gone again. He unmuted and muted himself again.
He's going to lose his train of thought in a minute.
Yeah, but where
What
are
the fuck is going on? Like that.
We're back. Right. The difference with Ole and Gerrard, right, is that, yes, Ole did get the job on an interim basis and this and that, but he did finish third. He then finished second, and he got to a Europa League final. I know he didn't win it, but even still, he's done more than Gerrard. And he's proven himself to be not a terrible manager. He just took United as far as they could go with him in charge, ultimately. Now, you compare all those managers. What's the one thing they have in common? They're all like yes men. Like, they're all club legends of sorts. Maybe not Gerrard to Villa, but, you know, they're all managers that will essentially take what they're given and not complain too much about it. Right? Lampard was never going to lambast the Chelsea board. Never. Wasn't going to happen.
My feeling is that Gerrard thought, okay, I'll do well at Villa, well as I can do, basically finish.
It's basically a stepping stone.
Basically, and then basically when Klopp goes, he would get a Liverpool job. That's what
exactly.
he saw. Liverpool's
that's the job he wanted.
Stepping stone, yeah.
That's the job he wanted. And
Yeah.
once you treat a club as a stepping stone, there's an expiration date on your time there.
Yeah.
Because once you treat a club as a stepping stone, both from a managerial point of view and from, I guess, a signings point of view as well, like, you're not going to get anyone that really wants to be there. No one can tell me that Gerrard wanted to be at Villa to begin with.
No.
Like, he took it because, one, it's a stepping stone to Liverpool. Two, it's a better league and you'll get more notoriety that way. But ultimately, had he stayed at Rangers, he might have built up his CV a little bit more. Do another year in the Scottish League and then take that next step. But instead,
he could have stayed there easily for like 3-4 years.
Exactly.
I mean, he's still quite young. He's still a young manager.
What he did, though, right, was think, oh, Villa, Premier League, stepping stone to Liverpool. Yeah, jump. And you know, Rangers fans don't miss him. They don't. They've got another. No. They've got a club legend managing them now in Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, and look how well he's doing.
No, exactly. I mean, I said this to James
Arsenal
earlier.
legend.
I met up with him yesterday about this. I said, if anything, Rangers have had a better deal out of this situation in terms of the Gerard Van Bronckhorst situation, because they've got not just a club legend in Van Bronckhorst, but an experienced manager has come in to replace Gerard,
Mm-hmm.
and he got them to a European final. It was literally a penalty kick away from winning them in their first European honour in 50 years, however long it was.
Yep.
And I know they've got a big game this weekend against the Old Firm in Celtic, and I know they've dropped points already. They've drawn a game out of the opening games, but they're still playing. I say the Rangers fans are happy with Giovanni Van Bronckhorst and the players he's brought in and how they're playing and all that. Don't see them complaining.
Yeah. And considering that Gerrard ended the string of titles for Celtic, which would have been 10 in a row, they don't look at him favourably.
No.
Like, I mean, they get why he left, but...
Look at that. If you look at that team that he went invincible with in that league, it shows how, as you said before, how weak that league is. You can have someone like Jermaine Defoe in, who barely played, but was in the squad and had an influence, basically.
Bro, I kid you not. Yeah, the Scottish League is so bad. Like, I'm not... You know those players that we don't rate? Like...
They're in Scotland, I know.
No. Like, was it the old players of Arsenal that we've had over the years?
Yeah,
like your Shamaks and your Arshavins and this and that. I kid you not, Shamak would score 30 goals in the Scottish League.
Scalacci, Stefan.
I don't think he would score 30 goals in the Scottish League.
No, he would, bro. He would. He would. I'm telling you now. Like, because that league is so bad. Like, I'm not. There's some good players in that league, but or you get the odd diamond. Like you get Kieran Tierney, you get Robertson,
Van Dijk.
You get Van Dijk. Yeah, you'll get good players coming in from that league. But you know, the main difference between all the good players that are in that league was the one common threat. Oh, actually, Calvin Ramsey as well. To be fair, like the majority of the good players that are in that league, they're either from Celtic or Rangers that they get bought from.
Yeah, I mean, again, not taking digs at Scotland here in the SPL, but they say that it's that bad that Scott Sinclair, when Villa got relegated, ran up to Scotland, was made to look like a well beater.
Scott Sinclair.
That's how bad that league is.
Bro, Scott Sinclair in 2013 was at Man City. That's how long ago it was.
He ran off.
Legitimately.
Jermaine Defoe scored a few up there and he was past it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Mate, the league's not good. The league's not good. The last time I remember the Scottish League being any good whatsoever was when it wasn't just Celtic and Rangers, but Hearts were in and amongst it as well.
That's a long time.
You had 3 teams going for the title, mate. 3 teams. But now it's just Celtic and Rangers. And I've always maintained the belief that if you got Rangers competing with Celtic again, you might actually get a better league. But ultimately, you're not going to get a better league because the money is not filtered down to the rest of the teams.
No.
Aberdeen are scrambling for loans. Like Hibs had to take Matt Macy on a free from us. Like, I mean, when that's happening, you're not going to have a competitive league. And again, I'm not lambasting the Scottish League, by the way. I'm not. Because, like, I still remember the old days of, like,
Brian Laudrup, Gaza, all of them. Like,
Henrik Larsson, fucking Michael Moles, De Boer, and all that shit. Like, the Scottish League back then was mint.
Mm.
Like, I would argue it was on par with entertainment with the Premier League back then.
Yeah, back then it was. Yeah,
I really
All the England players used to play for bloody Rangers, didn't they?
exactly. Now it's just a shit show. Like, because the stadium where St. Johnstone are, yeah, it is literally 20 minutes from me because I'll pass it on the odd occasion, right? You're lucky if you get a full stadium filled in there. Lucky. Like, it's utter dog shit.
Fabrizio's just tweeted out, Marcus Alonso joins Barcelona on a free transfer. Contract termination has been signed from Chelsea's end. Official statement will be in the morning. Still nothing official about Uber yet. Yeah, being the operative word. Apparently, Brendan Rodgers has had a kick-off, though, once that was going on here. Someone's retweeted from that today. No holding back from Brendan Rodgers. This isn't the club that it was 2 years ago. That's the reality.
He's going to
We
leave and
haven't
he's going
brought
to get
any new
sacked.
players in bar one late on.
I feel sorry for Rodgers,
in the
man. I
last two
really do.
windows, in the last two windows, and that's a replacement to Fofana, obviously referring to replacing Fofana. I think we're going to see a couple of sackings in the next week or so. Brendan, Stevie G. Who else? There's the other one that's struggling at the moment. I think Lampard's saving himself at the moment because he's getting performances out of his team, even though they're not fantastic. It's still something compared to the other teams around him at the moment.
Yeah, Gerrard's struggling. Tuchel's struggling.
Tuchel, even and he's got a lot of pressure on it.
Listen,
there's a lot of pressure on Tuchel because money's been spent and he's not the owners. It wasn't hired by the current owner. It's the previous owner's manager.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted any of those players.
No.
Why the hell would you want Sterling for?
That's
just the most. That's the weirdest transfer I've ever seen. One of them.
The Cucurella one, that was really weird as well. You've already got Ben Chilwell. Why are you signing another starter then?
This is I've been saying all summer in terms of Chelsea and their transfer strategy. There's been no strategy. It just seems like the owners come in and wanted to make a point to the fan base and go, look, guys, I have got the money. I do want to spend it.
Mate, this is what they'll do.
This is what I'm going to do.
This is what. Do you know what? This is what they'll do. It's arrest, bro.
Sorry, there's no negotiation either. It was literally, there's a price. We don't even negotiate it. You can have the money. You can have the money. You can have the money. And it's just players. I mean, I know they lost defenders. They needed defenders in. But who spends, what was it? How much was it on Koulibaly?
Well, they spent a total. Well, actually, hold on. I highlighted it in a tweet I did in a Twitter sent last night. Hold on, get this shit up. Let's have a look here. Give me a minute. There it is. 178 million spent by Chelsea this summer, and that's not including Aubameyang's wages, by the way. Like
BX is coming. While you're doing it, BX is coming. He's saying there's still time for late sheets to be submitted. I don't know if that counts because Villa didn't agree a fee. So I don't know if that's even though we agree personal terms with the player.
They might have done. We've just not heard about it.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. They'll do it all in secret.
Again, Fabrizio said nothing yet in terms of that side of things, but we never know. We'll obviously we will know eventually. But
we could wake up in the morning and he would have signed.
Oh dear.
Thing with Chelsea, though, like their owner, right? He strikes me as the type of guy that would have played Football Manager a lot in his youth.
He's acted like it in this window.
Exactly. Like you've signed Sterling. You signed Sterling, right? But Sterling's the signing you make when you've got a solid base. You know?
Yeah.
Like he's not the signing. It's not the signing you make when you're thinking, right? I need a striker. We're going to rebuild this team. Who do I want first? Raheem Sterling. No. They buy what? Cucurella. I mean, one of Brighton's best players. But they already have Ben Chilwell. Why would you not? Why would you not sign someone who's not going to play every week? Like, unless they're planning to use Cucurella as a left centre back, which again that would make zero sense. But if that's the plan, all right. But they've not strength. Like, have they bought a midfielder? I don't think they have.
No, they made a bid for the guy from some midfielder from Ajax, but never went through.
All right. So they don't have a midfield. Well, competent midfield. Kovacic was barely fit when he played the other night. Jorginho is average at best.
Penalty taker though.
Pretty much. And Kante on the decline. On the decline.
Yeah.
Like,
prone as well.
Seriously, they spent the last few weeks buying defenders, yet they don't see what the real issue is, which is their midfield and up front. And no, I don't think Aubameyang changes. Aubameyang doesn't change that, because ultimately what you're left with is the same stagnant system. Like, I don't understand why Tuchel gets a free ride, because I can't think of a single attacker he's bought or that he's improved. Like, Kai Havertz looked mint for Bayer Leverkusen. Mint.
Yep.
And now he looks absolutely dog shit for Chelsea. Like, Werner looked mint for Leipzig, and he's looking mint now. Looks dog shit for Chelsea.
Yeah.
They spent 100 million on Lukaku, and they flog him the year after. Like, maybe just, all right, here's a thought. What if Lukaku wasn't the problem during that whole outburst he had last year? What if it was Tuchel?
It seems like it, because you can't be a coincidence that, as you say, multiple players are declining in attacking sense, declining under this manager or head coach, whatever you can call it.
But I think that under this manager, he's had two owners which has been buying players for him.
Literally, like, he's been, even though he's not this current owner's manager, this current owner didn't hire him.
If you work for Roman Abramovich, you get players bought for you. You have no say. You basically get.
But literally,
here you go. Here's a new toy.
At the end of the day, the pressure's on him, because now a lot of money's been spent on this window for Chelsea. Even if it isn't what they've needed or some players that don't make sense, still been brought in. A lot of money's been spent. Now Todd will be like, well, I've backed you. I've spent all this money. Compete. If you can't, I'll get someone that can. Yeah. Even though I don't think he has a clue what he's doing.
And to be honest, mate, I put it more on the owner than I do Tuchel, because ultimately, the owner's basically playing Football Manager at this point.
Yeah.
Like, but at the same time, like, you see with these owners, right? Around the summer, I said, this is Chelsea without Roman, right? One thing you can't say about Roman Abramovich is that he didn't understand football, because he brought people in and around him that do. This owner decided, I'm going to be the sporting director. I'm running the show. I don't want the old guard here anymore. I'm going to do it myself, when he has no clue about the business he's in. Right? And now, what's the route he's taken, right? What he's done is he's more than likely spent all this money to put on a show for the fans, is to say, oh, look, I am going to bankroll this shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to back, because the last thing an owner wants is to not have the fans on side when they first come in. Because then you're on a high into nothing before you even start, mate.
Yep.
Right? So he's done that to make an impression on the fans that he actually does want to do what Roman was doing, when that's not going to be the case for the long term. It's not, because it's not sustainable. You can't spend that amount of money and expect it to be sustainable. What's going to happen is you're going to see a Glazer situation at Chelsea, where this owner is going to spend money to begin with, but as time goes on, you're going to see them creaming off the top, and they're going to bring their guy in next season, and you can bookmark it because, listen, if someone wants to clip this and repost it, cool, because I know I'm right. I know I'm right on this. If you want to clip it from here and then repost it, because again, I know I'm right. Chelsea's owners have spent money this summer to make it look like they care, and said to Tuchel, "Here you go compete." And then when he doesn't, they'll sack him and bring their own guy in.
Exactly.
That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do, mate.
Of course they're going to do it. And then, as I say, as I said, even though it's not my team, I still don't think Todd Boehly have a clue who to hire. He'll fucking hire some numpty he thinks he'll be the right man. That he's probably worked with before, over in the States or something, or he's been recommended by someone from the States, and it's just backfire that way, even
Here's
more.
What they're doing. I know who they'll appoint.
Go on.
And I'm not even reading into the future, mate. But given the way these owners have acted, I can sort of see this happening. Right?
Pep.
They sign all these big names, yeah. Sterling, looking at Ronaldo, looking at Aubameyang. Cucurella is sort of a big name, right?
Mm.
Who's a big name from a manager perspective? Jose Mourinho.
Oh God, no, not him again. I can't have a third spell of him at Chelsea.
You're going to tell me I'm wrong on that? The
It
way
wouldn't
these
surprise
owners
me.
have acted?
I'll be honest, it really wouldn't surprise me now.
No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. Jose Mourinho.
He's been on the downside for years, hasn't he?
And this is what makes it even worse as Arsenal fans here. There's Arsenal fans on social media as we speak going, Edu out, he ain't got a clue, Arteta out, this, that, and the other, over the fact we didn't get David Luiz today. But for fuck's sake.
Bro, why are you rolling back the years?
It's fucking Luiz, all right? It's Brazilian, it's Luiz.
All right. Here's what we'll do to make it simple for Ryan, right? So he doesn't mince his words anymore, right? We'll just call him Luiz, but with a different haircut.
Oh dear.
Mate, you know I'm memeing the shit out of this tomorrow. You know that, right?
Yep. I'm tired. Leave me alone.
One quick question.
Yeah, go on.
How many goals do you think Alba will score this season?
Less than 10.
I'd say 10.
I reckon 10.
That's including all comps for me. I think anything more than 10 would be a miracle of him. I think it's past that.
I say he scores 10 Premier League goals, but he doesn't play in every competition.
No, he'll just play like the Premier League and just the big European.
He'll play in the Premier League and he'll play in the Champions League.
Do you think he'll score against us?
Probably, because you know how these things work. An ex-player signs for another club, he generally scores.
What I want to know is Chelsea fans just be so far up his arse now. If it still hasn't gone through, by the way, I don't know what's going on by the delay. But it's got literally 10 minutes to confirm it. Otherwise, they're in trouble. He's got an Arsenal tattoo when we won the FA Cup with his son on it, holding the FA Cup, Arsenal shirt and everything. How's it? And what is he just going to eradicate that now? But no, that's doing Harry Kane. No, it didn't happen. It's not on there. Kane isn't he out for a month? He is. That's the thing is, he is out for a while actually. Even though he might pass his medical and all that, if he just does happen in the next 10 minutes or so, in terms of it being officially announced, it has to be done in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, they're breaking some very bad rules. He's got a broken jaw because obviously he got broken into back in the back end of the weekend, didn't he? Back in Spain.
I don't think he's going to fail a medical for a broken jaw.
No, I'm not saying failed a medical, but obviously, assuming it still goes ahead, he's out injured anyway because he's got this broken jaw apparently, or fractured jaw, or whatever.
You probably just put metal plates in it; it'll be fine.
That's why Barcelona are so quick to get rid of him in the end because they believe they. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Well,
Devon,
he probably felt threatened over there. I mean, that's probably another thing. You know.
Devon, we'll never let Chelsea fans have that down the £100 million in Lukaku.
No, we're never letting them forget that. And by the way, I still think Chelsea failed Lukaku. If I'm being honest, I don't think Lukaku is a terrible striker by any sense of the imagination. His goal record proves that. Like, you know, the fact is, Tuchel didn't get the best out of him.
I think it's another case that he was bought for Tuchel, and Tuchel probably didn't want him.
Yeah.
Well,
it was like
maybe so, but Tuchel's still got to, Tuchel's still got to work with him.
Well,
he can't just flog him off because he doesn't want him.
Because this is the thing. This all goes back to me when he got hired for Chelsea, Tuchel in the first place. Even as a rival fan, I had my doubts. I was literally in knife chats with football channels, and they're just talking about I said, at some point down the line, it's not going to work. Look what's happened at PSG. Oh, it's the players, that player power. Well, clearly fucking not, because it's at Chelsea now. He's having the same issues with his attacking players.
Well, to be fair, Ryan, PSG is a different beast. I mean, Pochettino is there, and he's not a terrible coach either.
I know it's a different beast, but my point is, what we're seeing now of certain issues of the attacking side of things, we're seeing the exact same. I saw the exact same thing at the back end of his time at PSG.
Well,
I mean, who gets that PSG team and goes defence mode?
Look, I'm not defending Tuchel by any means. I actually don't rate him as a manager, and that's kind of sad because there was a point in time where I genuinely thought he was the best tactician in the league. Because when I watched, I think it was last season. Yeah, it was the day we lost to City. And I seen him get a point at Anfield, being down to 10 men, and I'm like, you know what? Tuchel might actually be the best tactician in the league, because not a lot of coaches will go to Anfield, get a point being down to 10 men.
No.
Most teams that ends up 3 or 4-0. But it didn't with Chelsea. And then as time went on, you have to bear in mind, we won more games than they did last year. Us. And we haven't. I don't even think this was outlandish either. Our squad last season was nowhere near Chelsea's squad.
Yep.
Nowhere near. Because if you asked everybody at the start of the season, what's your top 4? They would have said City, Liverpool, Chelsea, United, locked in.
Yep.
We had no hope.
Right? Spurs.
Nah, Spurs weren't in there.
No, they weren't. Literally everyone in the media and the community of YouTube. Literally,
we did.
They all believed,
I know. I had
top 4 had it locked in.
I know my top 4 was that. I know that. I know that much. Because at the time it sounded mental for it to not be, but they had worse home form than Everton last year. Everton.
Yeah.
It's not
and also look at league table. Go back and look at league table. We had the 3rd best amount of wins in the league. We finished 5th. I know we finished 5th and all that. And that, for God's sake, fuck off.
Mate, we had more wins than Chelsea did, right? And the only two teams above us were City and Liverpool. That's how bad. That's how fucked that is. And Chelsea, right? For all the talk their fans want to do, and go, oh, but we're rebuilding this and that. You've still got good players in that team. You tell me that team can't make. Well, to be honest, I've put them outside my top 4 because there's not enough goals in the team. But last year, you had goals in that team. I get it. This is what brings it back to Tuchel. If he had worked with Lukaku and worked a system around him to get the best out of him, would we be near Chelsea at the end of last season? No.
No.
No. Because Lukaku would have scored goals for them if they had built the team around him. The fact that they didn't is down to Tuchel.
Yep. Oh, exactly.
Simple.
Oh,
But Arteta gets the flat with Aubameyang, though, right? Again, rules for one, rules for another, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Who else
I'm
did it?
off, lads. I'm fucking knackered. So
I'm literally tapping out now. I'm just going to double check before we tap out quickly. One sec. Just to see if they've actually announced it.
yeah,
This is dragging on now. It's ridiculous. What's the point of a deadlock? Put a timing on deadline day if there's going to be allowed an extension.
Fucking hell.
They've got rid of Kennedy, Chelsea.
He's still there.
Kennedy has signed for Valladolid, how you pronounce it, on a permanent deal. So
How long has he been there?
In years.
Yeah, so I thought.
Harvey Val has signed a new contract with us. Then sent him
Kennedy
signed a new contract and sent him to Hull. Like, congratulations! Now piss off.
You're missing. You're missing the microphone above you. You're missing the microphone.
Kennedy.
Ethan.
I knew Ross would get that joke. Brilliant.
Ethan Ampadu has been sent out again on loan to Spezia.
To where?
It's some club in Italy.
Yeah.
Remember
Basically relegation fodder Spezia, mate. Actually, did they get relegated last year?
Yeah, it's Syria joining. Yeah, just clicked on the link now. So there's still no announcement. That's 4 hours ago, by the way. So there's still nothing to come up, like been done there. And Fulham, before we go, do sign off quickly. Fulham, they've had a good window actually. Out of the teams that have come up, I know we talk about signing 23 players and all that. Players for every year they've been at the Premier League, basically. Fulham have had a good window though. There's a strategy. Talk about Chelsea. There's an outside of West London. That's all strategy with this transfer policy. They've got players in that have either been in the Premier League or come from direct from Premier League club, got that bit of experience, or players that might not have had any experience, but they can add something to this team. And with the team that he already had coming up as well, I mean, he's getting a tune out of Mitrovic compared to fucking Scotty Parker, and it doesn't say much for Scotty Parker, but still.
Mitrovic is a good signer, man. Trust me,
Yeah.
he's a decent. I mean, if we'd have got him like as a backup, I'd be like, yes, all day. He knows what the net is.
Yeah, he knows what the net is.
Plus, mate, he's different to Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if we had gotten Mitrovic, Gabriel Jesus needing to come off the bench for what, 25 to 30 minutes? Not a bad option,
He's obviously very happy there.
Yeah. Plus, he can play with his back to goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was surprised that no one actually went in for him.
There's a lot of strikers around the mid-table clubs that you don't really know how they're not bought. Like Ivan Toney as well. I don't understand why no one's gone in for him. I really don't. Like,
I think there's a stigma, isn't there, with the top clubs being like, yeah, you're not sexy enough. Basically, I think they're just like, oh yeah, we'll rather get someone from abroad.
I hate that though. Like if you're
good enough, you're good enough, isn't you?
Everyone knows
especially if you played in Premier League. If you could score goals in Premier League, top four sides should be looking at you.
Mitrovic, right? Good striker, very good striker actually. Like probably good enough to play for a top six side. Like,
yeah, we've proven it.
Yeah, he might not start every week, but
no,
you've got plan B.
No one's saying
start. It's like Jota, isn't it? Jota doesn't start every week for Liverpool, but he gets goals for him.
Exactly. Like Mitrovic would, Mitrovic probably would start for Man United. To be honest with you, he'd start for Chelsea.
Being improving what they've got.
He'd start for Chelsea. He absolutely would. Like, I'm not sure he would start for us because Gabriel Jesus.
No, we've got Jesus now. Yeah,
yeah, Jesus is better than him, but Even
Yeah.
still, just like 25 to 30 minutes coming off the bench, man, Mitrovic would be mint.
You start all the Europa games and cup games, I would imagine.
Yeah, plus you can
You still be getting 15, 20 matches starting the season, I reckon.
Yeah. But yeah,
I reckon we'll be all right though, because if we get to January, then and we bring some players in, then
our toughest month is going to be October. We've said this how many times in terms of in terms of league-wise. I mean, because we've got obviously North London derby in the start of October, week later at home to Liverpool, and I think we've got Brentford or something or Everett.
We've got City in October as well.
We've got 11 games, haven't we, until the World Cup?
In terms of the league-wise, we've got like 5 or 6 games. 3 of them against our top 6, or our last season's top 6 rivals, in all at home, by the way. Tottenham, Liverpool, City, respectively, and there's 3 winnable games in between all that. If we can come out of them 3 games I mentioned before, the big ones, say at least 7 points out of 9, and still win the others, in terms of the league side of things, we'll be fine getting to January. Because you've got to remember, a couple of weeks later, it's a World Cup.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
As I say, we've got 11 matches. We've got a hard October, like you say, as long as we don't get completely fucked over by injuries.
I don't think we will, mate. I really don't.
I don't know, mate. Every fucking time we get fucking injuries. Every fucking year.
I know, but injuries can happen, bro. Injuries can happen. Like, some of them are just freak accidents, you know what I mean?
Ours aren't freak accidents. Thomas Partey has the same fucking injury every fucking time. I mean, Tommy Asu's still not fit, is he? Yeah, it's like, how the fuck?
No, he's come
fit.
Off the bench.
He's in the back in.
He's come off the bench a few times.
Yeah, but you want to see him starting, really, didn't you?
I know, but Ben White's thing is with that though, right? See, with Tommy Asu, right? Ben White's been so good at right back. You can't just drop him. Like, because
the only thing that catches Ben White out is long ball over the top.
Yeah, but then the other ones Saliba can cover him from him. That's why Saliba's on the right side.
Yeah.
So this is
Saliba's.
The problem with us at the moment is we are converting our chances. We create so many chances, we just don't convert them. I mean, we are making we're getting we are outplaying teams. We outplayed Villa. We outplayed Fulham and everything. Leicester, but we're only winning by the odd goal. That's it. That's the issue. That's an issue for me.
The thing is, though, right? See, all right. I know we're not
clinical.
By,
even though we've got Gabriel, we're not clinical.
I know we're not as clinical as we should be, right? But here's the thing: people have misconstrued being clinical, right? We're scoring bags of goals every game, and I think Man City and Liverpool played a huge part in that, because those two. Like, maybe not this season for Liverpool, but Man City, they free score almost every game. Right? They free score almost every game. And now people are just expecting teams that are amongst it in the top 4 to do exactly the same. And that's not realistic. Like, right now, I don't really... Because here's the thing. People will always say, we should be putting teams away 3, 4, 6, whatever, right? But to me, I don't really care about that, because I've seen us score loads of goals, but end up conceding loads as well. Yeah. I would much rather play the way we're playing, can win by the odd goal here and there. Because bear in mind, we're conceding less. And that's
not a problem, mate. Conceding, I'm not like you. I'm not worried about us conceding goals. It's just at the other end. It's like when you see Saka missing an open goal, basically, you're like, "Fuck, we're just not clinical yet." I'm saying, I'm not saying it won't come. Just at the moment, we're not clinical. Obviously, we need teams to be scared of us, like teams are of Man City. I'm sure if you got a decent team up against Man City, you can stop them scoring. But teams are just so scared of them.
Well, naturally, because they've got the big man up
front. They've got but they've been scared of them for the past couple of seasons, haven't they? Them and Liverpool, every team is just, oh shit, we were playing these guys. We're going to get absolutely bent over.
If you watch Liverpool this season, teams aren't scared of them. They're actually having a go against, because Newcastle played them the other night, and I mean, Newcastle really should have gotten a point out of that, if we're being brutally honest. Like, Isaac turns up on his debut, wallops in a fucking peach. And then he does it again, only that one's declared offside, even though it wasn't offside.
How long do you see before Newcastle start competing for top four? How long do you think it will take?
3 years.
I said it would take like 4 or 5 years originally. And everyone was going, "Oh no, 2 years I'll be in the Champions League." It doesn't work like that. It's not. It's not possible.
Here's the thing, right? The money that they're spending, right? They've shown that they're gonna this summer, right? They've shown that they'll spend the money. They've brought in someone to compete with Wilson because he's so injury prone, and Isaac. Goodbye. They've brought in Sven Botman, centre back. Goodbye. I don't think, because here's the thing, people are talking about him challenging for top 6 this season. I don't think that's realistic, because their first 11 is good. It's the depth that's their problem. What happens if they get a few injuries?
I don't see.
If Isaac gets injured, right? Callum Wilson has to step in. They're probably good on the striker front because they've got 2 good strikers. But if any of their defenders get injured, look what they're dealing with on the bench, mate. They've got championship defenders on the bench. Like, top 6 isn't realistic for them right now. But if they keep spending the money that they are, that will change.
I don't see Newcastle finishing above us for a while. I mean, they could finish above Manchester United.
Oh yeah,
but I don't see Newcastle finishing above us for a while.
I say 3 years before you start seeing Newcastle being competitive for top 4. I'm not saying they'll get it. All I'm saying is in 3 years you're going to see them compete for it.
I mean, yeah, because I think that we're at a point where if we get back in the Champions League, I think the Cronkies are still spent. Whereas I think that it's more Manchester United, if they don't get to top 4, they could be in trouble. I think if Spurs sort of start having a bit of a wobble, they could sort of fall behind, and probably Newcastle could probably look at targeting those teams. But I honestly don't think that Newcastle will challenge us for a few years yet. As long as if we keep going on the trajectory we're going, I don't think that they'll catch us for a while yet.
No. When I say 3 years, I mean it'll take them that long to compete for top 4 because they'll keep spending money. But what they're doing with Newcastle, right? They've been very smart in the way they've done it. They've brought in, was it Dan Ashworth, who used to be Brighton's sporting director, who was very good at recruiting players. So they've gotten that right. One thing they've done is that they've actually appointed the right people and having them in place, which is more than what Manchester United have done. Like they've actually got good backroom staff and people in place, and at this point they've proven that they'll spend money because they've done that this summer. Now, is it good enough to make top 6? No. But if they continue to spend it the way that they spent this summer, within 3 years, you'll see them challenging for top 4. I'm not saying they'll get it, but you'll see them challenging. In the long run, I say they get top 4 within 4 years. I really do. The amount of money that they're spending, they'll start recruiting a lot more. They'll buy players because players will look at, if Newcastle finish in the top, if they finish in the top 7, which could happen.
Yeah.
If they finish in the top 7, players will look at Newcastle and go, maybe they are something.
Yeah. If they get into Europe,
and that'll happen more and more with the progress that they make. Let's make this clear. Eddie Howe's not going to be there long term.
No,
Eddie Howe
exactly.
is literally Eddie Howe is literally just a stopgap. Granted, he's done a great job. I'm not saying he hasn't. He's done a fantastic job. That team looks as organized as it did under Rafa Benitez, but they attack more and they attack well. Newcastle will be a problem for a lot of teams this season. St. James's is going to be, I mean,
We saw the footy at City.
bro, they took it to City. They took it to Newcastle are no mugs, mate. I'm telling you, right. We found it hard going, bro. We have found it hard going there
End of last season,
at the back end of last season, mate.
At the end of the day, there's no pressure on Eddie Howe. There's no pressure on Eddie Howe. He can just do a decent job, and they can get rid of him. He'll be like, yeah, just take the money off.
Eddie Howe's job is literally just build them up to a point, and then they get the next guy.
Yeah. Who is the next guy though? That's the thing. It's just like
Jose. He's got that connection, hasn't he? The Bobby Robson connection. He's always said he wanted. He's always said that as well. Even before the money came along, he's always said,
He's not staying at Roma, mate. He's not staying at Roma.
No,
I'd love to manage Newcastle.
If Jose wins the league with Roma this season, right, and the Newcastle job becomes available in the summer, then
he's coming.
You best believe that Jose is putting his running in the hat for that.
Because that would mean more. If he was to come to Newcastle and be the manager that takes Newcastle back to being not just competitive but to win that league title for the first time in how many years, with his own connections emotionally with Bobby Robson, that'll mean more to him than any of the titles he won with Chelsea.
Yep.
Because of that reason. But hey, what do I know?
The only thing that makes me doubt Jose is, I mean, to go from the style of play that Eddie Howe has to Jose Mourinho, it is a backward step. That's the only thing that makes me doubt it. Like, personally, I think, right, Eddie Howe, I think, is the stopgap. Do you know what? I think the next manager is Pochettino.
Does he win anything at Newcastle?
Well,
because he's.
I don't think you could define Eddie Howe's the stopgap if he keeps doing what he's doing.
Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Listen. When I say stopgap, I mean like if things continue as they are, they're just like a good team challenging for top 7. Then he's the stopgap.
Yeah,
because then they want to take that up a level.
Yeah,
but if he continues to have money spent on him, and he does end up challenging for the top 6, and he does end up getting to the point where they're challenging for the Champions League, then he's not the stopgap. It all depends on what happens.
It really what his contract is. Because effectively, he could run to the end of his contract, and they don't have to renew it. If he's challenging for top 6, I don't know how long his contract is. I don't know if he's got 2 years left on it, 18 months or not.
Something new, hasn't he, recently?
Oh, has he?
Yeah. No.
I'll say if in the next 2-3 years, there's right. If they finish in the top 6, he's done his job effectively, hasn't he? And then you get the next guy.
Plus, he's learned from his mistakes at Bournemouth, because a lot of the time at Bournemouth he would focus more on attacking than he would defending. But now you can see that Newcastle team doing both. Like,
if he's got someone buying the players for him, he's a coach. If he can get the best out of them, maybe he's not the type of manager who can buy players as such. If he has players bought for him, and he can get the best out of
he wasn't really. But plus, he didn't really have a lot of money to play with at Bournemouth. Exactly. Let's be honest.
They did make some extravagant signings. Don't get me wrong, but.
I mean, they bought Jordan Knight for 40, mate. I mean, that's the definition of bad. That's the definition of a bad. Like, seriously, Liverpool need investigating for that. I mean, 40 million for Jordan Knight, but you mental.
That's the thing though. Liverpool can just be in a. They can because they're not. They don't have to sell. That's the thing. They can ask for whatever money they want for their players.
I know, but
Everybody knows Arsenal
Bruv,
want to get rid
Jordan
of these
Knight was
players.
a reserve player, but like, I get this is what's mad. They got 25 for Ryan Brewster. What the fuck?
Exactly, because they don't have to sell. They didn't have to sell those players. Arsenal have to sell. That's why we get fuck all for our players.
Yeah, but with that, I'm lagging now. Something lag, so
Yeah,
I think best
I'm
things up.
bruv, I'm dead on my feet, bro. I need my fucking sleep right now.
Yeah, same here. Russ, I'm surprised you're still going after your trip recently to the other side of the world.
I'm not back
My
on work
man's
till
had
Monday, so I
coffee.
can do whatever I want.
My man's had coffee. Look, his eyes are bulging.
I've had all of these, mate. I'm fine.
Oh my god.
But yeah, thanks, obviously, Colin, Russ, obviously, was it Joe earlier, James as well, popped in at the start of the stream. Everyone in the chat as well that's popped in and out and kept us all
It's
sane.
a shame it wasn't like last year, though.
Yeah.
When we
Or the
did
year
this.
before that. Fuck Villa. But it is what it is. And for anyone that's still going on this fucking mindset of, oh, it's Edu's fault, he hasn't got a clue what he's doing, get him out, or Edu out, or both. Get a fucking life. Go out. Get a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever your preference is. Get laid.
Ryan, I think you're misconstruing the point. These people aren't able to do that because they live on Twitter.
There's that as well. It is me being fucking diplomatic, eh?
Yeah,
Seriously,
no
they
need for
spend their weekend
diplomacy.
stuck in taxis with Isaac on the back, like bruv.
Mate, they're stalking
Planes, stocking cars, stocking fucking mobiles outside Douglas Luiz's house. Like, bruv.
They spent an evening stalking a black van down the motorway to London, from the Midlands. So yeah, hence why I say, get out of it, have a life, go to the pub, go somewhere, get a boyfriend, get a girlfriend, whatever, get laid. It's fantastic. But until then, I'm trying to think. Saturday, I'll be back for the match of the day stream. Even though Arsenal aren't playing on Saturday, I'll still do the match of the day stream with you guys. Go for the games and anything that I've talked about and all that. That's what we usually do. Then Sunday, the main event, Arsenal versus away to Manchester United, Old Trafford. Try and make it 6 wins out of 6 with this bare minimal squad that Arteta and Eddie didn't build, by the way. Apparently, even though they did build it, but still, because apparently they ain't got a clue what they're doing of. But they brought in Jesus, fucking Zinchenko, Fabio Vieira, who we've yet to see, by the way, Sambi the Congo last year, who had a performance and a half last year, Aaron Ramsdale, Tomiyasu. All these players I'm listing, by the way, are players that are improving our squad, but hey, they got Edu and Arteta don't have a clue what they're doing. Get alive. Stop fucking me off online and being negative. And this is coming from a person that was negative fucking back in January and had a complete meltdown. I really
And this is from people who have dealt with that circle of negativity under the Wenger era, right? So don't tell us we're being negative, bruv. Seriously, what we're doing now, right? We moaned about the club not doing this for years. So I think we have a perfectly good understanding about what the club is doing and why they're doing what they're doing. You can criticize them, cool. But
just because
to start an Edu hashtag on Twitter at 20:12 at night, seriously, go to bed. Go to bed. Get some shut eye. Get some shut eye. Like, go... I don't know.
Go to the gym. Do something.
Go to the fridge and get I don't know. Go to your fridge and get a drink or something. Hell, take a shower or something. You probably need to have a shower. You probably need to get a shower. All the shit on you anyway. So, yeah.
I'm just going to say this as well. Just because a certain fraud who lives in Spain who's constantly negative has an opinion, rightly or wrongly, Colin's gone, by the way.
Michael.
Just because that's the case doesn't mean it's the right opinion. Doesn't mean it's fucking normal. Doesn't mean you have to jump in the bandwagon and go, "Oh, Mr. Gunner, fucking grow up."
I've
Have you
seen
an
his channel for
opinion?
ages, man.
Think for yourself.
I need to have a look at his channel because I haven't seen it for donkeys.
I haven't myself, but I know for a fact because people keep fucking retweeting it on fucking Twitter, pissing me off. Oh, we hate him so much. Hate him so much. You're fucking his content, you bastards.
Well, he needs to feed his fans, doesn't he? Basically,
Let him go there. But anyway,
like AFT.
I'm gonna go now. Obviously, Colin's he's tapped out. So as I mentioned, Ford in Spain, so he knows I'm on. But he tapped out. He needs some sleep. I need sleep. Ross clearly he's comatose to the States time, so he's he did an all-nighter.
I probably will. I've got to go up and take my little boy to school actually at 7. So.
Have we gone back? Has he gone back already?
Yeah, he's gone back to. He went back today. So yeah. Every other school is going back on Monday, but yeah, he's gone back today.
Say, what is the point of going back on a Thursday? You got 2 days for the weekend. What is the point of that?
Not with him.
Fucking idiots.
Idiots.
Yep. I say that nowadays. But yeah, as I say, back on Saturday night, 10:20, maybe earlier, depending on what time the actual match day starts. And then the main event on Sunday, Super Sunday, 4:30 kickoff. Go live at 4, and and then podcast on Monday, and then we go from there.
Super Sunday.
Yay!
Will it be a Super Sunday? What's your predictions?
There's 2 games on Super Sunday. Yeah, but 2 big games compared to last week anyway. I think West Ham, Chelsea. Oh, has he got? Is it done? Oh, it's done. Chelsea got Aubameyang. There you go, bastards.
The obvious.
Oh well, yeah. I said either way, I'm not worried. Either way, he's going to flop. But I think West Ham beat Chelsea because Aubameyang won't be able to play that game because he obviously didn't get registered in time and all that. He didn't have time to train. Plus, he's got a broken jaw or something, or fractured jaw, or whatever. So I think West Ham beat Chelsea just by the skin of their teeth, and then because they're getting into the cup finals. But for us, if we can turn up again like we did last night, turn up with the right attitude and take our chances. For fuck's sake, stop being so wasteful.
We are really wasteful.
Yeah, because stop being wasteful. When we're dominating, take our fucking chances. That team is still vulnerable, even though they've won the last couple of games. They're vulnerable. They're just playing piss poor. With all due respect, Leicester City on their knees. Southampton, wasteful. Who's that before that? Liverpool on their knees and crap at the time. It's still our technically, but still.
Yeah, we never play these teams when they're on. Well, when we do play them, then they're on their knees. They still get a result out of us.
Because you usually
it was like United last year, wasn't it? They were absolute shite, and then they played us, and it was just like...
Yeah, they played us. Ronaldo decided to turn up, and that was it. And we just fucking went, okay, there you go. Well, Molly took the lead in that game, but yeah, we dominate what we have been for the last 5 games, take our chances and all that crap. I can see us making it 6 out of 6. And if that's the case, fantastic. I'll fucking run to that, and I'll be literally the most smuggest CNX Tuesday on this footballing platform you're going to find, and I will be calling out a lot of fucking bigger YouTubers that basically vote us off and said United are finished above Arsenal for 6th, even though I made all these signings, it's just not good enough. United on the other new manager Den Haag, fantastic manager, can't be the same as last year. Fuck off. We are here. We are not going anywhere. We're going to fucking prove you all wrong, one way or the other. And you can fucking suffer it because I'm going to make sure you suffer it, you little pricks. Oh, dear. Easy run of match. Mate, you played Southampton and you lost. So let's not even go there, Chris. You twat. I'm getting... Because I'm tired now, so I'm getting very aggy. 6th place. That's for fucking United, that is. Uber should be fit if he has had a pre-season and training with Barca. I expect Uber to be a sub. It depends on where Tetzel's at. They did lose the other night, so they might be desperate for a win. So you never know. But again, it's Uber. I'm only going by what I saw for the last year and a half with Uber. Arsenal, crap. Barely turns up when we did. The guy literally weeks before he left, before his last game for us, missed an open goal against Newcastle at home. An open the goal was there. Stud on it. It hits the fucking post. I mean, come on. I think in terms of the Premier League wise, I think we're hopefully I'm proved right. We're going to see it again in terms of him just going, oh shit, the league's too much for me nowadays. I can't cope. We might get a literal 10-game bounce of him, and then he'll just go back into it. He'll go back into himself again. But hey, it is what it is. Anyway, as I say, thanks to everyone that's either been on the stream, like Russ, Colin, James Rowe at the start of the stream, Joel as well, and everyone in the chat. Some of the new faces, some old faces, even the Chelsea event boy in the chat, and I will say that because I don't care. Russ is pissing himself. I'm at a point now I don't give a shit. The guys, when you're subbing to a channel to mock that team, and you're a rival fan, you need to take a look at yourself. That's all I'm saying. Especially when that team is top of the league currently, 5 wins out of 5, and beating teams of the Southampton ilk, of the Leeds United ilk. You're getting battered by Leeds. You're getting battered by Southampton. Even Man United beat Southampton. So piss off, go away, and just leave us to it.
Just sub and then just don't watch the videos. It's fine.
Here's a sub and don't watch.
Turn off notifications.
Sub, become a member. Turn off notifications. Become a member. 99p. Fantastic. Fund me your venom. Fund me the venom. If you become a member, you can come in as much as you like and talk as much shit as you want. I don't give a shit.
You feed on their tears. It's fine.
Exactly. But until then, guys, I'll see you Saturday evening. There might be an old firm watch along. If I might have other stuff going on, but if I haven't, I've got free time, I might do an old firm watch along on Saturday afternoon. But yeah, until then, guys, I'll see you on the other side. As always, up the Arsenal. Come on,
take care. Bye. Come on, you guys.